Emma told me you went to see her today.
Richard is wearing a shirt I don't recognize, one he must have bought after I left, or maybe one Emma bought for him. His face is tanned, the way it always gets in the summer because he runs outside in good weather. I nod, knowing it's futile to deny it. Unexpectedly, his expression softens, and he takes a step toward me.
You look terrified. Don't you know I'm here because I'm worried about you?
I gesture to the sofa. My legs feel shaky. Can we sit down? Throw pillows are piled at either end of the couch, which means we end up closer to each other than either of us might have expected. I smell lemons. I feel his warmth.
I'm marrying Emma. You have to accept this.
I don't have to, I think. I don't have to accept you marrying anyone. But instead, I say, it all happened so fast. Why the rush? Richard won't indulge my question.
Everyone asked me why I stayed with you all those years. You complained that I left you alone at home too much, but when we socialized, you were... The night of our cocktail party, well, people still talk about it.
I don't realize a tear is rolling down my cheek until he gently wipes it away. His touch sets off an explosion of sensation inside me. It has been months since I've felt it. My body clenches.
I've been thinking about this for a while. I never wanted to say it because I knew it would hurt you, but after today, I don't have any choice. I think you should get help. An inpatient stay somewhere, maybe the place where your mom went. You don't want to end up like she did.
I'm doing better, Richard. I feel a flash of my old spirit. I've got a job. I'm getting out more and meeting people. My voice trails off. The truth is visible to him. I'm not like my mother. We've had this conversation before. It's clear he doesn't believe me.
She overdosed on painkillers,
Richard says gently. We don't know that for sure, I protest. It could have been a mistake. She might have gotten her pills mixed up. Richard sighs.
Before she died, she told you and Aunt Charlotte she was doing better, so when you just said that to me, look, do you have a pen?
I freeze, wondering how he senses what I was doing in the moment before he arrived.
A pen,
he repeats, furrowing his brow at my reaction.
May I borrow one?
I nod, then stand up and return to my bedroom, where the legal pad with Emma's name sits on my bed. I glance over my shoulder, suddenly gripped by the fear that he has followed me, but the space in my wake is empty. I turn over the pad and pick up the pen. Then I notice our wedding album still splayed on the floor. I put it on the floor of my armoire, then go back into the living room. My knee gently bumps against Richard's when I sit back down next to him. He tilts toward me on the couch as he reaches for his wallet. He withdraws the single blank check he always carries. I watch as he writes a number and adds several zeros. I gape at the amount. What is this for?
You didn't get enough in the settlement.
He puts the check on the coffee table.
I liquidated some stock for you and let the bank know there would be a large withdrawal from my checking account. Please use this to get some help. I couldn't live with myself if something happened to you.
I don't want your money, Richard. He fixes his eyes on me. I never did. I've known people with hazel eyes that morph from green to blue to brown based on the light or what they're wearing, but Richard is the only person I've ever met whose irises shift solely through shades of blue, from denim to Caribbean sea to a beetle's wing. Now they are my favorite shade, a soft indigo.
Nellie.
It is the first time he has called me this since I moved out.
I love Emma.
A sharp pain bursts in my chest.
But I will never love anyone as much as I loved you,
he says. I continue to look into his eyes, then I jerk away my gaze. I am stunned by his admission, but the truth is, I feel the same way about him. The silence in the air hangs like an icicle about to crack. Then he leans forward again, and shock robs me of the ability to think coherently as his soft lips find mine. His hand cups the back of my head, pulling me in closer. For just a few seconds, I am Nellie again, and he is the man I fell in love with. Then I'm jolted back to reality. I push him away, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. You shouldn't have done that. He looks at me for a long moment, then stands up and leaves without a word. Chapter 23. Sleep eludes me again that night as I recall every detail of my encounter with Richard. When I finally drift off, he visits me in my dream, too. He approaches me as I lie in bed. His fingers trace my lips, then he kisses me tenderly, slowly, first on my mouth and then working his way down my neck. He lifts up my nightgown with one hand, then moves his mouth lower. My hips begin to move involuntarily. I choke back a groan as my body betrays me by growing warm and pliant. Then he pins me to the mattress, his torso crushing mine, his hands trapping my wrists. I try to push him off, to make him stop, but he's too strong. Suddenly, I realize it isn't me beneath Richard. It isn't my hands being held down or my lips parting. It is Emma. I jerk awake and sit upright. My breath comes in choppy gasps. I look around my bedroom, desperate to center myself. I hurry to the bathroom and splash cold water on my face to erase the sensations that linger from my dream. I grip the hard edges of the sink until my breathing finally slows. I climb back into bed, thinking of how my heart clattered and my skin tingled when I was dreaming of Richard. I still feel the after effects of that treacherous response to him. How could I have been aroused by him, even in a dream? Then I recall one of my recent psychology podcasts on the part of the brain that processes emotions. The human body often responds in the same way to two overarching emotional states, romantic arousal and fear, a scientist had explained. I close my eyes and try to recall exactly what the expert said. Consider the pounding in the chest, the dilating of the pupils, the increase in blood pressure. These are sensations that appear in both terror and arousal. This I know well. The expert had said something else about how our thought processes change during both states. When we are in the throes of romantic love, for example, the neural machinery responsible for making critical assessments of other people can be compromised. Is that what Emma is experiencing? I wonder. Is that what I encountered too? I am too shaken to fall back asleep. I lie there as images of Richard's visit batter my mind. It was both vivid and fleeting, like a mirage, and as the long night stretches on, I begin to wonder if it actually happened, or if it also was just part of my dream. Was anything of the previous evening real, I wonder? I walk in the first shimmer of morning gold, as if in a trance, to my armoire. I slide open the top drawer. The check is nestled among my socks. As I put it back, I look down and see the white satin cover of our wedding album. This is the only physical documentation of my marriage that I have. I can't imagine I will ever want to view the photographs again after today, but I need to view them a final time. Our other photos are all in the Westchester house, unless Richard has already moved them into the storage unit in the basement of his city apartments building, or destroyed them. I imagine he has. Richard would have disposed of every trace of me before Emma could stumble upon the unsettling reminders. Aunt Charlotte told me a bit of what she witnessed during my marriage. Sam has also told me what she saw during our last conversation, which turned into a worse fight than I could ever have imagined us having. But now I want to look for myself, with fresh eyes. I sit cross-legged on my bed and turn to the first page. In the opening shot, I'm in the hotel room, fastening the clasp on an antique pearl bracelet, my something borrowed from Aunt Charlotte. Beside me, she artfully ties my father's blue handkerchief around my bouquet. I turn another page and glimpse Aunt Charlotte, my mother, and me walking down the aisle together. My fingers are interlaced with my mother's, while Aunt Charlotte has her arm looped through mine on the other side, since my left hand is grasping the bundle of white roses. Aunt Charlotte's face is flushed pink, and her eyes have a sheen of tears. My mother's expression is difficult to decipher, although she is smiling for the camera. She is also set a bit apart from me and Aunt Charlotte. Had we not been holding hands, I could take a pair of scissors and easily crop her out of the photograph. If I showed this picture to strangers and asked them to guess which woman was my mother, they would likely choose Aunt Charlotte, even though physically I resemble my mother more strongly. I've always told myself that I only received superficial traits from my mother, such as her long neck and green eyes, that on the inside I was my father's daughter, that I was more like my aunt. But now Richard's words boomerang back. During our marriage, whenever he told me I wasn't acting rationally, that I was being illogical, or in more heated moments when he yelled, "You're crazy," I denied it. He's wrong, I would whisper to myself as I paced the sidewalks in our neighborhood, my body rigid, my footsteps pounding the cement. I'd slam down my left foot. Then my right foot. Wrong. He's wrong, he's wrong, he's wrong. I'd repeat those words dozens, even hundreds of times. Maybe I'd thought if I said them enough, they would bury the persistent worry worming through my brain. What if he was right? I flipped to another photo of my mother standing up to give a toast. On a table directly behind her was our 3-tiered wedding cake, adorned with Richard's heirloom topper. The porcelain bride's painted-on smile is serene, but I remember feeling anxious in that moment. Luckily, my mother's speech at my wedding dinner had been coherent, even if it rambled on too long. Her meds were doing their job that day. Perhaps I had inherited more from my mother than I'd allowed myself to believe. I grew up with a woman who inhabited a different world from the station wagon driving, grilled cheese making mothers of my friends. My mom's feelings were like intense colors, fiery reds and sparkling soft pinks and the deepest slate grays. Her shell was fierce, yet on the inside she was fragile. Once, when a manager at the drugstore was berating an elderly cashier for moving too slowly, my mother yelled at the manager, calling him a bully and earning applause from the other customers in line. Another time, she knelt down suddenly on the sidewalk, soundlessly weeping over a monarch butterfly that could no longer fly because its wing had been torn. Had I absorbed some of her skewed vision, her impulsively dramatic reactions? Were the genes that dictated my destiny influenced more by her or by my steady, patient father's composition? I desperately wanted to know which invisible attributes I'd inherited from each of them. During the lifespan of my marriage, I became gripped by a growing urgency to capture the truth. I chased it in my dreams. I worried my memories would fade like an old color photograph that's been bleached by light, so I tried to keep them alive. I began to write everything down in a kind of diary, a black moleskin notebook that I hid from Richard under the mattress of the bed in our guest room. It's ironic now, because I've surrounded myself with lies. Sometimes I am tempted to succumb to them. It might be simpler that way, to quietly sink into the new reality I've created as though it were quicksand, to disappear beneath its surface. It would be so much easier to just let go, I think. But I cannot, because of her. I set aside the album and walk to the small desk in the corner of my room. I retrieve my legal pad and pen and start again. Dear Emma, I would never have listened to anyone who told me not to marry Richard, so I understand why you're resisting me. I haven't been clear because it's hard to know where to begin. I write until I fill the page. I consider adding one final line. Richard visited me last night, but leave it out when I realize she may think I'm trying to make her jealous, to create the wrong kinds of doubts in her. So I simply sign the letter and fold it into thirds and tuck it into the top drawer to read one more time before I give it to her. A little later that morning, I have showered and dressed. I am tracing lipstick over my mouth, covering up the imprint of Richard's touch, when I hear Aunt Charlotte yell. I run into the kitchen. Black smoke curls toward the ceiling. Aunt Charlotte is batting a dish towel at orange flames dancing on the surface of the stove. "Baking soda!" she cries. I grab a box from the cabinet and toss it on the flames, dousing them. Aunt Charlotte drops the dish towel and turns on the kitchen tap to cold. I see the angry red mark on her forearm as water courses over it. I remove the pan of burning bacon from the stove and grab an ice pack from the freezer. "Here." When she moves her arm away from the water, I turn off the tap. "What happened? Are you okay?" "I was pouring the bacon drippings into the old coffee can." I pull out a stool for her, and she sits down heavily. "I missed. Just a little grease fire." "Do you want to go to a doctor?" She pulls away the ice pack and peers at her arm. The burn is the width of a finger and about 2 inches long. Luckily, it isn't blistering. "It's not that bad," she says. I look at the overturned box of Domino sugar on the counter, grains spilling out onto the stove. "I threw sugar on it by accident. Maybe that made it worse." "Let me get you some aloe." I hurry to her bathroom and find a tube in the medicine cabinet behind her old tortoiseshell glasses and a bottle of ibuprofen. I bring the painkillers back to the kitchen, too, and shake 3 tablets into my hand, then pass them to her. She sighs as she smooths on some aloe. "That helps." I pour her a glass of water, and she swallows the pills. I look at the thick new glasses that sit on the bridge of Aunt Charlotte's nose. Then I sit down heavily on the stool next to hers. How could I have missed it? I've been so fixated on potential clues about Emma and Richard's relationship that I haven't caught on to what has been unfolding right in front of me. Her clumsiness and headaches, the appointment with D for doctor, the furniture clearing for easier movement through the apartment, my aunt peering at the menu at the Robertson bar, then ordering a drink that isn't on it, her more tentative pace on our walk along the Hudson, and the square box of sugar that doesn't look anything like the baking soda but would feel similar to someone in a rush, someone who is reaching for it through a thin veil of smoke, someone who is losing her eyesight. A sob thickens my throat, but I cannot have her be the one to comfort me. I reach for her hand with its papery thin skin. "I'm going blind," Aunt Charlotte says softly. "I just had a second appointment to confirm it. Macular degeneration. I was going to tell you soon, but maybe not in such a dramatic fashion." I think of how she once spent a week layering hundreds of strokes of paint onto a canvas to replicate the bark of an ancient redwood. How, when she took me to the beach during one of my mother's lights-out days, we lay on our backs looking up into the sky, and she explained that although we perceive the glow from the sun as white, it is really made up of all the colors of the rainbow. "I'm so sorry," I whisper. I am still thinking of that day, of the turkey and cheese sandwiches and thermos of lemonade my aunt packed, of the deck of cards she'd brought along in her purse to teach me how to play gin rummy, when she speaks again. "Do you remember when we read Little Women together?" I nod. Yes. I'm already wondering what she can and can't see. "In the book, Amy said, 'I'm not afraid of storms, for I'm learning how to sail my ship.' Well, I've never feared bad weather either." Then my aunt does one of the bravest things I have ever seen. She smiles. Chapter 24. I hate it when I can't see. Maggie, the shy 17-year-old pledge from Jacksonville, had said those exact words to me the night of our sorority initiation. But I hadn't listened to her. I was too fixated on how Daniel had brushed me off. Tomorrow isn't good enough, I'd thought, as my anger mounted. Somehow I managed to participate in most of the evening's rituals. I hovered behind Maggie as she stood in the circle of girls in our living room, their faces illuminated by candlelight. When all of the sisters had gathered together to vote after Rush Week, Maggie hadn't been on our original list of the 20 selected. The other pledges were pretty, lively, and fun, the sort of girls who would be asked to fraternity formals and enhance the spirit of the house. But Maggie was different. When I'd talked to her during one of our social events, I'd learned that during high school she had started a volunteer program aimed at helping animals in a shelter near her family's home. "I didn't have a lot of friends when I was growing up," Maggie had told me, shrugging. "I was kind of an outsider." She'd grinned, but I'd seen vulnerability in her eyes. "I guess helping animals kept me from feeling alone." "That's amazing. Can you explain how you started that program?" "I want to get our house more involved in service." Her face had lit up as she described the three-legged dachshund named Ike that had sparked her idea. I decided that no matter what the other girls in the house thought, Maggie needed to be one of our pledges. But as I stood behind her, listening to the voices of my sorority sisters rise in song, I wondered if I'd made a mistake. Maggie was dressed in a childish white cotton top printed with a pattern of little cherries and matching shorts, and she had barely said a word all night. She told me she was looking forward to a fresh start in college, that she wanted to form connections with the other girls here. But she wasn't putting forth any effort to bond with the sisters. She hadn't memorized our anthem. I could see her pretending to mouth the words. She'd taken a sip of the dirty hunch punch and spat it back into her cup. "Gross," she'd said, leaving the cup on the table instead of throwing it out, then reaching for a Jell-O shot. It was my job to watch over Maggie, to make sure she was completing her tasks, including the scavenger hunt through the house, and especially to track her during the ocean plunge. Even we college kids knew that drinking and swimming in the choppy waves at night could be treacherous. I couldn't focus on Maggie, though. I was too aware of the change in my body, the silent phone in my pocket. When she complained that she couldn't locate the brass rooster we jokingly called our mascot and had hidden in the house, I shrugged and ticked it off her list anyway. "Just find what you can," I said. Then I checked my phone again. Daniel still hadn't called. It was nearly 10 o'clock by the time our sorority president led the way down to the beach for our final initiation rite. The girls were blindfolded and holding on to one another, giggling drunkenly. I saw Maggie peeking out from under her blindfold, violating another rule. "I hate it when I can't see. It makes me feel claustrophobic." "Put it back on," I instructed. "It's only for another few minutes." As we passed by fraternity houses on Greek Row, guys clapped and cheered, "Go, Chi-O!" Jessica, the wildest girl in our sorority, lifted up her shirt and flashed her hot pink bra, earning a standing ovation. I was pretty sure Jessica would end up sleeping out tonight. She'd been matching the pledges shot for shot. Beside me was Leslie, one of my closest friends. Her arm was linked through mine, and she was singing along to 99 bottles of beer on the wall with all the other girls. Normally, I would have been shouting the lyrics along with them, but I hadn't had a sip of alcohol. How could I, knowing a little life was inside me? I thought about the beach, the place where Daniel and I had likely conceived. I couldn't go there. "Hey," I whispered, "I feel like crap. Can you do me a favor? Watch Maggie at the ocean." Leslie made a face. "She's kind of a dud. Why do we vote her in?" "She's just shy. She'll be fine. And she's a good swimmer, I already asked." "Whatever. Feel better. And you owe me." I found Maggie and told her I was ill. She lifted up her blindfold again, but this time I let it slide. "Where are you going? You can't leave me." "You'll be okay." I was annoyed at the whine in her tone. "Leslie will look out for you. Just tell her if you need anything." "Which skinny blonde is she?" I rolled my eyes and pointed in Leslie's direction. "She's our vice president." I peeled away from the group as they turned the corner and began to march the last 2 blocks to the ocean. The faculty housing was on the other side of campus, a 15-minute walk if I cut across the quad. I tried Daniel a final time, straight to voicemail, again. I wondered if he'd turned off his phone. I thought back to the girl who'd approached him after class this afternoon. I'd been so focused on Daniel that I hadn't paid attention to her. But now, as if I were watching a movie and the camera was panning back to encompass her, I saw her anew. She was quite attractive. How close had she stood to him? Daniel had told me I was the first student he'd ever slept with. I'd never doubted that until this moment. He could be out with her for all I knew. I didn't realize I'd quickened my step until I began to breathe more heavily from exertion. The faculty homes were all in a row, just like the Greek houses. They lined the very edge of campus, back behind the agricultural department's greenhouse. The 2-story red brick structures weren't fancy, but they were rent-free, a great perk for a college professor. His Alfa Romeo was parked in the driveway of house number 9. My plan had been to knock on a door and ask where Professor Barton lived. I was going to say I had a paper I had to turn in, that I'd given him the wrong draft in class. But the car eliminated that need. Now I knew exactly where he lived, and he was home. I pressed the buzzer, and one of Daniel's professor roommates answered. "Can I help you?" She tucked her wheat-colored hair behind an ear. A calico cat sauntered into the room and rubbed its head against her ankle. "It's the stupidest thing. Is Professor Barton here? I just realized I, gave him the wrong—" The woman was turning around to look at someone descending the stairs. "Honey, one of your students is here." He almost ran down the final steps.
"Vanessa, what brings you to my home so late at night?"
I gave you the wrong paper." I knew my eyes were wild as they flicked between Daniel and the woman who'd called him honey.
"Oh, no problem,"
Daniel said quickly. He was smiling too brightly.
"Just submit a new version tomorrow."
"But I blinked hard against tears as he began to shut the door on me. "Wait a minute." The woman reached out to stop the door's movement, and that's when I saw the gold band wrapped around her finger. "You came all the way out here to talk about a paper?" I nodded. "You're his wife?" I was still hoping it was a roommate, that this was some kind of misunderstanding. I tried to keep my voice even and casual, but it broke. "I am. I'm Nicole." She looked at my face more carefully. "Daniel, what is going on?"
"Nothing."
Daniel's blue eyes widened.
"I guess she turned in the wrong paper."
"Which class is this?" his wife asked. "Family sociology," I said quickly. It was the class I took last semester. I didn't lie to protect Daniel. I did it for the woman standing in front of me. She was barefoot and wore no makeup. She looked tired. I think she wanted to believe me. Maybe she would have. She might have closed the door and heated up oil for popcorn and cuddled with Daniel on the couch while they watched Arrested Development. Daniel could have explained me away as if I were a mosquito to be batted aside. "These kids are so stressed about grades," he might have said. "Remind me, how long until I can retire?" Except for one thing. At the exact same moment that I said family sociology, Daniel said senior seminar. His wife didn't react immediately. "That's right." Daniel snapped his fingers theatrically, overcompensating. "I'm teaching 5 classes this semester. It's nutty. Anyway, it's late. Let's let this poor girl go home. We'll sort it out tomorrow. Don't worry about the paper. It happens all the time." "Daniel!" At his wife's shout, he fell silent. She jabbed a finger at me. "Stay away from my husband." Her lower lip quivered.
"Sweetie,"
Daniel pleaded. He wasn't looking at me. He didn't see me at all. 2 broken women stood in front of him, but he only cared about one. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. "I didn't know." The door slammed, and I could hear her yell something. As I walked down the front steps, I had to grip the railing to keep from stumbling when I saw a yellow tricycle in the grass. A tree had hidden it from my view when I approached the house. Near it was a pink jump rope. Daniel already had children. Much later, after I'd returned to the sorority house and cursed Daniel and sobbed and raged, after Daniel had brought me a bouquet of inexpensive carnations and an equally cheap apology, saying he loved his family and that he couldn't start a new one with me, after I'd gone alone to a clinic an hour away, an experience so wrenching I was never able to talk about it with anyone, after I'd completed my senior year with honors and had set out for New York, desperate to put Florida behind me, even after all of that, whenever my mind returns to that warm October night, the moment I always remember the most vividly is this. when the pledges returned from the ocean, Maggie was missing. Maggie and Emma have nothing in common, except for me. These two young women have forever changed the course of my existence, but one is now gone from my life, and the other is ever present. I used to spend as much time thinking about Maggie as I now do Emma. Maybe that is why they are beginning to blur together in my mind. But Emma is not like Maggie, I remind myself. My replacement is stunning and confident. Her radiance draws the eye. The first time I saw her, she rose from behind her desk to greet me in a fluid, elegant motion. "Mrs. Thompson, I'm so happy to finally meet you." We'd spoken on the phone, but her throaty voice hadn't prepared me for her youth and beauty. "Oh, call me Vanessa." I felt ancient, even though I was only in my mid-30s. It was December, the night of Richard's office holiday party. We'd been married 7 years by then. I wore a black A-line dress in an attempt to hide my extra pounds. It looked funereal next to Emma's poppy red jumpsuit. Richard came out of his office and kissed me on the cheek.
"Are you heading upstairs?"
he asked Emma. "If my boss says it's okay."
"Your boss says it's an order,"
Richard joked. So the three of us rode the elevator together to the 45th floor. "I love your dress, Vanessa." Emma gave me a toothpaste ad smile. I looked down at my plain outfit. "Thank you." A lot of women might have been threatened by the possibilities of an Emma. Those late nights at the office when Chinese food was ordered in and bottles of vodka pulled from a partner's bar, the overnight trips to see clients, her daily proximity to my husband's corner office. But I never was. Not even when Richard called me to say he was working late and would crash in the city apartment. Back when we were first dating, back when I was Richard's Nellie, I remember wondering about the sterile quality of that apartment. Another woman had lived there with Richard before he met me. All he told me about her was that she still resided in the city and was perpetually late. I stopped worrying she was somehow a threat to me once Richard and I were married. She was never an intrusion in our lives, even though I became more curious about her as the years went by. But I never made a mark on the apartment either. It remained much as it had during Richard's bachelor days, with the brown suede sofa and complicated lighting system and tidy row of family photographs lining the hallway, plus one of me and Richard on our wedding day, in a simple black frame that matched those of the other images. During those months when Richard and Emma thought they were having a secret affair, when he took her to the apartment or visited hers, I actually relished his being gone. It meant I didn't have to change out of my sweats. I could empty a bottle of wine and not worry about where to hide the evidence. I didn't have to concoct a story about what I'd done that day or come up with a new way to avoid having sex with my husband. His affair was a reprieve, a vacation, really. If only it had remained just that, an affair. I've spent most of the morning talking with Aunt Charlotte. She has agreed to allow me to accompany her to the doctor to learn more about how I can help her, but she insisted on going to meet a friend for a lecture at MoMA, as she'd planned. "My life isn't going to stop," Aunt Charlotte had said, brushing off my offer to skip work and go with her, or at the very least call her a cab. After I clean the kitchen, I open my laptop and type in the words macular degeneration. I read, the condition is caused by the deterioration of the central portion of the retina. If the eye is a camera, the macula is the central and most sensitive area of the so-called film, the website explains. A working macula collects highly detailed images at the center of the field of vision and sends them up the optic nerve to the brain. When the cells of the macula deteriorate, images are not received correctly. It sounds so clinical, so sterile, as if these words have no connection to how my aunt will no longer be able to blend together blues and reds and yellows and browns to replicate the skin on a hand, the veins and creases, the gentle dips and swells of the knuckles. I close my laptop and retrieve 2 things from my room. Richard's check, which I put into my wallet to cash later this week. He told me to use it to get help, and I will. Help for Aunt Charlotte. her medical bills, audiobooks, and other supplies, and whatever else she needs. I also pull Emma's letter from the desk drawer and read it a final time. Dear Emma, I would never have listened to anyone who told me not to marry Richard, so I understand why you're resisting me. I haven't been clear because it's hard to know where to begin. I could tell you what really happened the night of our party, when there was no Ravenel in our cellar, but I am certain Richard will erase any doubt I might create in you. So if you won't talk to me, if you won't see me, then please just believe this one thing. A part of you already knows who he is. There's a reptilian inheritance in each of our brains that alerts us to danger. You've almost certainly felt it stirring by now. You've dismissed it. I did too. You've made excuses. So did I. But when you are alone, please listen for it. Listen to it. There were clues before our wedding that I ignored, hesitations I waved away. Don't make the same mistake I did. I couldn't save myself, but it is not too late for you. I fold up the letter again, then go to look for an envelope. Chapter 25. One of the first clues surfaced even before we were married. I held it in my hand. Sam saw it. So did everyone else at our wedding. A blonde bride and her handsome groom frozen in a perfect moment. Geez, they even look like you two, Sam had said when I showed her the cake topper. When Richard took it out of the storage unit in his apartment building's basement, he told me it had belonged to his parents. At that time, I had no cause to question this. But a year and a half after our wedding, on a night when I went into the city to see Sam, two things happened. I realized how distant my best friend and I had already become, and I began to find reasons to doubt my husband. I was so looking forward to seeing Sam. It felt like forever since we'd had more than a quick lunch together. We set a date for a Friday night when Richard was at a work conference in Hong Kong. It was scheduled to last only for 3 days, so even though he'd invited me to come, we agreed it didn't make sense. You won't even recover from jet lag by the time we'll be heading home, Richard had said. As with everything else, Richard adapted easily to new time zones. But I knew the combination of the Xanax I'd need for the long plane ride and the Clomid I was taking to get pregnant would leave me so groggy I wouldn't enjoy the brief stay in Asia. Impulsively, I booked a table at Pika, deciding to treat Sam. I took the train in, planning to spend the night at Richard's city apartment. Even after all this time, and even though I still kept some toiletries and a few items of clothes there, I always thought of it as his place. Sam and I had agreed to meet at the apartment we used to share. She greeted me at the door, and we hugged hello. She loosened her arms, but I held on a beat longer, savoring her warmth. I'd missed her even more than I'd realized. She wore a fitted, sleeveless suede dress and high boots. Her hair had a few more layers than the last time I had seen her, and her arms looked more sculpted than ever. Is Tara here? I followed Sam through the tiny entranceway and kitchen and into her bedroom. Beyond it, the door was shut to my old room, Tara's bedroom now. Yeah, Sam said as I plopped down on the bed. She just got back from the studio. She's in the shower. I could hear the water running through the old pipes, the ones that would occasionally scald me without warning. White lights were still woven through Sam's headboard, and clothes were scattered across the floor. Everything was exactly the same, yet different. The apartment seemed smaller and shabbier. I felt the same sensation of alienness I'd experienced when I visited my old elementary school as a teenager. I guess there are benefits to rooming with a Pilates instructor. You look amazing. Thanks. She reached for a thick chain bracelet on her dresser and fastened it on her wrist. Don't take this the wrong way, but you look, how do I put this delicately, sort of terrible. I grabbed a pillow and threw it at her. Is there a right way to take that? My tone was light, but I felt hurt. Oh, shut up, you're still gorgeous. But what the heck are you wearing? I love the necklace, but you kind of look like you're on the way to a PTA meeting. I looked down at my black slacks, slimming, and lacy gray chiffon top that I'd left untucked. I'd accessorized the outfit with my happy beads. Sam peered more closely at my blouse. "Oh my God," she began to giggle. "That shirt? What?" Sam laughed harder. "Mrs. Porter was wearing the exact same one at the holiday cookie party," she finally managed. "Jonah's mom?" I flashed back to the prissy woman who'd come to my conference wearing lipstick that precisely matched her rose-hued dress. "No, she wasn't." "I swear." Sam wiped her eyes. "Jonah's little sister is in my class, and I remember because a kid smeared frosting on it and I had to help her clean it off. Come on, we're not going to tea at the Ritz." She dug through the clothes that heaped over the back of a chair. "I've got this new pair of jeggings from Anthropology. Hang on, they'll look great on you." She found them and tossed them at me, along with a black scoop neck top. Sam had seen me dress and undress hundreds of times. I'd never been modest around her, but that night I felt self-conscious. I knew I wouldn't fit into her pants, no matter how much lycra they contained. "I'm fine." I wrapped my arms around my knees, recognizing I was doing so in an effort to look smaller. "It's not like I'm trying to impress anyone." Sam shrugged. "Okay. Want a glass of wine before we head out?" "Sure." I jumped off the bed and followed her to the kitchen. The cabinets were still painted the creamy shade we'd applied together when I first moved in, but the color was now faded, with a few chips showing by the handles. The countertops were lined with boxes of herbal tea, chamomile, lavender, peppermint, nettle leaf. Sam's ever-present honey jar was there, but it had been changed to a squirt container. "You cleaned up your act." I picked it up. When Sam opened the refrigerator door, I noticed containers of hummus and bags of organic baby carrots and celery. Not a single leftover Chinese food container in sight. They'd always adorned our fridge, even days after they should have been discarded. Sam grabbed 2 glasses from the cabinet and filled them, then handed me one. "I meant to bring some wine," I said, suddenly remembering the bottle I'd left in our home's vestibule. "I've got plenty." We clinked glasses and each took a sip. "It's probably not as good as the stuff you drink with the prince, huh?" I blinked. "Who's the prince?" Sam hesitated. "You know, Richard." She paused again. "You're Prince Charming." "You say that like it's a bad thing." "Of course it's not a bad thing. He is, isn't he?" I looked down into my glass of wine. It tasted a little sour. I wondered how long it had been uncorked in Sam's fridge, and looked more like apple juice than the pale gold liquid I'd grown used to drinking. The blouse I was wearing, the one Sam had mocked, cost more than my monthly rent had here. "No more Diet Coke." I gestured toward the empty spot by the front door. "Are you drinking nettle tea instead now?" "I haven't gotten her to try that yet," a soft, airy voice said. I turned around to see Tara. The photos Sam had shown me on her phone didn't do Tara justice. She was brimming with good health. Her teeth were white and straight, her skin glowed, and her eyes were bright. I could see the sleek, rectangular bulge of thigh muscles through her leggings. She didn't wear a stitch of makeup. She didn't need it. "Tara read me the ingredients in Diet Coke one day, remember?" Tara laughed. "By the time I got to potassium benzoate, she had her hands over her ears." Sam picked up the story. "I was so hungover, it almost made me throw up." I gave a little laugh. "You used to guzzle that stuff. Remember how we'd always stub our toes on the cases?" "I've got her drinking water now." Tara reached up to twist her damp hair into a knot on the top of her head. "I infuse it with parsley. It gets rid of the natural inflammation in the body." "So that's why your arms look so good," I told Sam. "You should try it," Sam said. "Because I'm puffy?" I finished my wine quickly. "Ready? We've got a reservation." Sam rinsed our glasses in the sink, then put them on the drying rack that hadn't been there when this was our apartment. "Let's hit it." She turned to Tara. "Text me later if you want to meet us for a drink." "Yeah, that would be fun," I added. But I didn't want Tara there, talking about her parsley-infused water and laughing with Sam. We took a cab to the restaurant, and I gave my name to the maitre d'. We walked through the thickly carpeted entranceway into the dining room. Nearly every table was full. This place had gotten a great write-up in the Times. It was why I'd chosen it. "Nice," Sam said as the waiter held her chair. "Maybe you were right not to change into the jeggings." I laughed, but as I looked around, I realized this type of restaurant, with its 10-page wine list in a thick leather folder and napkins intricately folded on the plates, was the sort of place Richard would take me to. It wasn't Sam's style. I suddenly wished I'd suggested sitting on her bed and ordering in spring rolls and Szechuan chicken the way we used to. "Get anything you want," I told Sam as we opened our menus. "Remember, this is on me. Should we share a bottle of white burgundy?" "Sure, whatever." I went through the wine tasting routine, and we decided to split a rustic goat cheese and tomato tart and a watercress and grapefruit salad for appetizers. I then ordered the filet mignon, medium rare, with the sauce on the side. Sam chose the salmon. A server came by the table holding a basket with 4 artfully arranged bread selections. He described each one, and my stomach rumbled. The scent of warm bread had always been my kryptonite. "None for me," I said. "I'll take hers, then. Can I have the rosemary focaccia and the multigrain?" "Does Tara eat bread?" Sam dunked a piece in olive oil. "Sure. Why are you asking?" I shrugged. "She just seems so healthy." "Yeah, but she's not a zealot about it. She drinks, and she even smokes weed once in a while. Last time we did it, we went to Central Park and rode the carousel." "Wait, you get high now?" "Like once a month, maybe. No big deal." Sam lifted the bread to her mouth, and I noticed her defined biceps again. After a little pause, the waiter brought our salad and tart, and we each took some. "So, are you still dating that guy, the graphic designer?" I asked. "Nah. But tomorrow night I'm going on a blind date with one of Tara's clients' brothers." "Yeah?" I took a bit of salad. "What's his story?" "His name is Tom. He sounded great on the phone. He runs his own business." I tried to feign enthusiasm as Sam told me about Tom, but I knew that the next time we spoke, Tom would be a vague memory of hers. Sam reached for a spoon and added more tart to her plate. "You're not eating much?" "Just not that hungry." Sam looked me straight in the eye. "So why'd we come here?" I'd always loved and hated her directness. "Because I wanted to treat you to something nice," I said lightly. Sam's spoon made a clink as she dropped it back onto the plate. "I'm not a charity case. I can buy my own dinner." "You know that's not what I meant." I laughed, but for the first time, the cadence of our conversation seemed bumpy. The waiter came by the table and topped off our wine glasses. I gratefully drank a bit more. Then my phone vibrated. I pulled it out of my purse and saw Richard's text. "What are you up to, sweetheart?" "Dinner with Sam," I texted back. "We're at Pika. What are you doing?" "Heading to the golf course with clients. You're taking a car home, right? Remember to set the alarm before you go to bed." "I will. Love you." I hadn't mentioned that I was intending to sleep in the city. I wasn't sure why. Maybe I thought Richard might suspect I was planning a long, late night of drinking, as I'd done before I met him. "Sorry." I put the phone back onto the table, but I laid it there face down. "It was Richard. He wanted to make sure I'd be okay getting home." "To the apartment?" I shook my head. "I didn't tell him I might sleep there. He's in Hong Kong, so it just didn't seem like a big deal." I saw Sam register that, but she didn't comment. "So," even I could hear the false note of cheer in my voice. Luckily, the server appeared to clear our appetizers and bring the main courses. "How is Richard? Tell me what you've been up to." "Well, he's still traveling a lot, obviously." "And you're drinking, so you're not pregnant." "Yeah." I felt the sting of tears, and I drank more wine to buy time to compose myself. "Are you okay?" "Sure." I tried to smile. "It's just taking longer than we thought, I guess." I felt a pang of nostalgia for the child I didn't yet have. I looked around at the other diners, couples leaning in toward each other across tables, and larger groups chatting animatedly. I wanted to talk to Sam the way we used to, but I didn't know how to begin. I could bring up the interior designer who'd helped me select new upholstery for our dining room chairs. I could mention the hot tub Richard wanted to install in our backyard. I could show her all of the enviable bits of my life, the superficial things Sam wouldn't have any interest in. Sam and I had fought before, over stupid things like when I lost one of her favorite hoop earrings or when she forgot to mail our rent check. But tonight we weren't fighting. It was worse than that. A distance was between us that wasn't simply caused by time apart and geographical separation. "Tell me about your kids this year." I cut off a piece of steak and watched the juice seep onto the plate. Richard always ordered his steak medium rare, but in truth, I preferred mine more pink than red. "They're mostly great. James Bond is my favorite. That kid has serious style. I'm stuck with Sleepy and Grumpy, though. Could be worse. You could have the evil stepsisters." Sam's nickname for Richard flashed in my mind again. The Prince. The blandly handsome guy who rides in to save the day, to give the heroine a luxurious new life. "Is that how you see Richard, as my rescuer?" "What?" "Earlier, you called him the Prince." I put down my fork. Suddenly, I truly wasn't hungry. "I always wondered if you had a nickname for him." I was acutely aware of my expensive top, of the cost of the wine we were drinking, of my Prada handbag slung over the back of my chair. Sam shrugged. "Don't turn it into a big deal." She cast her eyes down at her plate and focused on shaking pepper onto her salmon. "Why don't you ever want to come out to the house?" I wondered why she had chosen this moment to avoid being straightforward. The one time she'd been over, Richard had greeted her with a hug. He'd grilled burgers. He'd remembered Sam hated sesame seeds on her bun. "Just admit it. You've never really liked him." "It's not that I don't like him. I feel like I don't know him at all." "Do you even want to get to know him? I mean, he's my husband, Sam. You're my best friend. It's important to me." "Okay." But she left it there, and I knew she was holding something back. Sam and Richard had never connected in the way that I had hoped. I told myself it was just because they were so different. I almost pressed her for more, but the reality was I didn't want to hear it. Sam broke our eye contact to duck her head and take a forkful of salmon. Maybe it wasn't simply Richard she didn't want to get to know, I thought. Maybe it was me, as Richard's wife, she was avoiding. "Anyway, let's figure out where to go next," Sam said. "Up for dancing? I'll text Tara and tell her we're finishing up." I didn't go out with them after all. By the time I'd paid the check, I felt exhausted, even though I'd done nothing that afternoon but wait for the plumber to fix a leaky faucet and fold laundry, while Sam had worked a full day and managed to squeeze in a spin class. Besides, I wasn't dressed for dancing. As Sam had said, I looked as if I were on my way to a PTA meeting. I dropped Sam off at the club where Tara was waiting and took a cab back to Richard's place. It was only 10 o'clock. "We made it an early night. I'm just about to get into bed," I texted Richard. I reasoned that I wasn't really lying. A new doorman was on duty, and I introduced myself. Then I took the elevator upstairs, creeping by the door of nosy neighbor Mrs. Keene, and entered Richard's apartment using the key he'd given me long ago. I walked through the hallways, passing the family photographs lining the wall. I'd never told Sam about Richard's upbringing, about his checked-out mother and his father, the neighborhood accountant. Richard had revealed it during a private moment, and I'd felt it was his story to tell. If Sam would actually ask Richard about himself, rather than categorize him as she did her children, maybe she would have seen him differently, I'd thought. Sam didn't like who I was when I was with Richard, that was clear now. But I also knew Richard didn't like the way I acted when I was with Sam. I headed into the living room, noticing how the configuration of lighting, the darkness of the room, combined with the bright kitchen globe behind me, turned the wall of glass windows overlooking Central Park into a mirror. I saw my blurry image, as wispy and insubstantial as a cloud, as if I were a figure trapped inside a snow globe. In my black and gray outfit, I looked drained of color. I seemed to be fading away. I wished I'd gone with Richard on his trip. I wished I'd handled dinner with Sam better. I desperately craved something solid to hold on to, something more real to touch than the pristine furniture and glossy surfaces of this apartment. I went into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. It was empty except for a few bottles of Perrier and one of Veuve Clicquot champagne. I knew the cabinets held pasta, a few cans of tuna, and espresso pods. In the living room, the latest issues of New York Magazine and The Economist were on the coffee table. Dozens of books lined the shelves in Richard's office, mostly biographies, and a few classics by Steinbeck, Faulkner, and Hemingway. I began to walk back down the hallway to the bedroom to turn in for the night. I passed the family photographs again. Then I stopped. One was missing. Where was the picture of Richard's parents on their wedding day? I could still see the small hole where the nail had been. I knew it wasn't in the Westchester house. I checked the other walls of the apartment, even looking in the bathroom. The picture was too big to tuck in a drawer, but I searched anyway. It wasn't anywhere. Had Richard put it in the storage unit, I wondered? Other photographs were down there, including some of Richard as a child. I wasn't tired, not anymore. I reached into my purse for my keys and retraced my steps to the elevator. The storage units made available to the building's tenants were in the basement. I'd been there with Richard once, shortly before our wedding, when I'd brought a few boxes to his place to keep until our move. His was the 5th unit on the left. After he'd spun the dial of the thick padlock and put away my things, he'd opened one of his big blue plastic bins stacked along the wall. He'd pulled out a dozen or so photos, 4x6 glossies, tucked in a faded yellow envelope that said Kodak. They were all taken on the same day, a series of shots of Richard at baseball practice. The photographer seemed to be trying to get a picture of Richard swinging and connecting with the ball, but in every shot, he or she had clicked at the wrong moment. "How old were you in these?" I'd asked.
"About 10 or 11. Maureen took them."
"Can I have one?" I loved the intent expression on Richard's face, the way his little nose was wrinkled up in concentration. He laughed.
"I was going through a dorky phase. I'll find you a better picture."
But he hadn't, not on that day. We'd been in a rush to meet George and Hillary for brunch, so Richard put the pictures back atop a pile of identical yellow envelopes and clicked the padlock into place, and we ascended in the elevator to the lobby. Maybe he'd stored his parents' wedding photo in that bin. As I stepped into the elevator, I told myself I was merely curious. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, I wondered if my subconscious was guiding me, if it was urging me to learn more about my husband on a night when he had no idea where I actually was, on a night when he was as physically far away from me as possible. Even in the daytime, the basement was a dismal place, the underbelly of the elegant structure atop it. Overhead light bulbs illuminated the area, and it was clean, but the walls were dishwater gray, and the individual units were separated by thick grids of wire fencing. It looked like a prison for the belongings people didn't require for everyday use. Richard used the combination of Maureen's birthday. It was the same temporary code he always installed in the safes in our hotel rooms whenever we traveled, so I knew it well. I spun the dial, the metal padlock cool and dense in my palm, and it fell open. I stepped inside. The units on either side were filled with a mishmash of objects, furniture, skis, a plastic Christmas tree. But Richard's was characteristically tidy. Other than the pair of green sleds we'd used on our second date, the unit held only a half-dozen identical big blue bins, stacked in pairs, lining a wall. I knelt down, the concrete floor rough against my knees, and opened the first one. School yearbooks, a baseball trophy with the gold paint peeling off the player, a folder with a few report cards. He'd struggled with cursive and had been a quiet student, his second-grade teacher reported, and a stack of old birthday cards, all signed by Maureen. I opened one with Snoopy holding a balloon on the cover. "To my little brother," she'd written, "you're a superstar. This is going to be your best year yet. I love you." I wondered where the cards from his parents were. I began to work my way through the bins, setting aside the envelopes of photos I wanted to take upstairs and linger over. But I was careful not to remove too much and to remember exactly where every item had been so I could return it all in the morning. The third bin held a pile of old tax documents and warranties, a deed to Richard's previous apartment, the titles to his cars, and other paperwork. I replaced it all and reached for the lid of the next bin. I heard a rumbling sound in the distance, like heavy mechanical gears shifting into motion. Someone was calling the elevator. I froze, listening for the sound of the doors opening around the corner from where I crouched, but no one came. Probably just a resident who was traveling from the lobby to his or her apartment, I realized. I knew I should go back upstairs, and not only because the new doorman might mention to Richard that I'd been here, but I felt compelled to continue. When I pulled the lid off the fourth bin, I saw a large, flat object wrapped in thick layers of newspaper. I peeled back the protective covering, revealing the faces of Richard's parents. Why had he moved it down here, I wondered. I studied his father's lanky build and full lips, his mother's piercing eyes that Richard had inherited, and her dark hair curling around her shoulders. The date of their marriage was written in ornate script at the bottom. Richard's father's arm was around his wife's waist. I'd assumed Richard's parents had had a happy marriage, but the wedding photo was so posed it didn't provide any insight. In the absence of any real information, my mind had filled in the blanks, creating the picture I had wanted to see. Richard had never told me much more about his parents. When I asked, he always said it was too painful to think about them. Maureen seemed to subscribe to the same unspoken rule of focusing on the present with Richard instead of their shared past. Maybe they talked more about their childhood when they were alone on their annual ski trips, or when Richard went to Boston on business and met her for dinner. But when Maureen came to visit us, our conversations always revolved around his work and hers, their running regimes, travel plans, and world events. Talking about my father made me still feel connected to him, but I'd been able to say goodbye to him and to tell him I loved him in his final moments. I understood why Richard and Maureen might want to block the memories of the sudden, violent deaths of their parents in the car accident. When it came to the darkest and most painful pieces of my own past, I also edited a few of the details while sharing the stories with my husband. I'd shaped my narrative carefully, leaving out the bits I knew he might find sordid. Even after Richard discovered I'd gotten pregnant in college, I never revealed that the professor was married. I didn't want him to think I'd been foolish, that I was somehow to blame, and I hadn't been truthful about how my pregnancy ended. As I knelt in the storage unit, I considered whether that had been a mistake. I recognized marriage didn't guarantee a storybook ending, the happily ever after stretching past the final page, the words echoing into infinity. But wasn't this most intimate relationship supposed to be a safe place, where another person knew your secrets and faults and loved you anyway? A sharp, tinny sound to my left jerked me out of my thoughts. I twisted my head around and peered into the dim light. The unit next to Richard's was packed with furniture. It blocked my vision. This was an old, pre-war building, I told myself. The noise was only a pipe clanging. Still, I shifted so that I faced the opening of the storage unit. That way I could glimpse anyone who might be approaching. I quickly folded the newspaper back around the wedding picture. I'd found what I had come here for. I should go. But I felt compelled to see what else was tucked away, hidden from the orbit of Richard's everyday life. I wanted to continue digging through the stratum of Richard's past. I reached into the bin again and pulled out a small wooden plaque with a heart and the word Mom etched by the top. Richard's name was on the back. He must have made it for his mother, perhaps in a woodshop class at school. There was also a crocheted yellow blanket and a pair of bronzed baby shoes. Toward the bottom of the bin was a small photo album. I couldn't identify any of the people, but I thought I recognized his mother's smile on one of the girls holding the hand of a woman in pedal pushers and a halter top. Maybe the album had belonged to her, I thought. The next item I touched was the white box that held our wedding cake topper. I lifted the lid and picked it up. The porcelain felt delicate and smooth. The colors were soft pastels. Ever wonder if he's too good to be true? Sam had asked the day I showed her the cake topper. I wished she'd never asked that question. I looked down at the handsome groom and the flawless bride with her light blue eyes. Absently, I caressed the figures as I turned them over and over in my hand. Then the figurine slipped from my fingers. I frantically fumbled for it, desperate to prevent the cake topper from shattering against the concrete. I caught it 2 inches from the floor. I closed my eyes and released my breath. How long had I been down here? A few minutes, or had it been closer to an hour? I'd completely lost track of time. Perhaps Richard had texted me back. He'd be worried if I didn't respond. Just as the thought struck me, I heard a faint noise again to my left. The pipe? Or maybe it was a footstep. I suddenly became aware that I felt trapped in this metal cage. I'd left my cell phone upstairs in my purse. No one knew where I was. Would sound even travel up to the doorman in the lobby if I screamed? I held my breath, my pulse quickening, waiting for a face to appear from around the corner. No one came. Only my imagination, I told myself. Still, my hand shook when I began to return the topper to its box. As I laid it flat, I noticed some tiny numbers embossed on the bottom. I looked closer, squinting to make out the numerals in the dim light. A date, 1985. That must have been when the topper was sculpted. No, that couldn't be right, I thought. I pulled out the figurines again and peered more closely at the numbers. They were unmistakable. But Richard's parents had already been married for years by then. He would have been a teenager in 1985. Their wedding was held more than a decade before the cake topper existed. It couldn't have belonged to them. Maybe his mother had simply found the figurine at an antique store and had purchased it because she'd thought it was pretty, I reasoned as I rode the elevator back up to Richard's floor. Or maybe this was my fault. It could be I'd simply misunderstood Richard. I could hear my cell phone ringing inside the apartment as I fit my key into the lock. I rushed to grab my purse, but it fell silent before I could dig it out. Then the apartment line began to shrill. I ran into the kitchen and snatched it up.
Nellie? Thank God, I've been trying to reach you.
Richard's voice sounded higher than usual, stressed. I knew he was on the other side of the world, but the connection was so clear he could have been in the next room. How had he known I was here? I'm sorry, I blurted. Is everything okay?
I thought you were at home.
Oh, I was going to, but then I was so tired, I figured it would be easier for me to stay at the apartment, I blurted. Silence crackled between us.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't have an answer, at least not one I felt I could share with him. I was going to. I stalled. For some reason, tears filled my eyes, and I blinked them away. I just figured I'd explain tomorrow rather than send you a long text while you're with clients. I didn't want to bother you.
Bother me?
He made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh.
It bothered me far more to imagine that something had happened to you.
I'm so sorry. Of course, you're right. I should have told you. He didn't respond for a beat. Then he finally said,
So why didn't you answer your cell? Are you alone?
I'd made him angry. His clipped tone was the giveaway. I could almost see his eyes narrowing. I was in the bath. The lie just shot out of me. Of course I'm alone. Sam went out dancing with her roommate, but I didn't want to, so I just came here. He exhaled slowly.
Listen, I'm just glad you're safe. I should probably get back to the golf course.
I miss you. When he spoke again, his voice was gentle.
I miss you too, Nellie. I'll be home before you know it.
Being in that basement and being caught in my deception had unsettled me, I realized as I changed into my nightgown, then double-checked that I'd secured the deadbolt on the front door. I went into Richard's bathroom, using his toothpaste and extra washcloth as I prepared for bed. The smell of lemons was so strong it unnerved me, until I realized Richard's terry-cloth robe, the one he always stepped into after showering, was hanging on a hook directly next to me. The scent of his soap lingered on the absorbent fabric. I turned off the light, then hesitated and flicked the switch back up, closing the door part way so it wouldn't shine in my eyes. I pulled back the fluffy white comforter on Richard's bed, wondering what he was doing at that exact moment. Probably socializing with important business associates on the greens. Perhaps a cooler of cold beers and bottled water would be in the golf cart, and an interpreter on hand to facilitate conversation. I could picture Richard concentrating on his chip shot, his face creased, his expression an echo of the one he wore when he was a little boy playing baseball. I'd searched the bins to better understand Richard. I was still yearning for more answers about my husband. But as I climbed between the crisp, ironed sheets in his king-size bed, I realized he understood me well enough to guess exactly where I was when he hadn't been able to reach me at home. He knew me better than I knew him. Chapter 26. The letter to Emma feels heavy in my hand, its weight disproportionate to its actual material heft. I fold the note again, then look for an envelope in Aunt Charlotte's room, where my aunt likes to sit at a roll-top desk to do paperwork and pay bills. I find an envelope, but ignore the stamps. I need to hand-deliver this. I can't rely on the mail to get it there in time. Atop the pile of papers on her desk, I also see a photograph of a dog. A German shepherd with soft brown and black fur. Gasping, I reach for it. Duke. But of course it isn't him. It's only a promotional postcard from a group that provides guide dogs for the blind. It just looks so much like the picture I still carry in my wallet. I need to get this letter to Emma. I need to investigate ways to help Aunt Charlotte. I should be moving forward right now, but all I can do is collapse onto her bed as the images come hard and fast, crashing over me like waves, dragging me into the undertow of memory again. My insomnia returned when Richard came back from Hong Kong. He found me in our guest room at 2 a.m., the light on and a book splayed open across my lap. Can't sleep.
I don't like being in bed without you.
He stretched out his hand and led me back to our room. Feeling his arms wrapped around me and his steady breaths warm in my ear no longer helped, though. I began to wake up most nights, easing myself out of bed quietly, tiptoeing down the hall to the guest room. Then I'd sneak back into our bed before dawn. But Richard must have known. On a bone-chillingly frigid Sunday morning, Richard was reading the Times Week in Review in the library, and I was searching for a new recipe for cheesecake. We were hosting my mother and Maureen for dinner the following weekend to celebrate Richard's birthday. My mother hated the cold and had never before come up north during the winter months. Instead, she visited every spring and fall to see me and Aunt Charlotte. During those trips, she spent most of her time touring art galleries and walking the city streets to soak up the atmosphere, as she put it. I didn't mind that we spent so little time together. Being with my mom required deep reservoirs of patience as well as unlimited energy. I was unsure of her motivation for changing that pattern, but I suspected it was due to a conversation we'd had in a recent call. She'd caught me on a bad day, a lonely day, when I hadn't even left the house. The streets were crusted with old snow and patches of ice, and since I had no experience driving in winter weather, I wasn't comfortable taking out the Mercedes Richard had bought me. When my mother phoned in the early afternoon and asked what I was doing, I was honest. I'd let down my guard with her. I'm still in bed. Are you sick? I realized I'd already revealed too much. I didn't sleep well last night. I thought that would appease my mother, but it only made her ask more questions. Does this happen often? Is there anything bothering you? No, I'm fine. There was a pause. Then, you know what? I was thinking I'd like to come up for a visit. I tried to talk her out of it, but she was resolute, so finally I suggested she time it for Richard's birthday. Maureen would be joining us to celebrate, as she did every year, and perhaps her presence would help dilute my mother's focus. When the doorbell rang that Sunday morning, my first thought was that my mother had decided to surprise us by arriving a few days early, or had gotten the dates wrong. It wouldn't have been out of character. But Richard put down his paper and stood up.
That's probably your present.
My present? You're the one with a birthday coming up. I was a few steps behind him. I heard Richard greet someone, but his body blocked my view. Then he bent down.
Hey there, boy.
The German Shepherd was massive. I could see his shoulder muscles rolling as Richard took his leash and led him into the house, followed by the man who'd delivered the dog.
Nellie, meet Duke. This big guy is the best security you could ever ask for.
The dog yawned, revealing his sharp teeth.
And this is Carl. Richard laughed. One of Duke's trainers. Sorry about that. No worries. I'm used to Duke getting top billing.
Carl must have noticed my unease.
He looks fierce, but remember, he's going to look that way to everyone else, too. And Duke knows it's his job to protect you.
I nodded. Duke probably weighed almost as much as I did. If he stood on his hind legs, he'd be my height.
He spent a year at the Sherman Canine Academy. He understands a dozen commands. Here, I'll tell him to sit.
At Carl's word, the dog sank down on its haunches.
Up,
Carl instructed, and the dog rose fluidly.
Try it, sweetheart,
Richard urged. Sit. My voice sounded scratchy. I couldn't believe the dog would obey, but he fixed his brown eyes on me and touched his bottom to the floor. I averted my gaze. Rationally, I knew the dog had been trained to follow orders, but hadn't he also been trained to attack when he perceived a threat? Dogs could sense fear, I remembered, shrinking back against the wall. I was fine around little dogs, the fluffy breeds that were common in New York City, sometimes tucked into purses or dancing along on the end of brightly colored leashes. I even stopped sometimes to offer them a pat, and I'd never minded sharing the elevator in Richard's apartment with Mrs. Keene and her bichon frisé with the matching hairstyle. Big dogs like this one were rare in the city. Apartment sizes simply didn't make them practical. I hadn't been near one in years. But when I was a child, my next-door neighbors in Florida had owned 2 Rottweilers. They were kept behind a chain-link enclosure, and whenever I rode my bike past their yard, they lunged at me and crashed into the fence as if they wanted to break through it. My dad told me they were just excited, that the dogs were friendly, but their deep, throaty barks and the sound of that rattling metal terrified me. Duke's unnatural stillness was even more unnerving.
Do you want to pet him? Carl asked. He loves being scratched behind the ears.
Sure. Hey there, Duke. I reached out and gave him a quick stroke. His black and brown fur was softer than I'd expected.
I'll go grab his supplies.
Carl headed back to his white truck. Richard gave me a reassuring smile.
Remember what the security guy told us. Dogs are the #1 deterrent to intruders. Better than any alarm system you can buy. You'll sleep well when he's around.
Duke was still sitting on the floor, staring up at me. Was he waiting for me to tell him he could stand again? I'd only ever owned a cat back when I was a child. Carl returned, his arms full of a bag of food and a bed and bowls.
Where would you like me to set him up? The kitchen's probably best, Richard said. It's through here.
At another clipped word from Carl, the dog followed them, his big paws patting almost soundlessly on our wood floors. Carl drove off a few minutes later, leaving behind his card and a laminated list of the words Duke knew. Come, stay, attack. He'd explained that Duke would react to those words only when they were directed at him by Richard or me in a commanding tone.
He's a smart boy.
Carl had given Duke's head a final rub.
You picked a good one.
I'd smiled weakly, dreading the next morning when Richard would leave for work and I'd be alone with the dog who was supposed to make me feel safe. I kept to the other side of the house for the first few days, only entering the kitchen to grab a banana or dump some food into Duke's bowl. Carl had instructed us to walk him 3 times a day, but I didn't want to fumble with the leash's catch around Duke's throat, so I simply opened the back door and told him to go, another of his commands, and then I cleaned up after him before Richard came home. On the 3rd day, as I read in the library, I looked up and saw Duke standing silently in the entryway, watching me. I hadn't even heard his approach. I still feared meeting his gaze. Didn't dogs interpret locked eyes as a challenge? So I stared back at my book, wishing he'd go away. Richard, right before he went to sleep every night, took Duke for a short walk. Duke had plenty to eat, fresh water, and a comfortable bed. I had no reason to feel guilty. Duke had a great life, with everything he could possibly want. He padded over and flopped down next to me, putting his head between his big paws. He looked up at me and sighed heavily. It was such a human sound. I snuck a peek at him over the top of my novel and saw furrows form above his chocolate-brown eyes. He looked sad. I wondered if he was used to being around other dogs, to being surrounded by activity and noise. Our house must seem so strange to him, I thought. Tentatively, I reached down and patted the spot behind his ear, the way his trainer had said Duke liked. His bushy tail thumped once, then stilled, as if he didn't want to make too much of a commotion. "You like that? It's okay, boy. You can wag as much as you want." I slid off my chair to sit beside him as I continued to stroke his head, finding a rhythm he seemed to enjoy. It soothed me, too, to feel my fingers gliding along the warm, thick fur. A little later, I stood up and went into the kitchen and found his leash. Duke followed me. "I'm going to put this on you. Be a good dog and sit, okay?" For the first time, I equated his stillness with gentleness. Still, I attached the silver clip to his collar as quickly as possible so I could withdraw my hand from the vicinity of his teeth. The crisp winter air pinched the tip of my nose and my ears as soon as we stepped outside, but it wasn't so chilly that I was in a rush to return home. Duke and I probably walked close to 3 miles that day, exploring corners of our neighborhood I'd never before seen. He matched my pace, standing by my side the entire time, only stopping to sniff grass or relieve himself when I paused. Unclipping his leash wasn't as intimidating when we arrived home. I filled his water bowl and poured a glass of iced tea for myself, drinking it down thirstily. My legs felt pleasantly heavy from the walk, and I realized I'd needed it as much as Duke had. I began to return to the library, then paused in the doorway and looked at Duke. "Come." He ambled over and sat down beside me. "You're such a good boy." On Richard's birthday, we picked up my mother at the airport and brought her back to the house. By the time Maureen arrived a few hours later, my mother had already scattered her belongings through the rooms, her purse in the kitchen, her shawl slung over the back of a dining room chair, and her book splayed open on Richard's favorite ottoman, and had turned up the heat an extra 5 degrees. I could tell this irked Richard, even though he didn't say a word. Dinner went smoothly enough, even though my mother kept slipping Duke pieces of her steak, she'd already abandoned vegetarianism, under the table. "He's an unusually intuitive dog," she declared. Maureen shifted her chair a bit farther away from Duke and my mother, then asked Richard a question about a stock she was considering buying. She wasn't a dog person, she explained, though she—
This audiobook is completely free for you. Take a moment to breathe, enjoy a bit of relaxing music, and then we'll continue the story. Thank you for watching.
It is written, I won. Apache helicopter stolen in camouflage black. I take her out fully loaded over Geronimo's grave. I case roll, ring the dinner bell, your head is displayed. No windows on my walls, no wonder I'm living no shade. Take me back, take me back, take me back to it. Take me back, take me back, take me back to it. With my eyes open, with my eyes open, with my eyes open, it's over. There is a go-getter living on Mars, and he is singing in his head, they won't let me be dead. I feel what they're feeding out, and I won't let them give in. Right on.
Gamely given Duke a pat. After I served the cheesecake, we all went into the living room to open gifts. Richard opened mine first. I'd gotten him a framed Rangers hockey jersey signed by all the players and a matching Rangers collar for Duke. My mother presented Richard with the new Deepak Chopra book. "I know you work so hard. Maybe you can read this on your commute?" He politely opened it and flipped through a few pages.
This is probably exactly what I need.
When my mother went to find the card she'd left in her purse, he winked at me. I'll get you the Cliff's Notes version in case she asks you about it, I joked. Maureen gave him 2 floor seats to a Knicks game the next night.
We've got a sports theme going here, she laughed. She and Richard were both basketball fans.
You should take Maureen to the game, I said.
That was my plan all along, Maureen replied lightly. I remember Richard tried to explain goaltending to you once, and I saw you zone out. Guilty as charged.
My mother's eyes flitted from Maureen to Richard, then they landed on me. Well, it's a good thing I'm up here. Otherwise you'd be left home alone, Vanessa. Why don't you and I go into the city tomorrow, and we can have dinner with Aunt Charlotte?
Sure.
I could tell my mother was surprised Maureen hadn't gotten 3 tickets. Maybe she thought I felt left out, but the truth was, I was happy Richard's sister wanted to be with him. He had no other family. My mother stayed for 2 more days, and although I braced myself for her usual unfiltered declarations, they never emerged. She came with me whenever I took Duke on his walks, and she suggested we give him his first bath. Duke submitted to it with his usual dignity, though his brown eyes seemed reproachful, and he got revenge by shaking water on us after he stepped out of the tub. Laughing with my mother, then, was the highlight of her trip for me. I think it may have been for her, too. When we said goodbye at the airport, she hugged me for much longer than she usually did when we parted. I love you, Vanessa. I'd like to see you more. Maybe you could come to Florida in a month or 2? I dreaded her visit, but I found myself surprisingly comforted by her embrace. I'll try. And I intended to, but then everything changed again. I quickly grew used to Duke's solid presence in the house, to our brisk morning walks, to chatting with him as I cooked dinner. I brushed his fur for long stretches while he rested his head on my leg, and I wondered how I'd ever been frightened of him. When I took a shower, he waited like a sentry just outside the bathroom. Whenever I came home, he was stationed in the hallway just inside the front door, his ears perked up into triangles. He seemed relieved when I was back in his sights. I was so grateful to Richard. He must have known that Duke would provide more than security. In the absence of the baby we so desperately wanted, Duke was my companion. I love Duke so much, I told Richard one night a few weeks later. You were right. He really does make me feel safe. I recounted the story of how Duke and I had been strolling down our sidewalk 12 yards from our house when the mailman suddenly emerged from a gap in the hedges surrounding a neighbor's yard. Duke had quickly positioned himself between the 2 of us, and I heard a low rumbling in his throat. The mailman gave us a wide berth and continued on his way, and so did we. That's the only time I've seen that side of him. Richard nodded as he picked up a knife and buttered his roll.
It's good to remember it's always there, though.
When Richard left for an overnight business trip the following week, I brought Duke's bed upstairs and placed it next to mine. When I awoke in the night, I looked down to see that he was awake too. I let my arm drape over the side of the bed so I could touch his head, then I fell back asleep quickly. I slept deeply and dreamlessly, better than I had in months. I told Richard I was doing tons of walking with Duke to get rid of the extra pounds I'd put on since moving to the suburbs. It wasn't just the fertility pills. In the city, I could easily trek 4 miles a day, but now I drove even to buy a half-gallon of milk. Plus, we ate dinner so late. Richard had never commented on my weight, but he stepped on the scale every morning and worked out 5 times a week. I wanted to look good for him. When Richard returned, I didn't have the heart to move Duke back downstairs to our cold, sterile kitchen. Richard couldn't believe how quickly my attitude toward Duke had changed.
Sometimes I think you love that dog more than me, he joked.
I laughed. He's my buddy. When you're not around, he keeps me company. The truth was, the love I felt toward Duke was the purest, most uncomplicated affection I had ever known. Duke was more than just a pet. He became my ambassador to the world. A jogger we often ran into during our daily walks stopped to ask if he could pet Duke, and we ended up chatting. The gardeners brought him a bone, shyly asking me if it was okay. Even the mailman grew to love him once I told Duke the mailman was a friend, another of the words Duke understood. On my weekly calls with my mother, I gushed about our latest adventures. Then, on one of those early spring days when every tree and flower seems about to burst into bloom, I took Duke to a hiking trail a few towns over. Looking back, I would think of it as the last good day, Duke's and mine. But as we sat on a big flat rock, my fingers absently weaving through Duke's fur, the sun warming us, it just seemed like a perfect afternoon. When Duke and I returned home, my cell phone rang.
"Sweetheart, did you get to the dry cleaners?"
I'd forgotten Richard had asked me to pick up his shirts. Oh, shoot. I just need to pay the gardeners and then I'll run out. The team of 3 had grown especially fond of Duke, and sometimes, if the weather was nice, they would stay a little late to play fetch with him. I was gone 30, maybe 35 minutes tops. When I returned home, the gardener's truck was gone. The moment I opened our front door, I felt a coldness rush through my body. "Duke?" I called out. Nothing. "Duke!" I yelled again, my voice trembling. I ran to the backyard to look for him. He wasn't there. I called the gardening service. They swore they'd closed the back gate. I ran around the neighborhood, calling for him, then phoned the Humane Society and the local vets. Richard rushed home and we drove through the streets, shouting Duke's name through the open car windows until our throats were raw. The next day, Richard didn't go in to work. He held me while I cried. We put up posters. We offered a huge reward. Every night I stood outside, calling for Duke. I imagined someone taking him, or Duke jumping the fence to go after an intruder. I even Googled wild animal sightings in our area, wondering if Duke could have been attacked by a larger animal. A neighbor claimed she had seen him on Orchard Street. Another thought he'd spotted him on Willow. Someone called the number on our poster and brought by a dog that wasn't Duke. I even phoned a pet psychic who told me Duke was in an animal shelter in Philadelphia. None of the tips materialized. It was as if the 90-pound canine had vanished from my life as magically as he had appeared. Duke was so well trained, he wouldn't have just run off, and he would have attacked anyone who tried to take him. He was a guard dog. But that wasn't what I thought about at 3 a.m. when I crept down the hallway, putting distance between me and my husband. Right before Duke vanished, Richard had called to ask me about the shirts. I'd assumed he was calling from work, although I had no way to verify that. He'd never given me the passwords to his cell phone and BlackBerry, and I'd never asked him, so I couldn't check his call records. But when I'd gone to the dry cleaners, Mrs. Lee greeted me with her usual exuberance. "So good to see you. Your husband just called a little while ago, and I told him his shirts were ready, light starch, like always." Why would Richard have phoned the cleaners to make sure I hadn't gotten the shirts, then called me to see if I'd picked them up? I didn't ask him about it immediately, but soon it was all I could think about. I grew hollow-eyed from insomnia. On the nights when I managed to catch a little sleep, I often awoke with my arm dangling over the side of the bed, my fingers touching the empty space where Duke used to lie. Much of the time, I was numb. I rose with Richard and made him coffee, downing several extra cups myself. I kissed my husband goodbye when he walked out the door to work, staring after him as he strolled to his car, humming. A few weeks after Duke disappeared, when I was listlessly planting flowers in our backyard, I came across one of his favorite toys, a green rubber alligator he loved to chew. I clutched it to my chest and bawled as I hadn't since my father's funeral. When I finally quelled my tears, I went inside. I stood in the mannered quiet with the alligator still in hand. Then I walked through our living room, not caring that I might be tracking mud on our pristine rug, and placed Duke's toy on the table in the hallway where Richard always put his keys. I wanted him to see it the moment he came home. Here's what I didn't do next. I didn't change out of my dirty clothes. I didn't tidy up the newspapers and fold the laundry and put away the gardening tools. I didn't prepare the swordfish, snap peas, and tortellini I had planned to make for dinner. Here's what I did instead. I made myself a vodka and tonic and sat in the den. I waited as the light dwindled to dusk. Then I poured myself more vodka, this time without the tonic. I hadn't been drinking much other than an occasional glass or two of wine. I could feel the strong alcohol coursing through my body. When at last Richard walked in the door, I remained silent.
"Nellie,"
he called. For the first time in our marriage, I didn't reply, "Hi, honey," or hurry to greet him with a kiss.
"Nellie?"
This time my name was a question, not a statement. "I'm in here," I finally said. He appeared in the doorway, holding Duke's muddy alligator with the tail half missing.
"What are you doing sitting in the dark?"
I lifted my tumbler and drained the rest of my vodka. I saw him take in my clothes, the faded jeans with dirt on the knees and the old oversized t-shirt. I set down my glass, not caring that I hadn't used a coaster.
"Sweetheart, what's wrong?"
He walked over and put his arms around me. I felt his solid warmth, and my resolve began to melt. I'd been so angry with him all afternoon, but now what I wanted most was to have the man who'd caused my distress to comfort me. The accusations that had been forming in my mind grew blurry. How could Richard have done such a horrible thing? None of it made sense again. Instead of saying what I'd planned to, I blurted out, "I need a break."
"A break?"
He pulled back.
"From what?"
His brow furrowed. I wanted to say from everything, but instead I replied, "From the climate."
"You're drunk. You don't mean that."
"Yeah, I guess I am a bit tipsy, but I do mean it. I'm not going to take it anymore."
"Don't you think this is something we should discuss as a couple? It's a joint decision."
"Was it a joint decision to get rid of Duke?" With the release of those words, I knew I'd crossed a line in our relationship. What stunned me was how good it felt. Our marriage, like every marriage, had unspoken rules, and I'd broken one of the most important ones. Don't challenge Richard. Now I realize my adherence to that mandate had prevented me from asking why he'd bought a house without showing it to me, and why he never wanted to discuss his childhood, as well as other questions I'd tried to push out of my mind. Richard hadn't made that rule alone. I'd been a willing accomplice. How much easier it was to just let my husband, the man who'd always made me feel safe, take charge of the direction of our lives. I didn't feel safe anymore.
"What are you talking about?"
Richard's voice was cold and measured. "Why did you call Mrs. Lee and ask if your shirts were ready? You knew I hadn't picked them up. Were you trying to get me out of the house?"
"Jesus!"
Richard stood up abruptly. I had to tilt my head to look up at him as he loomed over me in my chair.
"Nellie, you're being completely irrational."
I could see his hand gripping the alligator, mangling its shape. His features seemed to tighten, his eyes narrowing, and his lips folding inward. It was as if my husband were disappearing behind a mask.
"What the fuck does the cleaners have to do with Duke? Or with us having a baby? Why would I want you out of the house?"
I was losing my way, but I couldn't back down. "Why would you ask me if I'd gotten your shirts when you already knew I hadn't?" My voice was shrill. He threw the alligator to the ground.
"What are you suggesting? You're acting crazy. Mrs. Lee is old and always in a rush. You must have misunderstood."
He closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, he was Richard again. The mask was gone.
"You're depressed. We've had a huge loss. We both love Duke, and I know the fertility treatments are hard on you. You're right. Let's take a little break."
I was still so angry at him. Why did it feel as if he were forgiving me? "Where is Duke?" I whispered. "Please tell me he's alive. I just need to know he's safe. I'll never ask you again."
"Baby."
Richard knelt down beside me and wrapped me in his arms.
"Of course he's safe. He's so smart and strong. He's probably just a few towns over, living with a new family that loves him as much as we did. Can't you see him chasing a tennis ball in a big backyard?"
He wiped away the tears running down my cheeks.
"Let's get you out of these dirty clothes and into bed."
I watched Richard's full lips move as he talked. I tried to read his eyes. I had to make a decision, perhaps the most important one I'd ever confronted. If I didn't let go of my suspicions, it would mean everything I'd believed about my husband and our relationship was false, that every moment of the past 2 years was a hideous lie. I wouldn't just be doubting Richard, I'd be dismantling my own instincts, my judgment, my deepest truth. So I chose to accept what Richard told me. Richard loved Duke and knew how much I did too. He was right. I had been crazy to think he'd do anything to our dog. All the tension slipped out of my body, leaving me feeling as dense and heavy as cement. "I'm sorry," I said as Richard led me upstairs. When I came out of the bathroom after changing, I saw he had drawn down the covers and put a glass of water on my nightstand.
"Do you want me to lie here with you?"
I shook my head. "You must be hungry. I feel badly that I didn't make dinner." He kissed me on the forehead.
"Don't worry about that. Get some rest, sweetheart."
It was as if none of it had ever happened. The next week, I signed up for a new cooking class, this one Asian-themed, and joined a children's literacy committee at the club. We collected books to distribute to schools in underserved areas in Manhattan. The group met at lunchtime. Wine was always served during those meals, and I was often the first to empty my glass and request a refill. I kept a bottle of Advil in my purse to offset the headaches that daytime drinking sometimes gave me. I looked forward to the meetings because I would take a nap afterward, filling a few more hours. My breath was minty, and Visine had erased any redness from my eyes by the time Richard arrived home. I thought about suggesting we get another dog, maybe a different breed, but I never did. And so our home, no pets, no children, shrank back to being just a house. I began to loathe it, the constant silence that never let up. Chapter 27. I placed the postcard with the German Shepherd back on Aunt Charlotte's desk. I have missed so much work. I can't be late again. I tuck the letter to Emma in my purse. I will deliver it after my shift. I imagine I can feel its weight pulling down the strap on my shoulder as I begin my walk to Midtown. I'm halfway there when my phone rings. For a brief moment, I think, Richard. But when I look down, the number flashing is Sachs. I hesitate, then answer and blurt out, "I'm almost there, another 15 minutes tops." I pick up my pace. "Vanessa, I hate to have to do this," Lucille says. "I'm so sorry, I lost my cell phone and then—" She clears her throat and I fall silent. "But we need to let you go." "Give me one more chance," I say desperately. With Aunt Charlotte's condition, I need to work now more than ever. I was going through a rough time, but I promise I won't. Things are turning around. Being late is one matter. Repeated absences are another. But concealing merchandise, what were you planning to do with those dresses? I'm going to deny it, but something in her voice tells me not to bother. Maybe someone saw me remove the 3 black and white floral knit Alexander McQueen dresses and hide them in the stockroom. It's futile. I have no defense. "I have your final check. I'll mail it to you. Actually, can I come in to pick it up?" I hope I can convince Lucille to give me another chance in person. Lucille hesitates. "Fine. We're a little busy at the moment. Come in an hour." "Thank you, that's perfect." Now I have time to deliver the letter to Emma's office instead of waiting until after work and leaving it at her home. It's only been 24 hours since I last saw Richard's fiancée, but that means it's a day closer to her wedding. I should be using this time to plan my speech to Lucille, but all I can think of is how I can linger outside in the courtyard and see if Emma steps out for a coffee or to run an errand. Maybe I'll be able to discern from her expression if Richard told her about his visit. The last time I entered this sleek high-rise building was for Richard's office party, the night it all began. But I have so many other memories of this place, coming here from the learning ladder to meet Richard and watching him conclude a business call, his voice so intent it was almost stern, while he made goofy faces at me above the phone receiver, commuting in from Westchester to join Richard and his colleagues for dinner, stopping by to surprise Richard and having him lift me off my feet into a joyful hug. I push through the revolving door and approach the security guard's desk. At 10 o'clock, the lobby isn't busy, for which I'm grateful. I don't want to bump into anyone I know. I vaguely recognize the guard, so I keep my sunglasses on. I hand over the envelope with Emma's name printed on it. "Can you deliver this to the 32nd floor?"
"Just a moment."
He touches a screen on his desk and types in her name. Then he looks up at me.
"She no longer works here."
He pushes the envelope back to me across the desk. "What? When did she quit?"
"I don't have that information, ma'am."
A UPS delivery woman walks up behind me, and the guard shifts his attention. I take the envelope and walk back through the revolving door. In the nearby courtyard is a little bench where I plan to wait for Emma. Now, I collapse onto it. I shouldn't be so surprised. After all, Richard wouldn't want his wife working, particularly not for him. I briefly wonder if she has taken another job, but I know she wouldn't do that right before her wedding. I am equally certain she won't return to work after she is married either. Her world is beginning to shrink. I need to get to her right away. She threatened to call the police if I approached her apartment again, but those are not consequences I can focus on now. I stand up and go to put the letter in my purse. My fingers graze my wallet, the one containing Duke's picture. I pull the small color photograph out from its protective plastic covering. Rage descends over me. If Richard were here now, I would fly at him, clawing his face, screaming obscenities. But I force myself to return, yet again, to the security guard's desk. "Excuse me," I say politely. "Do you have an envelope?" He hands me one without comment. I put Duke's photo inside, then I search my purse for a pen. I come up with a gray eyeliner and use it to write Richard Thompson on the envelope. The blunt-tipped, soft liner leaves a trail of progressively messier letters, but I don't care. 32nd floor. I know he still works there. The guard raises an eyebrow, but otherwise remains impassive, at least until I leave. I need to go to Saks, but as soon as I am through there, I intend to walk directly to Emma's apartment. I wonder what she is doing at this precise moment, packing up her things in preparation for the move, buying a sexy nightgown for her honeymoon, having a final coffee with her city friends, promising she'll be back all the time to see them. My left foot hits the pavement. Save. My right foot comes down. Her. I walk faster and faster, the words echoing in my brain, "Save her, save her, save her." I was too late once before, when I was in my final year in Florida at the sorority. That will not happen again. On the night Maggie vanished, I came home from Daniel's just as the pledges were returning to the house, wet and giggling, smelling like the sea. "I thought you were sick," Leslie yelled. I pushed through the cluster of pledges and headed upstairs to my room. I was shattered, unable to think straight. I don't know what made me look back at the girls, who were by then drying themselves with the towels someone was throwing over the top of the staircase. I spun around. "Maggie." She's right, Leslie spluttered. Those two syllables echoing as my sorority sisters scanned the room, their laughter fading as they checked faces, searching for the one who wasn't there. The story of what happened on the beach emerged in frantic shards and fragments, memories distorted by alcohol and exuberance that had turned to fear. Some fraternity boys had crept along behind the girls as they'd marched to the beach, perhaps galvanized by the flash of that hot pink bra. The pledges had all stripped, as instructed, then run into the ocean. "Check her room," I shouted to our sorority president. "I'll go to the beach." "I saw her come out of the water," Leslie kept saying as we ran back to the ocean. But so had the guys. By then, the boys had run onto the sand, hooting and laughing, scooping up the discarded clothing and dangling it just out of reach of the naked girls. It was a prank, not one we'd planned, though. "Maggie!" I screamed as we sprinted now onto the beach. The girls had been screaming too, with some of the clothed sisters chasing the boys. The pledges tried to cover themselves with shirts or dresses the guys dropped as they withdrew farther back into the sand. The girls had eventually gotten back the clothing and had run to the house. "She isn't here," Leslie yelled. "Let's go back to the house in case we missed her on the way." Then I saw the white cotton top with little cherries and matching shorts strewn on the sand. Blue and red lights churning, divers searching the ocean, dragging nets through the water, a spotlight dancing across the waves, and the high, drawn-out scream when a body was pulled from the ocean. It came from me. The police questioned us one by one, methodically forming a narrative. The local newspaper filled 4 pages with articles and sidebars and photographs of Maggie. A news station from Miami.
Completely free and made with care. This audiobook is for you. Rest for a bit. Let the music soothe your thoughts, and we'll carry on soon. Thank you. It's the last thing that I do. Honey, make me become true. Honey, make me come to you. If it's the last I do, I feel alive in your arms. Do it feels like a dream. I'll be wherever you are, as long as we're free. I feel alive in your arms. The world feels like a dream. I'll be wherever you
Miami filmed footage of our sorority house and aired a special report about the dangers of Pledge Week drinking. I was the social director. I was Maggie's big sister. These details were reported. My name was printed. So was my photo. In my mind, I always see skinny, freckled Maggie retreating into the ocean, trying to hide her body. I see her going out too far, losing her footing in the unsteady sand. A wave breaks over her head. Maybe she cries out, but her voice blends into the other shrieks. She gulps salt water. She spins around disoriented in the inky black. She can't see. She can't breathe. Another wave drags her under. Maggie vanished. But maybe she wouldn't have if I hadn't disappeared first. Emma will disappear too if she marries Richard. She will lose her friends. She will become estranged from her family. She will disconnect from herself just as I did. And then it will get so much worse. Save her, my mind chants. Chapter 28. I walk through the employee's door and take the elevator to the 3rd floor. I find Lucille refolding sweaters. She's been short-handed because of me. She is doing my job. I really am sorry. I reach for the pile of pewter cashmere. I need this job, and I can explain what's been going on. She turns to me as my voice trails off. I try to read her expression as she appraises my appearance. Confusion. Did she think I would simply pick up my check and leave? Her gaze halts at my hair, and I instinctively turn to the mirror alongside the sweaters. Of course she's perplexed. She has only known me as a brunette. Vanessa, it is I who am sorry, but I gave you several second chances. I'm going to beg some more, but then I see the floor is filled with customers. A few other saleswomen are watching us. Perhaps it was even one of them who told Lucille about the dresses. It's futile. I put down the sweaters. Lucille retrieves my check and hands it to me. Good luck, Vanessa. As I walk back to the elevator, I see the black and white, intricately patterned gowns hanging in their rightful place on the rack. I hold my breath until I've safely passed them. That dress had fit me like a glove, as if it were custom-made for my curves. Richard and I had been married for several years by then. Sam and I were no longer speaking. Duke's disappearance had never been resolved. My mother had also unexpectedly canceled her upcoming spring trip to visit us, saying she wanted to go on a group tour to New Mexico. But instead of withdrawing from life, I'd begun to ease back into it. I hadn't had a sip of alcohol in nearly 6 months, and the puffiness had dissipated from my body like helium slowly leaking from a balloon. I'd begun to rise early each morning to jog through the broad streets and gentle hills in our neighborhood. I had told Richard I was focusing on getting healthy again. I thought he believed me, that he simply accepted my new behavior as a positive shift. After all, he was the one who'd printed out the itemized bills the country club emailed to him every month before they charged his credit card. He'd begun to leave them on the kitchen table for me with the liquor charges highlighted. Turns out I had never needed to bother with the Visine and breath mints. He'd known exactly how much I'd been drinking during those committee lunches. But I was changing more than just my physical health. I'd also begun a new volunteer job. On Wednesdays, I commuted on the train with Richard, then caught a cab to the Lower East Side, where I read to kindergartners at a Head Start program. I'd gotten to know the program's organizers while delivering books for the club's literacy program. I only worked with the children for a few hours each week, but it gave me purpose. Stepping back into the city was rejuvenating, too. I was feeling more like my old self than I had since my honeymoon.
"Open it,"
he had said the night of the Alvin Ailey Gala as I looked down at the glossy white box tied with a red bow. I untied the silk, lifted the lid. Since marrying Richard, I'd grown to appreciate the textures and detailing that separated my old H&M staples from fine designer pieces. This dress was among the most elegant I'd ever seen. It also contained a secret. From a distance, it appeared to be a simple black and white pattern, but that was an illusion. Up close, every thread was deliberately placed, stitch upon stitch, creating a floral wonderland.
"Wear it tonight," Richard said. "You look gorgeous."
He put on his tuxedo, and I brushed aside his hand when he began to tie his bow. "Let me." I smiled. Some men in black tie look like boys on their way to the prom, with their slicked-back hair and glossy shoes. Others seem like pompous posers, the wannabe one-percenters. But Richard owned it. I straightened the wings of his bow tie and kissed him, leaving a trace of pink glossing his bottom lip. I can see us that night as if from above, exiting our town car into the lightly falling snow and walking arm in arm into the gala, finding our table card that said Mr. and Mrs. Thompson, table 16 in flowing script, posing for a photo, laughing, accepting flutes of champagne from a passing server, and that first sip, those golden bubbles crushing in my mouth, that warmth trickling down my throat. It tasted like exhilaration in a glass. We had watched the dancers leap and soar, their sinewy arms and muscular legs whirling, their bodies twisting into impossible shapes, while drums frantically throbbed. I didn't realize I was swaying back and forth and lightly clapping until I felt Richard's hand give my shoulder a gentle squeeze. He was smiling at me, but I felt a flush of embarrassment. No one else was moving to the music. When the performance ended, there were more cocktails and past hors d'oeuvres. Richard and I chatted with some of his colleagues, one of whom, a white-haired gentleman named Paul, sat on the board of the dance company and had bought a table for the dinner benefit. We were there as his guests. Dancers mingled among us, their bodies rippling sculptures, looking like gods and goddesses who'd descended from the sky. Usually at these types of social events, my face hurt from smiling by the end of the night. I always tried to look engaged and cheerful to compensate for my not having much to say, especially in the dull silence following the inevitable question, the one strangers always think is so harmless, "Do you have children?" But Paul was different. When he asked what I'd been up to and I mentioned volunteering, he didn't say, "How nice," and seek out a more accomplished person. Instead, he asked,
"How did you get into that?"
I found myself telling him about my years as a preschool teacher and my volunteer work with Head Start.
"My wife helped get the funding for a wonderful new charter school not too far from here," he said. "You should think about getting involved with it."
I would love that. I miss teaching so much. Paul reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a business card.
"Call me next week."
He leaned in a bit closer and whispered,
When I say my wife helped with their funding, I mean my wife told me to write them a big check. They owe us a favor."
His eyes crinkled at the corners, and I grinned back. I knew he was one of the most successful men in the room, and that he was still happily married to his high school sweetheart, a white-haired woman who was chatting with Richard.
"I'll make introductions," Paul continued. "I bet they can find a spot for you. If not now, maybe at the start of the school year."
A waiter offered us glasses of wine from a tray, and Paul handed me a fresh one.
"Cheers to new beginnings."
I'd misjudged the force of our glasses connecting. The delicate, thin rims collided with a crash, and I was left holding a jagged stem while wine coursed down my arm. "I'm so sorry," I blurted as the waiter rushed back to me, offering his stack of cocktail napkins and removing the broken stem from my hand.
"Completely my fault," Paul said. "I don't know my own strength. I'm the one who's sorry. Hold on, don't move, there's glass on your dress."
I stood there while he plucked a few shards out of the fine knit, putting them on the waiter's tray. The conversations around us had halted for a moment, but now they resumed. Still, I felt everyone's heightened awareness of me. I wanted to melt into the carpet.
"Let me help,"
Richard said, coming to stand next to me. He blotted my damp dress.
"Good thing you weren't drinking red."
Paul laughed, but it sounded forced. I could tell he was trying to remove some of the awkwardness from the moment.
"Well, now I really owe you a job."
Paul looked at Richard.
"Your lovely wife was just telling me how much she misses teaching."
Richard crumpled up the damp napkin in his hand, put it on the waiter's tray, and said,
"Thanks,"
dismissing the man. Then I felt Richard touch the small of my back.
"She's great with kids,"
he told Paul. Paul's attention was caught by his wife, waving him over.
"You have my number," he told me. "Let's talk soon."
The moment he left, Richard leaned closer to me.
"How much have you had to drink, sweetheart?"
His words were innocuous, but his body held an unnatural stillness. "Not that much," I said quickly.
"By my count, you had 3 glasses of champagne, and all that wine."
His hand increased its pressure on my lower back.
"Forget dinner,"
he whispered in my ear.
"Let's head home."
"But Paul bought a table. Our seats will be empty. I promise I'll stick to water."
"I think it would be better if we left," Richard said quietly. "Paul will understand."
I went to get my wrap. While I was waiting, I saw Richard approach Paul and say something, then clap him on the shoulder. Richard was making excuses for me, I thought, but Paul would perceive the subtext. Richard needed to get me home because I was far too tipsy to stay for dinner. But I wasn't drunk. Richard only wanted everyone to think I was.
"All set,"
Richard said to me when he returned. He'd already called for our car, which was waiting just outside the building. The snow was coming down more heavily now. Even though our driver proceeded slowly through the mostly empty streets, I felt nauseated. I closed my eyes and leaned as far back against the door as my seatbelt would allow. I feigned sleep, but I'm pretty sure Richard knew I didn't want to face him. He might have let it go, let me walk upstairs and fall into our bed, but as I climbed the steps toward our front door, I stumbled and had to catch myself on the railing. "It's these new heels," I said desperately. "I'm not used to them."
"Of course it is," he said sarcastically. "It couldn't be all those drinks on an empty stomach. This was a work event, Nellie. It was an important night for me." I stood silently behind him as he unlocked the front door. Once inside, I sat on the tufted bench in our entranceway and removed my shoes. I placed them side by side on the bottom stair, aligning the heels precisely. Then I removed my wrap and hung it in the closet. Richard was still there when I turned around. "You need to eat something. Come on."
I followed him into the kitchen, where he pulled a bottle of mineral water out of the refrigerator and silently handed it to me. He opened a cabinet and took out a box of Carr's water crackers. I ate one quickly. "I feel better. You were right to bring me home. You must be hungry, too. Do you want me to cut you up some brie? I just bought it today at the farmer's market."
I'm fine.
I could tell Richard was about to disappear, as he had done during other arguments that I'd tried to forget. He was struggling to keep his anger from surfacing, from swallowing him. About the job, I said quickly, trying to diffuse it. Paul just offered to introduce me to people at the charter school. It could be part-time, or it might not even happen. Richard nodded slowly.
Is there a special reason you want to be in the city more frequently?
I stared at him. Of all the things he could say, I didn't expect this. What do you mean?
One of the neighbors mentioned seeing you at the train station the other day. All dressed up, he said. Funny, but when I called you that morning, you said you'd been swimming laps at the club, and that's why you hadn't answered the phone.
I couldn't deny it. Richard, with his laser-quick mind, would trip me up if I tried to lie. Which neighbor? I wondered. The station had been nearly empty at that time of day. I did swim that morning, but then I went to see Aunt Charlotte, just for a short visit. Richard nodded.
Of course. Another cracker? No?
He slid the cardboard tab back into the slot of the box.
There's no reason why you shouldn't visit your aunt. How was she?
Good, I blurted as the pounding of my heart softened. He was going to let this go. He believed me. We had tea at her apartment. Richard opened the cabinet to return the crackers, the wood door swinging between us and momentarily hiding his face. When he closed it, he was looking at me. He was very near. His narrowed eyes seemed to sear through mine.
What I can't figure out is why you waited until I left for work, got all dressed up, took the train into the city, came home in time to cook dinner, and sat there eating lasagna with me, but never once thought to mention that you'd visited your aunt.
He paused for a moment.
Where did you really go? Who were you with?
I heard a sound like a bird's cry and realized I'd made it. Richard was gripping my wrist, twisting it as he spoke. He looked down and instantly let go, but white ovals from his fingertips remained, like a burn.
I'm sorry.
He took a step back, ran a hand through his hair, exhaled slowly.
But why the fuck did you lie to me?
How could I tell him the truth? That I wasn't happy, that everything he'd given me wasn't enough? I'd wanted to meet someone to discuss my concerns about my marriage. The woman I'd sought out had listened intently to me and asked a few thought-provoking questions, but I knew one session with her wouldn't be enough. I was planning to sneak back into the city to see her again next month. But it was too late to conjure a plausible excuse for my deception. Richard had caught me. I didn't even see his open palm coming until it connected with my cheek with a loud crack. For the next 2 nights, I hardly slept. My head throbbed and my throat felt raw from crying. I covered the scattering of bruises on my wrist with long sleeves and dotted extra concealer over the dark half-moons under my eyes. All I could think of was whether I should stay with Richard or try to leave him. Then, while I was attempting to read in bed but not absorbing any of the words on the page, Richard gently tapped on the open guest room door. I looked up to tell him to come in, but at the expression on his face, my words dissolved. He was cradling the cordless house phone.
It's your mother.
His face creased.
It's Aunt Charlotte, I mean. She's calling because...
It was 11 o'clock at night, past the hour my aunt usually retired. The last time I talked to my mother, she'd said she'd been doing well, but she hadn't returned my most recent calls.
I'm so sorry, baby.
Richard held out the phone. Reaching for it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. Chapter 29. Richard was everything I needed him to be after my mother died. We flew to Florida with Aunt Charlotte for the burial, and he rented a hotel suite with adjoining rooms so we could all stay together. I remembered how my mom had looked when she was happiest, in the kitchen, clattering pans and tossing spices into a dish, or on her good mornings, singing me a goofy song to wake me up, or laughing as she wiped away the water Duke had splashed on her face after we'd bathed him. I tried to picture her on the night of my wedding, walking barefoot in the sand, her face turned toward the setting sun as I said that final goodbye. But another image kept intruding. My mother as she'd died, alone, on the couch, with an empty bottle of pills by her side and the television blaring. There was no note, so we were left with questions that could never be answered. When Aunt Charlotte broke down at the gravesite, blaming herself for not knowing that my mother had taken a bad turn, Richard comforted her.
"None of this is your fault. It isn't anyone's fault. She was doing so well. You were always there for your sister, and she felt your love."
Richard also sorted through the paperwork and arranged for the sale of the little brick rambler where I'd grown up, while Aunt Charlotte and I went through my mother's personal belongings. The rest of the house was relatively neat, but my mother's room was a mess, with books and clothes piled on every surface. Crumbs on her bed told me she'd recently been taking most of her meals there. Old coffee mugs and water glasses crowded her nightstand. I saw Richard's eyebrows lift in surprise when he noticed the disorder, but the only thing he said was, "I'll have a cleaning service come." I didn't take many of my mother's belongings. Aunt Charlotte suggested we each select a few of my mother's scarves, and I chose a few pieces of her costume jewelry as well. The only other possessions I wanted were our old family photographs and 2 of my mother's battered, beloved cookbooks. I also knew I needed to clear out a few things from my old bedroom, which had been turned into the guest room. I deliberately left some items on the shelf in the back of my closet. While Aunt Charlotte wiped down the refrigerator and Richard was on the phone with a real estate agent, I brought in a step stool and reached onto the dusty ledge. I tossed a sorority pin into a hefty trash bag, then threw in my college yearbook and my final transcripts. I put my early childhood development honors paper into the trash bag as well. I reached to the very back of the shelf for my diploma, still rolled into a cylinder and tied with a faded bow. I threw it away without even looking at it. I wondered why I'd even saved any of it, after all these years. I couldn't look at the pin or yearbook without thinking of Maggie. I couldn't look at the diploma without thinking about what had happened on the day I graduated. I was knotting the top of the bag when Richard entered my old bedroom.
"I thought I'd run out and pick up some dinner."
He looked at the bag.
"Want me to toss that for you?"
I hesitated, then handed it to him. Sure. I watched him cart away the last remnants of my college days, then I looked around the empty room. The water stain still marred the ceiling. If I closed my eyes, I could almost picture my black cat curled up beside me on my pink and purple striped comforter while I read a Judy Blume book. I knew I would never see this house again. That night back in our hotel, as I soaked in a hot bath, Richard brought me a cup of chamomile tea. I took it gratefully. Despite the heat of the Florida day, I couldn't seem to get warm.
"How are you holding up, sweetheart?"
I knew he wasn't just referring to my mother's death. I shrugged. Okay.
"I worry you haven't been happy lately."
Richard knelt beside the tub and reached for a washcloth.
"All I want is to be a good husband to you, but I know I haven't always been. You're lonely because I work such long hours, and my temper."
Richard's voice grew husky. He cleared his throat and began to gently clean my back.
"I'm sorry, Nellie. I've been stressed. The market's been crazy, but nothing is as important as you, as us. I'm going to make it up to you."
I could tell how hard he was trying to reach me, to bring me back, but I still felt so chilled and alone. I stared at the water dripping slowly from the bathtap as he whispered,
"I want you to be happy, Nellie. Your mother wasn't always happy. Well, mine wasn't either. She tried to act like she was, for me and Maureen, but we knew. I don't want that to happen to you."
I looked at him then, but his gaze was distant, his eyes cloudy, so I stared at the silvery scar above his right eye. Richard never talked about his parents. This admission meant more than all of his promises.
"My dad wasn't always good to my mom."
His palm kept moving in circles on my back, in a gesture a parent would make to soothe a child who was upset.
I could live with anything except being a bad husband to you. I have been, though."
It was the most honest conversation we'd ever had. I wondered why it had taken my mother's death to bring us to this place, but maybe it hadn't been her overdose. Maybe it had been what happened 2 days before we'd learned about it, when we'd come home from the Alvin Ailey Gala.
"I love you,"
he said. I reached out for him then. His shirt grew damp from the bathwater transferred to it by my wet arms.
"We're both orphans now,"
he said.
"So we'll always be each other's family."
I held on to him tightly. I held on to hope. That night, we made love for the first time in a long while. He cupped my cheeks between his palms and stared into my eyes with such tenderness and yearning that I felt something inside me, something that felt like a tight, hard knot, release. As he held me afterward, I thought about Richard's gentle side. I recalled how he paid for my mother's medical bills, how he'd attended Aunt Charlotte's gallery openings, even if it meant skipping a client dinner, and how he always came home early each year on the anniversary of my father's death with a pint of rum raisin ice cream in a white paper bag. It was my father's favorite flavor, the one he ordered when we went for drives together on my mother's lights-out days. Richard would serve us each a scoop, and I'd tell him details about my father that would otherwise grow dusty and forgotten, such as how, despite his superstitions, he'd let me adopt the black cat I'd fallen in love with as a little girl. The ice cream would melt on my tongue, filling my mouth with sweetness on those nights. I thought about how Richard had generously tipped waiters and taxi drivers and donated to a variety of charities. It wasn't hard to focus on the goodness in Richard. My mind fell easily into those reminiscences, like a wheel latching comfortably into the grooves of a track designed for its rotations. As I lay in his arms, I looked over at him. His features were barely perceptible. "Promise me something," I whispered.
"Anything, my love."
"Promise things won't get bad for us again."
"They won't."
It was the first promise to me he'd ever broken, because things got even worse. As our plane lifted off and began to head toward New York the next morning, I stared out the window at the topography that grew ever smaller and shuddered. I was so grateful to be leaving Florida. Death surrounded me here like concentric rings, my mother, my father, Maggie. The sorority pin I'd thrown away hadn't belonged to me. I was supposed to give it to Maggie after she was officially initiated into our house. But instead of the celebratory brunch we'd planned to throw for the end of Pledge Week, my sisters and I attended her funeral. I'd never told my mother what happened after Maggie's service. Her reaction would have been too unpredictable. I'd called Aunt Charlotte instead, but I hadn't confided that I'd been pregnant. Richard only knew part of the story, too. Once, when I woke up in his bed after a nightmare, I explained why I wouldn't walk home alone at night, why I carried pepper spray and slept with a bat by my side. As I'd lain in Richard's arms, I described how I'd gone to offer condolences to Maggie's family. Her parents had merely nodded, so dazed they appeared incapable of forming speech. But her older brother, Jason, who was a senior at Grant University like me, had gripped my outstretched hand, not to shake it, to pin me in place.
"It's you,"
he breathed. I smelled stale liquor on his breath. The whites of his eyes were streaked through with crimson. He had Maggie's pale skin, Maggie's freckles, Maggie's red hair. "I'm so sorry," I began, but he squeezed my hand more tightly. It felt as if he were grinding the bones together. Someone had reached out to hug Maggie's brother, and he released his grip, but I felt his eyes following me. My sorority sisters stayed on for the reception in the church's community room, but I slipped away after a few minutes and stepped outside. As I walked through the door, I encountered exactly what I'd sought to avoid. Jason. He stood alone on the front steps, tapping a pack of Marlboro Reds against his palm. They made a steady smacking sound. I tried to duck my head and move past him, but his voice stopped me.
"She told me about you."
He flicked a lighter and inhaled deeply as he lit his cigarette. He exhaled a stream of smoke.
"She was scared to go through Pledge Week, but you said you'd help her. You were her only friend in the sorority. Where were you when she died? Why weren't you there?
I remember stepping back and feeling Jason's eyes hold me, just as his grip had done. "I'm sorry," I said again, but it didn't douse the rage in his expression. If anything, my words seemed to fuel it. I began to retreat slowly, clutching the railing so I wouldn't fall as I edged down the stairs. Maggie's brother kept his eyes on me. Just before I reached the sidewalk, he called out to me, his voice harsh and raw.
"You will never forget what you did to my sister."
His words landed with as much force as fists.
"I'll make sure of it."
I didn't need his threat to hold on to Maggie, though. I thought about her constantly. I never went back to that beach again. Our sorority had been put on probation for the rest of the year, but that wasn't why I took a job waitressing at a campus pub on Thursday and Saturday nights. Fraternity parties and dances held no more appeal for me. I set aside part of my tips, and when I had a few $100s, I tracked down the animal shelter, Furry Paws, where Maggie had volunteered, and started anonymously donating in Maggie's honor. I promised to keep sending money every month. I didn't expect my small donations to absolve me of my culpability, my role in Maggie's death. I knew I would always carry it with me, would always wonder what would have happened if I hadn't veered away from the group of girls walking to the ocean, if I'd waited even just one more hour to confront Daniel. Exactly a month after Maggie's death, I awoke to hear one of my sorority sisters shrieking. I ran downstairs in my boxers and t-shirt and saw the overturned chairs, the shattered lamp, the obscenities spray-painted in black across our living room wall. Bitches. Whores. And the message I knew was meant for me only. You killed her. I sucked in my breath and stared at the 3 words proclaiming my guilt for everyone to see. More girls came downstairs as our chapter president called campus security. One of the freshmen burst into tears. I saw 2 other girls pull away from our group and whisper to each other. I thought they were sneaking glances at me. The smell of stale cigarette smoke permeated the room. I saw a butt on the floor and I knelt down to look at it. Marlboro Red. When the guard arrived, he asked us if we had any guesses as to who might have vandalized our house. He knew about Maggie's death. By then, most people in Florida did. Jason, I thought, but I couldn't say it. Maybe one of her friends, someone ventured. Or her brother, he's a senior, right? The guard looked around the room.
"I'm going to need to call the police. That's procedure. Back in a minute."
He stepped outside, but before he reached for his car radio, I intercepted him. "Please don't get him in trouble. If it was her brother, Jason, we don't want to press charges."
"You think it was him?"
I nodded. "I'm sure it was." The guard sighed.
"Breaking and entering, destruction of property, that's pretty serious. You girls should start locking your doors."
I looked back at our house. If someone came in and climbed the stairs, my room was the second one on the left. Maybe being questioned by the police would inflame Jason even more. He might blame me for that, too. After the police came and took photographs and collected evidence, I put on shoes so the glass from the smashed lamp wouldn't cut my feet and helped my sisters clean up the mess. As hard as we scrubbed, we couldn't remove the ugly words from the wall. A few of us went to the hardware store to pick up paint. As my sisters considered the various shades, my cell phone rang. I reached into my pocket. Undisclosed number, the screen said, which probably meant the call originated at a payphone. In the instant before the dial tone sounded in my ear, I thought I could hear something. Breathing. "Vanessa, what do you think of this color?" one of my sisters asked. My body was rigid and my mouth dry, but I managed to nod and say, "Looks great." Then I walked directly to another aisle, the one containing locks. I bought 2, one from my bedroom door and one from my window. Later that week, a pair of police officers came to the house. The older of the 2 officers informed us that they had questioned Jason, who'd admitted to the crime.
"He was drunk that night and he's sorry," the officer said. "He's working out a deal to get counseling."
"As long as he never comes around here again," one of my sisters said.
"He won't. That was part of the arrangement. He can't come within 100 yards of this place."
My sisters seemed to think it was over. After the officers left, they dispersed, heading to the library, to classes, to their boyfriends' places. I stayed in our living room, staring at the beige wall. I could no longer see the words, but I knew they still existed, and always would, just as they would always reverberate in my head. You killed her. My future had seemed bursting with possibilities before that fall. I'd been dreaming about cities where I might move after graduation, considering them like a hand of cards. Savannah, Denver, Austin, San Diego. I wanted to teach. I wanted to travel. I wanted a family. But instead of racing toward my future, I began making plans to run away from my past. I counted down the days until I could escape from Florida. New York, with its 8 million residents, beckoned. I knew the city from my visits to Aunt Charlotte's home. It was a place where a young woman with a complicated past could start anew. Songwriters composed passionate lyrics about it. Authors made it the centerpiece of their novels. Actors professed their love for it in late-night interviews. It was a city of possibilities, and a city where anyone could disappear. On graduation day that May, I donned my blue robe and cap. Our college was so large that after the commencement speeches concluded, students were divided up according to their majors and awarded diplomas in smaller groups. When I walked across the stage of the Education Department's Piaget Auditorium, I looked out into the audience to smile at my mother and Aunt Charlotte. As I scanned the crowd, someone caught my eyes. A young man with red hair standing off to one side, away from the other graduating students, even though he also wore a shiny blue robe. Maggie's brother, Jason. Vanessa? The dean of our department thrust my rolled-up diploma into my hand as a camera flashed. I walked down the steps, blinking from the light, and returned to my seat. I could feel Jason's eyes boring into my back for the rest of the ceremony. When it ended, I turned to look at him again. He was gone. I knew what Jason was telling me, though. He'd been biding his time until graduation, too. He wasn't allowed to come within 100 yards of me at school, but there were no rules about what he could do after I left campus. A few months after graduation, Leslie emailed a newspaper link to a few of us. Jason had been arrested for drunk driving. The ripple effects of what I'd done were still spreading. A tiny, selfish burst of relief went through me, though. Maybe now Jason wouldn't be able to leave Florida and find me. I never found out more, whether he went to jail or rehab or was simply let off with a warning again. But about a year later, just before the doors of my subway car closed, I saw a slim frame and shock of red hair. Someone was hurrying through the crowd. It looked like him. I burrowed deeper into the cluster of people on my subway car, trying to hide myself from view. I told myself that the phone was in Sam's name, that I'd never changed my driver's license to a New York one, and that since I was renting, he wouldn't be able to find a paper trail that led to me. Then, a few days after my mother surprised me by placing an engagement announcement in my local Florida paper that listed my name, Richard's name, and where I resided, the phone calls began. No words, just breathing. Just Jason telling me he'd found me, reminding me, in case I'd forgotten, as if I could ever forget. I still had nightmares about Maggie, but now Jason entered my dreams, his face twisted in fury, his hands reaching out to grab me. He was why I never listened to loud music when I jogged. His was the face I saw the night our burglar alarm blared. I became acutely aware of my surroundings. I cultivated my sense of gaze detection to avoid becoming prey. The sensation of static rising over my skin, the instinctual lifting of my head to search out a pair of eyes, these early warning signs were what I relied upon to protect me. I never made the connection that there could have been another reason why my nervous system became exquisitely heightened immediately after my engagement to Richard. Why I obsessively checked my locks, why I started getting hang-ups from blocked numbers, why I'd pushed Richard away so hard when my loving, sexy fiancé had held me down to tickle me on the night we watched Citizen Kane. The symptoms of arousal and fear can be muddled in the mind. I was wearing a blindfold after all. Chapter 30. I exit Saks for the last time, avoiding the security guard's eyes when he checks my bag. Then I begin to walk to Emma's apartment. I try to tell myself that it is also for the last time. that after this, I will leave her alone. I will move on. Move on to what? My mind whispers. Ahead of me on the sidewalk, a couple strolls hand in hand. Their fingers are interlaced, and their gaits are in sync. If I had to make a snap determination of the quality of their relationship, I would say they are happy, in love. But of course, those two feelings are not always intertwined. I consider how perception has shaped the course of my own life, how I saw what I wanted to, needed to, during the years I was with Richard. Maybe being in love carries the requirement of filtered vision. Perhaps it is so for everyone. In my marriage, there were 3 truths, 3 alternate and sometimes competing realities. There was Richard's truth, there was my truth, and there was the actual truth, which is always the most elusive to recognize. This could be the case in every relationship, that we think we've entered into a union with another person when, in fact, we formed a triangle with one point anchored by a silent but all-seeing judge, the arbiter of reality. As I stride past the couple, my phone rings. I know who it is before I even see Richard's name flash.
"What the fuck, Vanessa?"
he says the moment I answer. The fury I'd felt earlier when I looked at Duke's photo comes roaring back to me. "Did you tell her to stop working, Richard? Did you tell her you'd take care of her?" I blurt out.
"Listen to me."
My ex-husband bites off each word. In the background on his end, I can hear honking. He obviously just received the photograph, so he must be on the street outside his office.
"The guard told me you tried to deliver something to Emma. Stay the hell away from her."
"Bought her a house in the suburbs yet, Richard?" I can't stop goading him. It's as though I'm letting out everything I was forced to repress during our marriage. "What are you going to do the first time she makes you mad, when she isn't your perfect little wife?" I hear a car door slam, and suddenly the background sounds on his phone, the city's ambient noises, cease. There's a hush, then a distinct voice I recognize as one that runs on a loop on New York Taxi TV. "Buckle up for safety." Richard is adept at being a move ahead of me. He must know exactly where I'm going. He's in a cab. He's trying to get to Emma first. It's not even noon. Traffic is light. From Richard's office to Emma's apartment is maybe a 15-minute drive, I estimate. But I'm closer to it than he is. My trip to Saks took me in the direction of her place. I'm just 10 blocks away. If I hurry, I'll beat him. I quicken my pace, feeling for the letter in my purse. It's still there. A breeze tingles across the light perspiration on my body.
"You're insane."
I ignore this. Those words from him no longer have the power to derail me. "Did you tell her you kissed me last night?"
"What?" he shouts. "You kissed me!"
For a moment, my pace falters. Then I recall what I said to Emma the first time I confronted her. Richard does this. He confuses things so we can't see the truth. It took me years to figure that out. Only by writing down all the questions that were battering my mind did I begin to see a pattern. I started about a year after my mother's death. I began to keep a secret diary that I hid under the mattress in the guest room. In my black moleskin notebook, I logged all the statements Richard made that could be construed in more than one way. I recorded the supposed lapses in my memory, big discrepancies, such as my wanting to live in a house in the suburbs, or the morning after my bachelorette party when I'd forgotten Richard was flying to Atlanta, as well as smaller ones, such as my supposedly mentioning I wanted to take a painting class, or thinking lamb vindaloo was Richard's favorite dish. I also painstakingly documented unsettling conversations I couldn't ask my husband about, such as how he knew I'd gone to see someone other than my aunt when I'd secretly traveled into the city. I wrote down some of what had happened during that first clandestine meeting. After I'd introduced myself to the sympathetic-looking woman who'd ushered me inside, she'd gestured for me to sit on the couch across from an aquarium filled with colorful fish. She took the upholstered straight-back chair to my left and told me to call her Kate. "What would you like to talk about?" she asked. "Sometimes I worry I don't know my husband at all," I blurted. "Can you tell me why you think Richard is trying to keep you off balance?" she asked, toward the end of our discussion. "What would his motivation be for this?" That was what I tried to puzzle out during the long, empty days when Richard was at work. I'd pull out my notebook and ponder how my cell phone hang-ups had begun immediately after Richard and I had gotten engaged and only seemed to occur when he wasn't around. I wrote about how I was certain I'd told Richard I regretted insisting Maggie had to wear the blindfold, how much that particular detail that I'd made her cover her eyes had bothered me. I added, so why would he give me a blindfold to wear when we drove to the new house? I chronicled how I'd found the heirloom cake topper that had been manufactured years after Richard's parents had gotten married. The words on my page smudged from my tears as I recalled Duke's mysterious disappearance. When my insomnia struck, I'd ease out of bed and tiptoe down the hall so I could fill pages with the insistent thoughts that invaded my brain in the darkest hours of night, my handwriting growing sloppy as my emotions grew heightened. I underlined certain notes, drew arrows connecting thoughts, and scribbled in the margins. Within months, my ink-stained notebook was more than half full. I spent so many hours writing, my words unspooling across the pages, and in the process, unraveling my marriage. It was as if my relationship with Richard was a gorgeous, hand-knit sweater, and I'd found a tiny thread that I kept worrying between my fingertips. I'd slowly tugged on it, twisting and turning it, erasing patterns and colors and distorting the shape with every question and inconsistency I laid bare in my diary. Keys, left foot, wrong, right foot. The words fill my brain as my legs churn even faster. I must reach Emma before he does. No, Richard, you kissed me. The only thing Richard hates more than being challenged is being wrong. I passed Chopped and turned the corner, glancing behind me down the street. A dozen cabs are heading my way. He could be in any one of them.
Are you drinking?
He is so good at shifting the focus, at exposing my vulnerabilities and putting me on the defensive. But I don't mind, as long as he keeps talking. I need to keep him on the phone so he doesn't warn Emma that I am coming. Have you told her about the diamond necklace you gave me? I taunt him. Do you think you'll have to buy her one someday? I know this question is the equivalent of throwing a bomb through the window of his cab, and that's exactly what I intend. I want to enrage Richard. I want his fists to clench and his eyes to narrow. That way, if he reaches Emma first, she will at least understand what he has so adeptly concealed. She will see his mask.
Damn it, you could have made that light,
he shouts. I picture him coiled on the edge of the taxi seat, hovering behind the driver. Have you told her? I ask again. He is breathing heavily. I know from experience he is on the verge of losing control.
I'm not engaging in this ridiculous conversation. If you come near her again, I'll have you locked up.
I press end call, because right in front of me is Emma's apartment. I have wronged her so deeply. I've preyed on her innocence. Just as I was never the wife Richard thought I was, I am also not the woman Emma believed me to be. On the first night I met my replacement at the office holiday party, she rose from behind her desk in a poppy-red jumpsuit. She flashed that wide-open smile and extended her hand to me. The gathering was as elegant as everything else in Richard's world, a wall of glass overlooking Manhattan, ceviche in individual tasting spoons, and mini lamb chops with mint being offered by waiters in tuxedos. A seafood station with a woman shucking briny Kumamoto oysters. Classical music soaring from the strings of a quartet. Richard headed to the bar to get us drinks.
Vodka and soda with a twist of lime?
He asked Emma. You remembered. Her eyes followed him as he walked off. It all began in that moment. A new future materialized in front of me. For the next few hours, I sipped mineral water and made polite conversation with Richard's colleagues. Hillary and George were there, but Hillary had already begun to distance herself from me. The entire night, I felt the surge of energy arcing between my husband and his assistant. It wasn't that they exchanged private smiles or ended up side by side in the same conversational group. On the surface, they were perfectly appropriate. But I saw his eyes slide to her as her throaty laugh spilled out. I felt their awareness of each other. It was a tangible, shimmering link joining them across the room. At the end of the party, he ordered a car to see her safely home, despite her protestations that she could hail a cab. We all walked out together and waited for her town car to arrive before we got into our own. "She's sweet," I said to Richard.
"She's very good at her job."
When Richard and I arrived home from the holiday party, I began to climb the stairs toward the bedroom, looking forward to rolling down the elastic band of the stockings that were cutting into my stomach. Richard extinguished the hallway light and began to follow me. The moment I stepped into the bedroom, he spun me around to face the wall. He kissed the back of my neck and pressed himself against me. He was already hard. Usually, Richard was a tender, considerate lover. Early on, he'd savored me like a 5-course meal. But that night, he grabbed my hands and used one of his own to trap them over my head. With his free hand, he yanked down my stockings. I heard a ripping sound and knew they had torn. When he entered me from behind, I gasped. It had been so long, and I wasn't ready for him. He thrust against me as I stared at our striped wallpaper. He came quickly with a loud, raw groan that seemed to echo through the room. He leaned against my body, panting, then turned me around and gave me a single kiss on the lips. His eyes were closed. I wondered whose face he was seeing. A few weeks later, I saw her again when she arrived at the cocktail party Richard and I hosted at our home in Westchester. She was as flawless as I'd remembered. Not long after our soiree, I was supposed to go to the Philharmonic with Richard, but I came down with a stomach bug and had to cancel at the last minute. He took Emma. Alan Gilbert was conducting. Beethoven and Prokofiev would be played. I imagined the two sitting side by side as they listened to the lyrical, expressive melodies. At intermission, they would likely get cocktails, and Richard would explain the origin of Prokofiev's dissonant style to Emma, just as he had once instructed me. I took to my bed and fell asleep to images of them together. Richard stayed in the city that evening. I have no way of knowing for certain, but I imagine that was the night of their first kiss. I see her staring up at him with her round blue eyes as she thanks him for a wonderful evening. They hesitate, reluctant to part. A moment of silence. Then her lids sweep shut as he bends down, closing the distance between them. Shortly after the Philharmonic, Richard flew to Dallas for a meeting. By then, I was making it a point to keep better track of his schedule. This was an important client to Richard. Emma would accompany him. I was not surprised by this. Diane had traveled with him on occasion, too. But Richard didn't call or text me to say goodnight. I was certain their affair was underway after that trip. Call it a wife's intuition. I went into the city a few weeks later. I wanted another look at Emma. I lingered in the courtyard outside their building, shielding my face with a newspaper. That was the day Richard, gently touching the small of her back, held the door for my replacement as they came outdoors. She wore a blush pink dress that matched the tinge on her cheek as she looked up at my husband from beneath her eyelashes. I could have confronted them, or I could have called out, feigning enthusiasm, and suggested we all have lunch together. But I simply watched them go. Now, I frantically press all the intercom buttons belonging to the residents of Emma's building, hoping someone will let me in. I hear the door buzz a second later, and I burst inside the modest, small lobby. I glance at the row of mailboxes, grateful that her last name reveals her floor and apartment number, 5C. As I run up the stairs, I wonder if she will take Richard's name, if we will be linked in that way, too. I stand in front of the apartment and knock loudly. "Who is it?" she calls. I stand to one side so she can't see me through the peephole. If Emma recognizes my voice, she may not read my note, so I just push the envelope through the crack at the bottom of her door. I watch my note disappear, then I run back down the hallway to the stairs, hoping I'll get out before Richard arrives. I picture her unfolding my letter, and I think of all the things it didn't say. Like how I faked my stomach flu the night of the Philharmonic. "Why don't you take Emma?" I had suggested to Richard when I called him to cancel. I made sure my voice sounded weak. "I remember being young and poor in the city. It would be a real treat for her."
"Are you sure?"
"Of course. All I want to do is sleep, and I'd hate for you to miss it." He agreed. The moment we hung up, I made myself a cup of tea and began to think about my next move. I knew I had to be careful. I couldn't afford a single mistake. My attention to detail needed to be as scrupulous as Richard's always was. When I went to bed that evening, I put a bottle of Pepto-Bismol on my nightstand, next to my water. I paced myself. I didn't even mention her for weeks, but when Richard closed a big deal, I suggested he thank Emma for her help by giving her a generous gift certificate to Barney's. For a moment, I worried I'd gone too far. He paused in shaving and looked at me carefully.
You never reminded me to do anything for Diane.
I shrugged and reached for my hairbrush. Trying to cover, I said, I guess I identify with Emma. Diane was married. She had a family. Emma reminds me of myself when I first came to New York. I think it would go a long way toward making her feel appreciated.
Good idea.
I slowly released the breath I'd been holding. I imagined her opening the certificate, her eyebrows rising in surprise. Perhaps she'd go into his office to thank him. Maybe, a few days later, she'd wear to the office a dress she'd bought with his certificate and show it to him. The stakes were so high. I tried to continue with my usual routines, but adrenaline flooded me. I found myself constantly pacing. My appetite evaporated, and weight fell off me. I lay awake beside Richard at night, mentally reviewing my plan, searching for holes and weaknesses. I was desperate to hurry things along, but I forced myself to bide my time. I was a hunter in a blind, waiting for my prey to wander into position. My big break came when Emma called me one evening from Dallas, saying Richard needed to catch a later flight because his meeting was running long. I'd prayed for an opportunity exactly like this one. Everything hinged on what would happen next. I had to play my part seamlessly. Emma couldn't suspect I'd been creating a house of cards, that I was poised to set the final one in place. Poor guy, I'd said. He's been working so hard. He must be exhausted. I know, this client is really demanding. You've been working hard too, I said, as if it had just occurred to me. He doesn't need to rush. Why don't you suggest he have a nice dinner and book a hotel? Just come back in the morning. It'll be easier on both of you. Please, take the bait. Are you sure, Vanessa? I know he wants to get home to you. I insist. I faked a yawn. To tell you the truth, I'm looking forward to watching some trashy television and vegging out, and he'll just want to talk about work. The idle, dull wife. That was how I'd wanted her to think of me. Richard deserved better, didn't he? He needed someone who could appreciate the intricacies of his job, who would take care of him after a rough day, someone who wouldn't embarrass him in front of his colleagues, someone who was eager to be with him every night, someone exactly like her. Please, I'd thought again. Okay, Emma had eventually replied. I'll just check with him, and then if he agrees, I'll let you know what time we land tomorrow once I switch the flights. Thank you. As I hung up the phone, I realized that for the first time in a long while, I was smiling. I'd found my perfect replacement. Soon, Richard would be done with me, and I'd finally be free. Neither of them knew what I'd orchestrated. They still don't. Part 3. Chapter 31. I tear down the stairs, slipping as I round the corner to the third floor. My hip smacks against the edge of a step before I can catch myself on the railing, sending pain radiating up the left side of my body. Yanking myself upright, I press on with barely a pause. If Richard decides to take the stairs rather than the elevator, we will run right into each other. The thought propels me even faster, and I burst out of the stairwell into the lobby just as the elevator doors press themselves together. I want to watch the numbers flash on the panel above the elevator to see if it stops on Emma's floor, but I can't risk taking even a few seconds to check. I race onto the street, where a cab is pulling away from the curb. I bang on the trunk, and the red brake lights flash. Scrambling in, I lock the door before collapsing against my seat. I open my mouth to give the address of Aunt Charlotte's apartment, but my words catch in my throat. The aroma of lemons surrounds me. It winds through my hair and permeates my skin. I can feel the sharp citrus notes invading my nose and trickling down into my lungs. Richard must have just exited this cab. Whenever he was agitated, when his features tightened and the man I loved seemed to disappear, his scent always grew stronger. I want to flee again, but I can't afford to wait for another taxi, so I roll down the window as far as it will go as I give the driver my destination. My letter is only a page long. It will take just a minute for Emma to scan it. I hope she has time to do so before Richard makes it to her door. The driver turns onto the next block, and after a final glance out the window assures me that Richard isn't following, I lean my head back against my seat. I wonder how I'd missed the flaw in my plan to escape my husband. I had so much time to formulate it. After his office holiday party, it became my full-time job, then my obsession. I was so careful, and yet I'd made the greatest possible miscalculation. I didn't think about how I would be sacrificing an innocent young woman. I could only desperately latch on to my getaway. I'd almost given up hoping it might be possible, until I realized he'd never let me go unless he believed it was his idea. I was certain of this because of what he'd done to me before when he'd thought I was trying to leave him. I had begun to withdraw from my marriage right before the Alvin Ailey Gala. I was still relatively young and strong. I hadn't yet been broken. Immediately after the gala, when Richard confronted me in the kitchen, he'd looked down at my right wrist, which was turning white in his strong hands. It was as if he didn't even realize he was twisting it, as if someone else were responsible for the bird-like cry of pain that had escaped from my lips. Richard hadn't hurt me badly before that night, not physically anyway. At times, he'd paused at the brink of what I now recognize as the edge. I'd recorded each of those episodes in my black moleskin notebook, in the cab after I'd kissed Nick at my bachelorette party, at Sfolia when a man at the bar had bought me a drink, and on the evening when I'd confronted Richard about Duke's disappearance. At other times, he'd come even closer. Once, he'd thrown our framed wedding picture to the floor, shattering the glass and also hurling a ludicrous accusation at me that I'd been flirting with Eric, the scuba instructor, during our honeymoon. I saw him stop by our room, Richard had yelled at me, as I recalled how my husband had left bruises on my upper arm after helping me out of the boat. Another time, shortly after one of our visits to the fertility doctor, when he'd lost a big client, Richard slammed the door of his office so hard a vase fell off an étagère. He'd also seized my upper arm on a few more occasions, squeezing it too tightly, and once, when he was questioning me about my drinking and I dropped my eyes, he grabbed my jaw and yanked my head upright so I was forced to look at him. In those instances, he'd always been able to contain his fury, to retreat into a guest room or to leave our home and come back once his anger was spent. The night after the Alvin Ailey Gala, it seemed at first as if my high-pitched whimper had cut through to him.
"I'm sorry,"
he'd said as he released my wrist. He'd taken a step back, run a hand through his hair, exhaled slowly.
"But why the fuck did you lie to me?"
"Aunt Charlotte," I whispered again. "I swear I just went to see her." I shouldn't have said that, but I worried that admitting I'd gone to talk to someone about our marriage might cause him to erupt further or ask questions I wasn't prepared to answer. My repeated lie made something snap within him. He lost the struggle. The sound of his palm against my cheek was like a gunshot. I fell onto the hard-tiled floor. Shock suppressed my pain for a moment as I lay there in the gorgeous dress he'd given me, now crumpled around my thighs. I stared up at him, holding my hand to my face. "What? How could you—" He reached down, and I thought he was going to help me to my feet, to beg my forgiveness, to explain he'd meant to strike the cabinet behind me. Instead, he grabbed my hair in his fist and yanked me upright. I stood on my tiptoes, clawing at his fingers, desperate for him to release me. It felt as if he were tearing my scalp from my skull. Tears streamed out of my eyes. "Stop, please," I begged. He let go, but then leaned in to pin me against the edge of the counter. He wasn't hurting me now. but I knew it was the most dangerous moment of the night, of my life. Everything in his face compressed, his narrowed eyes darkened, but the eeriest part was his voice. It was the only piece of him I still recognized. It was the voice that had soothed me on so many nights and had vowed to love and protect me.
You need to remember that even when I'm not there, I'm always with you.
He stared at me for a moment. Then my husband reemerged. He took a step back.
You should go to bed now, Nellie.
Richard brought me a breakfast tray the next morning. I hadn't slept, nor had I moved from the bed. Thank you. I kept my voice quiet and even. I was terrified of setting him off again. His glance fell on my right wrist, which was already bruised. He left the room and returned with an ice pack. Wordlessly, he placed it on the injury.
I'll be home early, sweetheart. I'll pick up dinner.
I obediently ate the granola and berries. Even though my face was unmarked, my jaw felt tender and chewing was painful. I went downstairs and rinsed my bowl, wincing when I unthinkingly pulled on the dishwasher door using my hurt arm. I made the bed, being careful not to jar my wrist when I tucked in the corners. I took a shower, flinching when the heavy spray hit my scalp. I couldn't bear to shampoo my hair or aim a blow-dryer at it, so I left it damp. When I opened my closet door, I found the Alexander McQueen dress hanging neatly right in front. I couldn't remember even taking it off. The rest of the night had been a blur. I only recalled the sensation of trying to shrink, of wanting to become as physically small as possible, of willing myself to be invisible. I walked past the dress and reached for layers, leggings and thick socks, a long-sleeved t-shirt and a cardigan. From a high shelf, my suitcases beckoned. I stared at them. I could have packed some of my things and walked out then. I could have booked a hotel or gone to my aunt's place. I could even have called Sam, though we hadn't spoken in a long time, since a rift had cleaved us apart. But I knew leaving Richard wouldn't be that easy. When he'd departed that morning, I'd heard the beeps that meant Richard was activating our alarm, then the thud of the front door closing behind him. But what I heard loudest of all was the echo of his words, "I'm always with you." The doorbell rang while I was still staring at the suitcases. I raised my head. It was such an unfamiliar sound. We almost never had unannounced visitors. There was no need for me to answer. It was probably a delivery person leaving a package. But the bell chimed again, and a moment later the house phone rang. When I lifted the receiver, I heard Richard's voice.
Baby, where are you?
He sounded worried. I looked at the clock on the nightstand. Somehow it was already 11. Just getting out of the shower. I could hear someone knocking.
You should go answer the door.
I hung up and descended the stairs, feeling my chest growing tight. I used my good arm to deactivate the alarm and unlatch the lock. My hands were shaking. I had no idea what was on the other side, but Richard had told me what I needed to do. I shivered as the winter air blew against my face. A courier stood there, holding an electronic clipboard and a small black bag.
Vanessa Thompson?
I nodded.
Please sign here.
He extended the clipboard toward me. It was hard to grip the pen. I wrote my name gingerly. When I looked up, I saw that he was staring at my wrist. Bruises the color of an eggplant were peeking out from beneath the sleeve of my cardigan. The courier caught himself quickly.
This is for you.
He handed me the package. I was playing tennis. I had a fall. I could see the relief seep into his eyes, but then he turned and glanced at the snow blanketing our neighborhood, and he looked back at me. I closed the door quickly. I untied the ribbon on the bag and saw a box inside. When I lifted the lid, it revealed a thick gold cuff from Verdura, at least 2 inches in diameter. I reached into the box and held it up. The bracelet Richard had sent would perfectly cover the ugly bruises ringing my wrist. Before I even had the chance to decide if I would ever be able to wear it, we got the call that my mother had died. For years, I have allowed fear to dominate me. But as I sit in the cab, I realize another emotion is rising to the surface. Anger. It felt cathartic to unleash my rage at Richard after absorbing his for so long. I suffocated my feelings during our marriage. I doused them with alcohol. I buried them in denial. I tiptoed around my husband's moods, hoping that if I created a pleasing enough environment, if I said and did the right things, I could control the climate of our household, just as I used to Velcro a smiling sun to the weather chart in my Cubs classroom. Sometimes I was successful. My collection of jewelry, the Verdura cuff was the first of the items Richard had delivered to me following what he called our misunderstandings, reminds me of the times I was not. I didn't consider packing those pieces when I left. Even if I sold them, the money I received would feel tainted. During my marriage and even beyond it, Richard's words would echo in my mind, causing me to constantly second-guess myself and limiting my actions. But now I remember what Aunt Charlotte said to me just this morning. I'm not afraid of storms, for I am learning how to sail my ship. I close my eyes and inhale the June air streaming through my open window, clearing away the last of Richard's scent. It's not enough that I've escaped from my husband, and I know it won't be enough to simply stop the wedding. Even if Emma leaves Richard, I am certain he'll just move on to another young woman, yet another replacement. What I must do is find a way to stop Richard. Where is he at this exact moment? I see him folding Emma into a hug, telling her how sorry he is that his ex is targeting her. He pulls the letter out of her hand and scans it, then crumples it into a ball. He is angry, but perhaps she thinks it is justified given my actions. What I hope, though, is that I've convinced her to re-examine their past, to look at their history through a new lens. Maybe she is recalling times when Richard's reactions had seemed slightly off, when his need for control revealed itself in subtle ways. What will be his next move? He will retaliate against me. I think hard. Then I open my eyes and lean forward. I've changed my mind, I tell the cab driver, who is taking me to Aunt Charlotte's apartment. I need to make a different stop. I pull up an address on my phone and recite it. He drops me off in front of a Midtown Citibank branch. It's where Richard keeps his accounts. When Richard left me the check, he told me to use the money to get help. He even alerted the bank that I'd be depositing it. But with my delivery of Duke's photo and the letter to Emma, I've shown him I'm not going to quietly disappear. I suspect he will try to stop payment on the check today. This is how Richard will begin my punishment. It's a relatively easy way for him to signal he won't tolerate my insubordination. I need to cash his check instead, before he has a chance to tell the bank he has changed his mind. There are two free tellers. One is a young guy in a white shirt and tie. The other is a middle-aged woman. Although the man is closer to me, I approach the woman's window. She greets me with a warm smile. Her name tag reads Betty. I reach into my wallet for Richard's check. I'd like to cash this. Betty nods, then glances at the amount. Her brow furrows. Cash it? She looks back at the piece of paper. Yes. My foot begins to tap against the floor, and I still it. I worry Richard may be phoning the bank as I stand there. Can you take a seat? I think it would be better if my supervisor helped you with this. I glance at her left hand. She isn't wearing a wedding ring. It isn't difficult to dodge questions once you learn the tricks. Tell colorful, drawn-out stories that deflect attention from the fact that you aren't actually sharing anything. Avoid specifics, be vague, lie, but only when completely necessary. I lean as close to the window as possible. Look, Betty. Wow, it was my mother's name. She passed away recently. This lie is necessary. I'm sorry. Her expression is sympathetic. I chose the right teller. I'm going to be honest with you. I pause. My husband, Mr. Thompson, is divorcing me. I'm sorry. Yeah, me too. He's getting remarried this summer. I smile wryly. Anyway, this check is from him, and I need the money because I'm trying to rent an apartment. His pretty, young fiancée has already moved in with him. As I speak, I picture Richard jabbing the bank's numbers on his phone. It's just that it's such a large amount. Not to him. As you can see, our last names match. I reach into my bag and pass her my driver's license. And we still have the same address, although I've moved out. I'm living in a dingy little hotel a few blocks away from here now. The address on the check is our Westchester home. Any New Yorker knows that suburb is exclusive. Betty stares down at my license and hesitates. The photo was taken several years ago, roughly the time I first planned to leave Richard. My eyes were bright and my smile genuine. Please, Betty. Tell you what, you can call the manager at the branch on Park Avenue. Richard alerted him that I'd be cashing this check. Excuse me for a moment. I wait while she steps to the side and murmurs into the phone. I feel lightheaded from the strain, wondering if Richard has outmaneuvered me yet again. When she returns, I can't read the expression on her face. She clicks on her computer keyboard, then finally looks up at me. I apologize for the delay. Everything is in order. The manager confirmed the check was authorized, and I see that you and Mr. Thompson used to have a joint account here that was closed only a few months ago. Thank you, I breathe. When she comes back a few minutes later, she holds several stacks of cash. She runs the money through the bill counter and then tallies each $100 bill twice as my insides clench. At any moment, I expect someone to hurry toward her and pull it all back. But then she slips the money through the shallow opening beneath the window, along with an oversized, padded envelope. Have a nice day, I say. Good luck. I zip my purse shut, feeling the reassuring heft against my ribs. I deserve this money, and now that I've lost my job, I need it more than ever to help my aunt. Besides, it is exquisitely satisfying to think of what Richard's reaction will be when a bank official tells him his money is gone. He kept me off balance for years. Whenever I displeased him, I suffered consequences. But he also clearly relished being my savior and comforting me when I was upset. The dueling sides of my husband's personality made him an enigma to me. I still don't completely understand why he needed to control everything in his environment as precisely as he organized his socks and t-shirts. I've regained a bit of the power he took away from me. I've won a minor battle. I am filled with exhilaration. I imagine his rage as a tornado, swirling and rotating outward, but at the moment, I am beyond its reach. I exit onto the sidewalk and hurry to the nearest Chase branch office. I deposit the cash into my new account, the one I opened after Richard and I separated. Now I'm ready to go back to Aunt Charlotte's, but not to the safety of my bed. I am determined to shed that defeated woman like a husk. I am suffused with energy at the thought of what I will do next. Chapter 32. I am 26 years old. I'm in love with Richard. We are getting married soon. I whisper as I look in the mirror. More lipstick, I think, reaching into my cosmetics case. I work here as an assistant. I'm wearing a blush-colored dress that I bought just this afternoon at Ann Taylor. It isn't an exact replica, but it's close, especially with my new padded bra. My posture isn't quite right, though. I pull back my shoulders and lift my chin. That's better. My name is Emma, I say into the mirror. I smile, a wide, confident grin. Anyone who knows her well wouldn't be fooled, but all I need to do is get past the cleaning crew at Richard's office. If one of his colleagues is working late tonight, it will be over, and if Richard happens to still be here... But no, I can't even let myself think about that, or I won't have the courage to go through with this. My name is Emma. I repeat again and again until I am satisfied with the throaty timbre of my voice. I walk to the door of the bathroom and crack it, peeking out. The hallway is empty and the lights are dim. I can't see around the corner to the double glass doors that lead to Richard's firm. I know they will be locked, as they are every evening. Few people have the keys. The financial information of hundreds of clients is contained on the company's computers. They are all protected by passwords. Plus, I'm certain the company's cybersecurity experts would be alerted if anyone tried to hack the system. What I'm after isn't an electronic record, though. I need a simple document from Richard's office, one that would have no importance to anyone else at the firm. Even if Emma had the chance to read my letter, and even if a few fleeting doubts have begun to form in her mind, I know she is a savvy, logical young woman. Who will she believe in the end? Her accomplished, perfect fiancé, or his crazy ex-wife? I need proof to sway her, and Emma is the person who revealed to me how to obtain it. When I confronted her outside her apartment building, I told Emma to ask Richard about the missing Ravenel that he sent me to retrieve from our wine cellar the night of our cocktail party. "Who do you think placed the order?" she asked, just before dismissing me and leaving in a cab. It was a brilliant move on Richard's part to have Emma, as his assistant, order that wine for our party. He hadn't needed to punish me in a long time. I'd been on my best behavior for months, rising early with him and exercising every morning and cooking us healthy dinners at night. These acts of service made Richard feel benevolent toward me. By this point in my marriage, I was under no illusions about how dangerous my husband could be when he feared my love was slipping away. So I anticipated that I would pay severely when I altered my hair a few days before our cocktail party. First, I asked my stylist to dye it caramel brown. She'd protested, saying that women paid her hundreds of dollars to recreate my natural hue, but I was resolute. When she finished darkening it, I instructed her to lop off 5 inches, resulting in a shoulder-length bob. On the day we met, Richard had told me to never cut my hair. That was the first rule, masked as a compliment, that he'd set down. I'd obeyed it throughout our marriage. But by then, I'd met Emma. I knew I had to give my husband reasons to get rid of me, no matter what the repercussions. When Richard saw my hair, he'd paused for a moment, then told me it was a nice change for the winter. I understood he wanted my old style back by summertime. After that brief exchange, he worked late every night until our party. Richard had asked Emma to order the wine so he could build his case against me. And now, I can use it to build my case against him. Hillary was standing at the makeshift bar with Richard in our living room at the Westchester house that night. The caterers were late, and I'd been murmuring apologies for the wheel of brie and wedge of cheddar I'd set out. "Honey, can you grab a few bottles of the '09 Ravenel from the cellar?" Richard called to me from across the room. "I ordered a case last week. They're on the middle shelf of the wine fridge." I moved in what felt like slow motion toward the basement, delaying the moment when I'd have to tell Richard, in front of all of his friends and business associates, what I already knew. There was no Ravenel in our cellar. But not because I drank it. Everyone thought I did, of course. That had been Richard's intention. This was our pattern. I challenged Richard by trying to assert my independence, and he made me pay for my transgression. My punishments were always proportional to my perceived crimes. On the night of the Alvin Ailey Gala, for example, I knew Richard had told his partner Paul that he needed to get me home because I was drunk. But that wasn't true. Richard was angry that Paul had offered to help me find a job, and more than that, my husband already knew I'd snuck into the city for a secret meeting, one that I eventually explained away as a visit to a therapist. Making me look bad in public, having other people view me as unstable, and worse, causing me to question myself, was one of Richard's default ways to discipline me. It was especially effective given my mother's struggles. "Honey, there isn't any Ravenel," I said when I returned from the cellar. "But I just put a case down there." Richard cut himself off. Confusion swept across his face and was quickly replaced by obvious embarrassment. He was such an adroit actor. "Oh, I'm happy with any old white wine," Hillary said too brightly. Emma was across the room. She wore a simple black dress, belted to show off her hourglass figure. Her luxuriant blonde hair curled loosely at the ends. She was as perfect as I'd remembered. I needed to accomplish 3 things that night. Convince everyone at the party that Richard's wife was a bit of a mess. Convince Emma that Richard deserved better. And most important, convince Richard of the same. I felt dizzy from anxiety. I looked at Emma for courage. Then I did some acting of my own. I linked my arm through Hillary's. "I'll join you in that. I said gaily, hoping Hillary couldn't feel my ice-cold fingers through her sleeve. Who says blondes have more fun? I love being a brunette. Come on, Richard, open us up a bottle. I dumped my first glass down the kitchen sink when I went to get more cocktail napkins, making sure Richard was within earshot when I asked Hillary if she needed a refill. Her glass was still half full. I saw her eyes drift to my empty one before she shook her head. A moment later, Richard handed me a glass of water.
Shouldn't you call the caterers again, sweetheart?
I looked up their number and dialed the first 6 digits, moving far enough away from Richard so he wouldn't pick up on the unnatural cadence of a one-sided conversation. I nodded to him after the call and said, "They should be here any second now." Then I put down my water. I was on my pretend 3rd glass of wine when the caterers arrived. While servers began setting up a buffet, Richard motioned the head caterer into the kitchen. I followed them. "What's going on?" I asked before Richard could say a word. I didn't make any effort to keep my voice down. "You guys were supposed to be here an hour ago."
"I'm sorry, Mrs. Thompson." The man looked down at his clipboard. "But we showed up when you instructed us to."
"That can't be. Our party started at 7:30. I'm sure I told you we wanted you here at 7. Richard was by my side, ready to unleash his complaints about the company's error. The head caterer wordlessly turned around his clipboard and pointed at the time, 8 p.m., then my signature on the bottom of the page.
"But,"
Richard cleared his throat.
"What happened?"
My response had to be perfectly delivered. I needed to convey both my ineffectualness and my lack of concern about the agitation I'd caused him. "Oh, I guess it's my fault," I said easily. "Well, at least they're here now."
"How could you?"
Richard choked back the rest of his sentence. He exhaled slowly, but the tightness in his face didn't relax. I felt nausea rise in my throat and knew I couldn't sustain my performance much longer, so I hurried to the powder room. I splashed cold water on my wrists and counted my breaths until my heartbeat finally evened out. Then I exited the bathroom and surveyed our gathered guests. I hadn't quite accomplished all I needed to yet. Richard was chatting with one of his partners and a golf buddy from the club, but my tingling skin alerted me that his eyes kept returning to me. My hair, my drinking, my reaction to the caterers, I was acting like a very different woman from the one who'd scrupulously reviewed every detail of the party with him during the preceding weeks. We'd spent hours going over our guest list, with Richard reminding me of personal details about his associates so I could more easily mingle and introduce people. We'd discussed flower choices for our arrangements. Richard had instructed me to avoid ordering shrimp because one of our guests was allergic, and I'd told him I'd double-check that we had enough hangers so no one's coat would have to be splayed across a bed. Now it was time to check off another item on my private list, the one I kept only in my head and reviewed when Richard left for work. Talk to Emma. A server passed by and offered me a warm Parmesan crostini from his tray. I forced myself to smile and take one, but I folded it into a napkin. I paused for a moment until the same server reached the group that contained Emma, then I approached. "You have to try these," I gushed. I forced a laugh. "You've got to keep up your strength if you're working for Richard." Emma briefly frowned, then her face cleared. "He does work long hours, but I don't mind." She took a crostini and bit into it. I could see Richard begin to approach us from across the room, but George intercepted him. "Oh, it's not just the hours," I said. "He's very particular, isn't he?" She nodded and quickly popped the rest of her appetizer into her mouth. "Well, I'm glad everyone finally has something to eat. You'd think the caterers would at least show up on time with what they charge." I spoke loudly enough so that the middle-aged man holding the platter of food could hear, and more important, so Emma would think I'd lobbed the harsh comment at him. I could feel my cheeks burn, but I hoped Emma assumed it was from too much wine. When I met her eyes, I saw disdain in them for my rudeness. Richard extracted himself from George, walking directly toward us. Right before he arrived, I pivoted and headed in the opposite direction. "Give them one more reason." I knew I had to do it now, or I'd lose my nerve. Every step was a struggle as I slowly crossed the room. My pulse throbbed in my ears. I could feel a thin film of cold sweat gathering on my top lip. All of my instincts were screaming at me to stop, to turn around. I forced myself forward, weaving through the clusters of smiling people. Someone touched my arm, but I pulled away without a glance. Only the thought of Emma and Richard watching propelled me forward. I knew I wouldn't have another chance to be near her anytime soon. I reached the iPod that was attached to our speakers. Richard had carefully arranged a playlist, alternating jazz with some of his favorite classical compositions. The elegant music soared through the room. I clicked to the Spotify app and selected 70s disco music as I'd practiced doing. Then I cranked the volume. "Let's get this party started!" I shouted, raising my arms into the air. My voice cracked, but I continued, "Who wants to dance?" The murmured conversations halted. Faces turned toward me in unison as if they'd been choreographed. "Come on, Richard!" I called. Even the caterers were staring at me now. I caught a glimpse of Hillary averting her eyes, then of Emma gaping at me before quickly turning to look at Richard. He strode toward me quickly, and my insides clenched.
"You forgot our house rule, honey,"
he called, his voice filled with a forced merriment. He turned down the volume.
"No Bee Gees until after 11.
Relieved laughter cut through the room as Richard flipped the music back to Bach and reached for my arm and led me into the hallway.
"What is wrong with you? How much have you had to drink?"
His eyes narrowed, and I didn't have to conjure the panicked note of apology in my voice. "I can't, just a couple of glasses, but I'm sorry, I'll switch to water right now." He reached for my half-full goblet of Chardonnay, and I quickly relinquished it. For the rest of the night, I felt my husband's glare. I saw his fingers clenching his glass of scotch. I tried to remember the sympathy mixed with admiration on Emma's face when he'd smoothed over the scene I'd created. That was what got me through the rest of the party. I'd accomplished everything I'd set out to do. It was worth it, even though my bruises didn't heal for 2 weeks. Richard never sent me a new piece of jewelry to make amends for that misunderstanding. This was confirmation he was no longer as invested in us. His focus was shifting. "I'm in love with Richard," I say a final time as I peer into the empty hallway. "I'm supposed to be here." It wasn't difficult to get into Richard's office building. Just a few floors below his firm was an accounting company that handled high net worth individuals. I made an appointment, explaining that I was a single woman who had recently come into an inheritance. It wasn't far from the truth. After all, I still had the receipt from Richard's check in my wallet. I booked the last appointment of the day, 6 o'clock, and sailed past the guard's desk with my visitor sticker attached to my new dress. After my appointment, I took the elevator to Richard's floor and walked quickly to the ladies' room. The code hadn't changed, and I slipped into the end stall. I already looked as much like Emma as possible on the outside. My new red lipstick and fitted dress and curled hair completed my physical transformation. I tore my visitor's pass into a dozen pieces and buried it in the trash can. I spent the next couple of hours practicing her voice, her posture, her mannerisms. A few women came in to use the bathroom, but no one lingered. Now it is 8:30. I finally see the 3-person cleaning crew emerge from the elevator, pushing a cart filled with supplies. I force myself to wait until they reach the door of Richard's firm. I am confident. "Hello," I call as I stride briskly toward them. I am poised. "Nice to see you again." I belong here. Surely this crew must have encountered Emma on nights she worked late with Richard. The man who has just unlocked the double glass doors gives me a hesitant smile. "My boss needs me to check something on his desk." I gesture to the corner office I know so well. "I'll just be a minute." I hurry past them, taking longer steps than I would normally. One of the cleaning women picks up a duster and follows me, which I expected. I pass Emma's old cubicle, which now holds a potted African violet and a flowered tea mug. Then I open the door to Richard's office. It should be right here. I walk behind the desk and open one of the 2 heavy lower drawers, but it is empty save for a squeezable stress reliever, a few power bars, and an unopened box of Callaway golf balls. Oh, he must have moved it, I say to the cleaner. I can feel her energy heighten. She's clearly a little nervous now. She moves closer to me. I can read her mental process. She is telling herself I must belong here or I could never have gotten through the guard, and she doesn't want to offend an office employee. But if she's wrong, she could be jeopardizing her job. My salvation is staring at me, a silver-framed photograph of Emma on the corner of Richard's desk. I pick it up and show it to the cleaning woman, making sure to hold it a couple of feet away from her. See? It's me. She breaks into a relieved smile, and I'm glad she doesn't think to ask why my boss keeps a photo of his assistant on his desk. I pull open the second drawer and see Richard's files. Each has a typewritten label. I find the one marked Amex and leaf through his statements until I find the itemized one for February. What I'm searching for is right at the top. Sotheby's Wine, $3,150 refund. The cleaning woman has turned toward the windows to dust the blinds, but I can't allow myself even the briefest of celebrations. I slip the piece of paper into my purse. All done. Thank you. She nods, and I start to exit the office. As I round the edge of the desk, I reach out and touch Emma's photo again. I can't resist. I twist it so she faces the wall. Chapter 33. The next morning, I awaken feeling more refreshed than I have in years. I've slept straight through for 9 hours without the aid of alcohol or a pill. Another small victory. I can hear Aunt Charlotte puttering in the kitchen as I approach. I walk up behind her and envelop her in a hug. Linseed and lavender. Her scent is as comforting to me as Richard's aroma is unsettling. I love you. Her hands cover mine. I love you too, honey. Surprise threads through her voice. It's as if she can sense the shift within me. We have hugged dozens of times since I moved in. Aunt Charlotte embraced me as I sobbed after a cab left me on her building's doorstep. When I was unable to sleep as the memories of the worst times in my marriage tormented me, I felt her slip onto the bed and wrap me up in her arms. It was as if she wanted to absorb my pain. For every page in my notebook that I filled with descriptions of Richard's deceit, I could write an equal number recounting times throughout my life when Aunt Charlotte has buoyed me with her steady, undemanding love. But today, I'm the one reaching out to her, sharing my strength. When I let go, Aunt Charlotte picks up the pot of coffee she has just brewed, and I pull the cream out of the refrigerator and hand it to her. I crave calories, nourishing food to fuel my newfound fortitude. I crack eggs into a pan, scramble in cherry tomatoes and shredded cheddar cheese, and slide 2 pieces of whole grain bread into the toaster. I've been doing some research. She looks up at me, and I can tell she knows exactly what I'm talking about. You are never going to be alone in this. I'm here for you, and I'm not going anywhere. She stirs the cream into her coffee. Absolutely not. You're young, and you are not spending your life taking care of an old woman. Too bad, I say lightly. Like it or not, you're stuck with me. I found the best macular degeneration specialist in New York. He's one of the top guys in the country. We're seeing him in 2 weeks. The office manager has already emailed me the forms that I'll help Aunt Charlotte fill out. Her wrist moves in more rapid circles, and the coffee is in danger of sloshing over the edge of her mug. I can tell she's uncomfortable. I'm sure that as a self-employed artist, she doesn't have a great healthcare plan. When Richard came by, he gave me a check. I have plenty of money. And I deserve every cent of it. Before she can protest, I reach for a mug of my own. I can't argue about this before I have coffee. She laughs, and I change the subject. So, what are you doing today? I thought I'd go to the cemetery. I want to visit Beau. Usually, my aunt makes this trip only on their wedding anniversary, which is in the fall. but I understand she is seeing everything anew now, fixing familiar images into her memory bank to revisit them when her eyesight is gone. If you're up for company, I would love to join you. I give the eggs a final stir and add salt and pepper. You don't have to work? Not today. I butter the toast and slide the eggs out of the pan, dividing them between 2 plates. I serve Aunt Charlotte, then take a sip of coffee to buy some time. I don't want to worry her, so I come up with a story about store-wide layoffs. I'll explain it to you over breakfast. At the cemetery, we plant geraniums by his headstone, yellow, red, and white, as we trade some of our favorite Beau stories. Aunt Charlotte recounts how the first time they met, he pretended to be the blind date she was meeting at a coffee shop. He didn't reveal the truth until a week later, on their 3rd date. I've heard this story many times, but it always makes me laugh when she tells the part about how relieved he was to no longer have to answer to the name David. I share how I loved the little journalist's notebook he kept in his back pocket with a pencil threaded through the spirals. Whenever I came to New York with my mother to visit, Uncle Beau gave me a duplicate one. We'd pretend to report on a story together. He'd take me to the local pizza parlor, and while we waited for our pie, he'd tell me to record everything I saw, the sights, the smells, what I overheard, just like a real reporter. He didn't treat me like a little kid. He respected my observations and told me I had a sharp eye for detail. The midday sun is high in the sky, but the trees shade us from the heat. Neither of us is in any rush. It feels so good to be sitting in the soft grass, chatting comfortably with Aunt Charlotte. In the distance, I see a family approach, a mother, father, and 2 kids. One of the little girls is riding on her father's shoulders, and the other is holding a bouquet of flowers. You were both wonderful with children. Did you ever want to have any? I'd posed the same question to my aunt once before when I was younger, but now I'm asking as a woman, as an equal. To be honest, no. My life was quite full, with my art and Beau traveling on assignment all the time and me joining him. Plus, I was lucky enough to get to share you. I'm the lucky one. I lean over to briefly rest my head on her shoulder. I know how much you wanted children. I'm sorry it didn't happen for you. We tried for a long time. I think of those slashing blue lines, the clomid and resulting nausea and exhaustion, the blood tests, the doctor's visits. Every single month I felt like a failure. But after a while, I wasn't sure we were meant to have kids together. Really? It was that simple? I think, no, of course not. It wasn't simple at all. It was Dr. Hoffman who finally suggested to me that Richard should have a second semen analysis. Didn't anyone tell him that? She'd asked as I sat in her immaculate office during one of my annual physicals. There can be errors in any medical test. It's standard to repeat the sperm analysis after 6 months or a year, and it's just so unusual for a healthy young woman like yourself to be having this much trouble. This was after my mother had died. After Richard had promised things would never get bad again. He'd made an effort to come home by 7 o'clock several nights a week. We'd taken a long weekend trip to Bermuda and another to Palm Beach, where we golfed and sunbathed by a pool. I'd recommitted to our marriage, and after about 6 months, we'd agreed to start trying anew for a baby. The job Paul had suggested never came through, but I continued my volunteer work with the Head Start program. I'd told myself I'd been partly to blame for Richard's violence. What husband would be happy to learn his wife was sneaking into the city and lying about it? Richard had told me that he'd thought I had a lover. I reasoned he would never have hurt me otherwise. As time passed and my sweet, attentive husband brought me flowers just because and left love notes on my pillow, it became easy to rationalize that all marriages had low points, that he would never do it again. Just as my bruises faded, so too did the small, insistent voice inside me that cried out for me to leave him. My marriage was kind of uneven, I tell my aunt now. I began to worry about bringing a child into such an unstable environment. You seemed happy with him at first. Aunt Charlotte says carefully. And he clearly adored you. Both statements are true, so I nod. Sometimes those things aren't enough. When I told Richard what Dr. Hoffman had said, he immediately agreed to get retested.
I'll make the appointment for Thursday at lunch. Think you can keep your hands off me for that long?
We'd learned the first time that he had to wait 2 days to build up a good number of mobile sperm. At the last minute, I decided to join Richard for this test. I thought back to how he was always beside me at my fertility appointments. Besides, I didn't have much else to do that day, and figured it might be nice to spend the afternoon in the city, then meet him after work for dinner. At least those were the reasons I told myself. When I couldn't immediately reach my husband on his cell phone, I called the clinic. I remembered the name from the first time Richard had gone years earlier, the Waxler Clinic, because Richard had joked that it should really be called the Whack-Off Clinic. He just phoned to cancel a little while ago, the receptionist said. Oh, something must have come up at work. I was grateful I hadn't begun the journey into the city. I'd assumed he'd go the following day, and I planned to suggest at dinner that I accompany him. That night, when I greeted him at the door, he folded me into a hug.
My Michael Phelps boys are still going strong.
I remember time seemed to shudder to a stop. I was so stunned I couldn't speak. I pulled back, but he just hugged me tighter.
Don't worry, sweetheart. We're not going to give up. We'll get to the bottom of this. We'll figure it out together.
It took everything I had to look him in the eye when he released me. Thank you. He smiled down at me, his expression gentle. You're right, Richard. I will get to the bottom of this. I will figure this out. The next day, I bought my black moleskin notebook. My aunt has been my confidant for much of my life, but I will not burden her with this. I reach into my purse for the bottles of water I brought along and give one to her, then I take a long sip from mine. After a little while, we stand up. Before we leave, Aunt Charlotte slowly runs her fingertips across the engraved letters of her husband's name. Does it ever get easier? Yes and no. I wish we'd had more time, but I'm so grateful I had 18 wonderful years with him. I link my arm through hers as we walk home, taking a long route. I think of what else I can do for her with Richard's money. My aunt's favorite city in the world is Venice. I decide that when this is all over, when I've saved Emma, I will take my aunt to Italy. After we arrive home and Aunt Charlotte goes into her studio to work, I am ready to execute my plan to get the Amex statement to Emma. I know how I'm going to do it because Emma never changed the cell phone number she used as Richard's assistant. I will photograph the document and text it to her. But I need to transmit it when Richard won't be near so she can absorb the full implications of what she is seeing. It was too early when Aunt Charlotte and I left this morning. They might have still been together, but by now he should be at work. I take the statement out of my purse and smooth it open. The Amex is Richard's business card, the one he keeps for his sole use. Most of the charges on this statement are for lunches, taxis, and costs associated with a trip to Chicago. I also see the fee for the caterers for our party. I signed the contract and specified the details, but since it was primarily a business function at our home, Richard had said to use the Amex card they had for us on file. The $400 charge from Petals in Westchester covered the cost of our flower arrangements. The Sotheby's wine refund is at the top of the statement, a few lines above the charge for the caterers. I use my phone to take a photograph of the entire page, making sure the date, the name of the wine store, and the amount stand out clearly. Then I text it to Emma with a one-line message. You placed the order, but who canceled it? When I see that it has been delivered, I put down my cell. I didn't use my burner phone. There's no longer any need to conceal what I'm doing. I wonder what Emma's memory will reveal when she looks back at that night. She thinks I was drunk. She believes Richard covered for me. She is under the impression that I polished off a case of wine in a week. If she realizes one of those things is not true, will she question the others? I stare at my phone, hoping this will be the thread she begins to worry between her fingertips. Chapter 34. Emma's response arrives the next morning, also in the form of a single-line text message. "Meet me at my apartment at 6 tonight." I stare at the words for a full minute. I cannot believe it. I've been trying to reach her for such a long time, and now she is finally welcoming me in. I've created the necessary doubts in her mind. I wonder what she already knows, and what she will ask me. Exhilaration floods my body. I don't know how long of an audience she will grant me, so I write down the points I must make. I can bring up Duke, but what proof do I have? Instead, I write fertility questions. I want her to ask Richard why we weren't able to become pregnant. He'll surely lie, but the pressure will build in him. Maybe she'll see what he fights to keep hidden. His surprise visits, I write. Has Richard ever shown up unexpectedly, even when she hasn't told him her schedule for the day? But that won't be enough. It certainly wasn't for me. I will need to tell her about the times Richard physically hurt me. I have never shared with anyone what I am about to reveal to Emma. I need to harness my emotions so they don't overwhelm me and reinforce any lingering suspicions she might have that I'm unbalanced. If she listens to me with an open mind, if she seems receptive to what I am saying, I must explain to her how I meticulously crafted a plan to free myself. That I set her up, but that I had no idea it would go this far. I will beg for her forgiveness, but more important than my absolution is her own. I will tell her she has to leave Richard immediately, tonight even, before he ensnares her. When I last saw Emma, I tried to craft the image I wanted her to see, that we were interchangeable versions of each other. Now I strive for plain honesty. I shower and put on jeans and a cotton t-shirt. I don't fuss with my makeup or hairstyle. To burn off nervous energy, I plan to walk to her apartment. I decide to leave at 5 o'clock. I cannot be late. Be calm, be rational, be convincing, I repeat to myself. Emma has seen the act I've put on. She has heard Richard's rendering of my character. She knows of my reputation. I need to reverse everything she believes about me. I am still practicing what I will say when my cell phone rings with a number I don't recognize, but I know the area code well. It's in Florida. My body tenses. I sink onto my bed and stare at the screen as the phone rings a second time. I must answer this. "Vanessa Thompson?" a man asks. "Yes." My throat is so dry I cannot swallow. "This is Andy Woodward from Furry Paws." His voice sounds hearty and affable. I've never spoken to Andy before, but I began to anonymously donate to the shelter in Maggie's honor following her death, since she'd volunteered there in high school. After Richard and I married, he suggested that we increase my monthly contribution substantially and fund the shelter's renovation. As a result, Maggie's name is on a plaque by the door. Richard has always served as the contact to the shelter. He suggested it, saying it would be less stressful for me. "I got a call from your ex-husband. He told me the two of you have decided that in light of everything, you can no longer afford your charitable gifts." Here is my punishment, I realize. I took Richard's money, so this is how he'll extract revenge. There's a symbolic flourish to it, a balancing of the scales that I know Richard is relishing. "Yes," I say when I realize the silence has stretched on too long. This was for Maggie, not for me, I think furiously. "I'm really sorry. If it's okay, I can still contribute a small amount each month. It won't be the same, but it's something." "That's very generous of you. Your ex-husband explained how terribly he feels about this. He said he would personally call Maggie's family to let them know what happened. He asked me to relay that to you so you didn't have to worry about any loose ends." Which of my actions is Richard retaliating for? Am I being punished for the photograph of Duke, my letter to Emma, or cashing the check? Or does he also know I've texted the Amex statement to Emma? Andy doesn't understand. No one does. Richard would have been charming when they chatted. He'll be the same way when he calls Maggie's family. He will make sure he speaks to them all individually, including Jason. Richard will mention my maiden name. It will seamlessly slip into the conversation, and perhaps he'll say something about how I've moved to New York City. What will Jason do? I wait for the familiar panic to set in. It doesn't. Instead, I am struck by the realization that since Richard left me, I haven't thought of Jason at all.
"The family will be delighted to have a chance to thank you both personally,"
Andy says.
"Of course, they write notes every year that I forward to your husband."
My head jerks up. Think like Richard. Stay in control. My husband didn't share those notes with me. Somehow, my tone is casual and my voice remains steady. I was really affected by Maggie's death, and he probably thought it would be too painful for me to read them, but I'd like to know what they said now.
"Oh, sure. They mostly sent emails for me to forward. I remember the content, if not the exact words. They always expressed how grateful they are to you and how they hope to meet you one day. They visit the shelter occasionally. What you've done has meant so much to them."
The parents come to the shelter? And Maggie's brother Jason?
"Yes, they all do. And Jason's wife and his 2 children. They're a lovely family. The kids cut the ribbon on opening day after the renovation."
I take a half step backward and nearly drop the phone. Richard must have known this for years. He intercepted the correspondence. He wanted me to be afraid, to be his nervous Nellie. He needed to pretend to be my protector because of some depravity within him. He cultivated my dependence upon him. He preyed upon my fear. Of all of Richard's cruelties, this is perhaps the worst. I sink down onto my bed at the realization. Then I wonder what else he did to pique my anxiety when we were together. I would like to call Maggie's parents and brother too, I say after a moment. May I have their contact information? Richard must be on edge. He should have realized Andy might mention the emails and letters to me. My ex-husband is the one who isn't thinking clearly now. I've never pushed him this far before, not even close. He is probably desperate to hurt me, to make me stop, to erase me from his tidy life. I say goodbye to Andy and realize I need to get to Emma. It is almost 5 o'clock, the time I'd planned to leave. But I'm suddenly overwhelmed by the worry that Richard is waiting outside. I can't walk there after all. I will take a cab, but I still need to get to one safely. A second exit in the back of the building leads to a narrow alley where trash cans and recycling bins are kept. Which door will Richard expect me to use? He knows I suffer from mild claustrophobia, that I loathe being trapped. The alley is narrow and usually empty, penned in on both sides by high buildings. So that's the route I choose. I change into sneakers, then I wait until 5:30. I take the elevator downstairs and fumble with the latch on the fire door. I ease it open and look out. The alley appears vacant, but I can't see behind the tall plastic waste containers. I take a deep breath and push away from the door, sprinting down the passageway. My heart is exploding. I expect his arms to shoot out and grab me at any moment. I push myself toward the sliver of sidewalk I see ahead. When I finally reach it, I whip around in a full circle, gasping as I scan my surroundings. He isn't here. I am certain I would be able to feel his predatory gaze upon me. I lift my arm to signal passing cabs as I hurry down the street. It doesn't take long for one to pull over, and the driver expertly weaves through rush-hour traffic toward Emma's place. When we arrive at her corner, I see it's 4 minutes before 6. I ask the driver to keep the meter running while I mentally rehearse a final time what I need to say. Then I exit the cab and walk to the door of Emma's building. I press the buzzer for 5C and hear Emma's voice through the intercom. "Vanessa?" "Yes." I can't help it. I glance behind me a final time, but no one is there. I take the elevator to her floor. She opens the door as I approach. She is as lovely as ever, but she looks worried. Her brow is creased. "Come in." I step over the threshold, and she shuts the heavy door behind me. At last, I am alone with her. I feel a rush of relief so intense I am practically giddy. Her apartment is a small, neat one-bedroom. A few framed photographs are on the wall, and a vase of white roses is on a side table. She gestures toward the low-backed couch, and I perch on the edge, but she remains standing. "Thank you for seeing me." She doesn't respond. "I have wanted to talk to you for so long." Something seems off. She isn't looking at me. Instead, she is glancing over her shoulder, toward her bedroom door. Out of the corner of my eye, I see that door begin to open. I recoil into the couch, my hands instinctively flying up to protect myself. No, I think desperately. I want to run, but I cannot move, just like in my nightmares. I can only watch as he approaches.
"Hello, Vanessa."
My eyes shift to Emma. Her expression is inscrutable. "Richard," I whisper. Why are you here?"
"My fiancé told me you texted her some nonsense about a wine refund."
He continues moving toward me, his gait fluid and unhurried. He stops next to Emma. Some of the terror eases out of my body. He isn't here to hurt me, not physically anyway. He would never do that in front of anyone. He is here to put an end to this by defeating me in front of Emma. I rise to my feet and open my mouth, but he wrests away control of the situation. The element of surprise is on his side.
"When Emma called me, I explained to her exactly what happened."
Richard longs to close the distance between us. His narrowed eyes tell me so.
"As you well know, I realized that wine wasn't technically a business expense since I wasn't sure we'd drink any of it at the party. The ethical thing to do was to cancel the Amex payment and put it on my personal visa. I remember telling you this when Sotheby's delivered the Ravenel to the house and I stored it in the cellar."
"That's a lie." I turn to Emma. "He never ordered the wine at all. He's so good at this. He can come up with explanations for anything." "Vanessa, he told me instantly what happened. He didn't have time to concoct a story. I don't know what you're after." "I'm not after anything. I'm trying to help you." Richard sighs.
"This is exhausting."
I cut him off. I am learning how to anticipate his line of attack. "Call the credit card company," I blurt. "Call Visa and confirm that charge while Emma listens in. It'll take 30 seconds and we can settle this now."
"No, I'll tell you how we're going to settle this. You've been stalking my fiancé for months. I warned you last time what would happen if this continued. I'm sorry about all your issues, but Emma and I are filing restraining orders against you. You've left us no choice."
"Listen to me," I say to Emma. I know I only have this final chance to convince her. "He made me think I was crazy, and he got rid of my dog. He left the gate open or something."
"Jesus,"
Richard says, but his lips are tightening. "He tried to convince me it was my fault we couldn't have kids," I blurt. I see Richard's hands curl into fists, and I reflexively flinch, but I press on. "And he hurt me, Emma. He hit me, and he knocked me down, and he almost strangled me. Ask him about the jewelry he gave me to cover my injuries. He will hurt you too. He will ruin your life." Richard exhales and squeezes his eyes shut. Can she sense how close he is to the edge, I wonder? Has she ever seen Richard disappear into anger before? But perhaps I've said too much. She might have believed some of what I've told her, but how can she reconcile my outlandish accusations with the solid, successful man standing beside her?
"Vanessa, there is something deeply wrong with you."
Richard pulls Emma close to him.
"You are never to come near her again."
The restraining order means Richard will have an official record of my being a menace to them. If there is ever a violent confrontation between us, the evidence will support his side. He always controls the perception of our narrative.
"You need to leave."
Richard walks over and reaches for my elbow. I flinch, but his touch is gentle. He has vanquished his anger for now.
"Should I take you downstairs?"
I feel my eyes widen at his words. I shake my head rapidly and try to swallow, but my mouth is too dry. He wouldn't do anything to me in front of Emma, I assure myself. But I know what he is insinuating. As I walk past Emma, she folds her arms across her chest and turns away. Chapter 35. I wish I could have given my moleskin notebook to Emma along with the Ravenel receipt. Maybe if she had the chance to leaf through the pages, she would detect the undercurrent churning together these seemingly disparate events. But that notebook no longer exists. By the time I wrote my last entry, my journal contained pages and pages of my recollections, and, increasingly, of my fears. After the night when Richard told me he'd gone for the sperm analysis, and I vowed to get to the bottom of what had really happened, I could no longer suppress my intuition. My notebook served as a courtroom, with my words arguing both sides of every issue. Perhaps Richard went to a different clinic to have his semen tested, I'd written. But why would he do that when he'd scheduled an appointment at the original one? I'd hunch over in bed in the guest room, the dim bulb in the nightstand light illuminating my scribblings as I tried to puzzle out other confusing encounters, going back to the very beginning of our marriage. Why did he tell me the lamb vindaloo I made was delicious, then leave more than half of it on his plate and send me a gift certificate for cooking lessons the following morning? Was it a thoughtful gesture? Was he trying to convey a subtle message about the inadequacy of the meal? Or was it a punishment for my revelation that day at Dr. Hoffman's office that I'd gotten pregnant in college? And a few pages before that, why would he suddenly appear the night of my bachelorette party when he hadn't been invited to join us? Did love or control propel him? As my questions mounted, it became impossible for me to continue to deny it. Something was either deeply wrong with Richard or deeply wrong with me. Both possibilities were terrifying. I had been certain Richard sensed the change between us. I couldn't help withdrawing from him, from everyone. I dropped out of all my volunteer work. I rarely went into the city. My friends from Gibson's and the Learning Ladder had moved on with their lives. Even Aunt Charlotte was away. She and a Parisian artist friend had arranged a 6-month apartment exchange, something they'd done several times in the past. I had felt steeped in loneliness. I explained to Richard that I was depressed because we couldn't have a baby, but not being pregnant was a blessing now. I escaped into alcohol, but never around my husband. I needed to be sharp in his presence. When Richard noted the amount of wine I was consuming during the day and asked me to stop drinking, I agreed. Then I began driving one town over to buy my Chardonnay. I hid the empty bottles in the garage and sneaked out on early morning walks to bury the evidence in a neighbor's recycling bin. The alcohol made me sleepy, and I napped most afternoons, sobering up in time for Richard's return from work. I craved the comfort of soft carbohydrates and soon dressed only in my forgiving yoga pants and loose tops. I didn't need a psychiatrist to tell me that I was trying to add a protective layer to my body, to make me less attractive to my trim, fitness-conscious husband. Richard didn't directly say a word about my weight gain. I'd shed and put on the same 15 pounds several times throughout our marriage. Whenever my weight ticked upward, he made a point of requesting that I cook broiled fish for dinner. And when we went to restaurants, he eschewed bread and asked for his salad dressing on the side. I followed his lead, ashamed that I lacked his discipline. On the night of my birthday dinner with Aunt Charlotte at the club, I'd grown agitated, but not because I thought the waiter had made a mistake with my salad. By that birthday, my old clothes no longer fit. My husband had refrained from commenting on this. But the week before the celebratory dinner, he'd bought a new, high-tech scale and had set it up in our bathroom. One night, I woke up in our Westchester house desperately missing Sam. I'd realized the previous afternoon that it was her birthday. I wondered how she was celebrating. I didn't even know if she still worked at the Learning Ladder and lived in our old apartment, or if she'd gotten married. I turned to see the clock announce it was almost 3 a.m. This wasn't unusual. I rarely slept through the night anymore. Beside me in bed, Richard was like a statue. Other women complained about their husbands snoring or hogging the blankets, but Richard's stillness always camouflaged whether he was deeply slumbering or on the verge of waking up. I lay there for a few moments, listening to his steady exhalations, then I slipped out from beneath the covers. I padded quietly to the door, then glanced back. Had my movements awoken him? In the darkness, it was impossible to tell if his eyes were open. I eased the door closed behind me, then headed to the guest room. I'd blamed Sam for our rift, but now that I was reevaluating everything, I'd begun to wonder where the fault truly lay. After our dinner at Pika, we drifted further apart. Sam had invited me to a going-away party for Marnie, who was moving back home to San Francisco, but Richard and I already had dinner plans at Hillary and George's house for the same evening. When I showed up at the party late, bringing Richard with me, I recognized disappointment on my best friend's face. We stayed for less than an hour. For much of it, Richard stood in the corner on his phone. I saw him yawn. I knew he had an early meeting the next morning, so I made our excuses. A few weeks later, I called Sam to see if she wanted to meet for a drink. "Richard isn't going to come, is he?" I lashed back. "Don't worry, Sam. He doesn't want to spend time with you any more than you do with him." Our argument escalated, and that was the last time we spoke. As I entered the guest room and reached under the mattress to retrieve my notebook, I wondered if I'd been so hurt and angry because Sam seemed to know something I wouldn't allow myself to accept, that Richard wasn't the perfect husband, that our marriage only looked good on the surface. The prince, too good to be true, you're dressed like you're going to a PTA meeting. She'd even called me Nellie once in a tone that felt more mocking than joking. I lifted the mattress with my right hand and stretched out my left arm, sweeping it back and forth on top of the box spring, but I couldn't feel the familiar edges of my journal. I eased down the mattress and turned on the nightstand lamp. I dropped to my knees and hoisted the mattress even higher. It wasn't there. I checked under the bed, then began to peel back the comforter, then the top sheet. My hands stopped moving when I felt static rise over my skin. I detected Richard's stare before he spoke a word.
"Is this what you're looking for, Nellie?"
I slowly rose to my feet and turned around. My husband stood in the doorway, wearing boxers and a t-shirt, holding my notebook.
"You haven't been writing this week, although I guess you've been busy. You went to the grocery store on Tuesday right after I left for work, and yesterday you drove to the wine shop in Katona. Sneaky, aren't you?"
He knew everything I was doing. He lifted up the journal.
"You believe I'm the one who can't get us pregnant? You think there's something wrong with me?"
He knew everything I was thinking. He moved closer to me, and I cowered, but he merely took an object off the nightstand behind me, a pen.
"You forgot something, Nellie. You left this here. I saw it the other day."
His voice was different, more high-pitched than I'd ever before heard it, and the cadence was almost playful.
"Where there's a pen, there must be paper."
He rifled through the pages.
"This is fucking insane."
His sentences tumbled out faster and faster.
"Duke, Lamb Vindaloo, turning your picture around. I set off the house alarm."
With every accusation, he tore out a new page.
"My parents' wedding photo. You snuck into the storage unit. You're wondering about my parents' cake topper? You've been going into the city to talk about our marriage to some stranger? You're psychotic. You're even worse than your mother."
I didn't realize I was backing up until I felt the nightstand hit the back of my legs.
"You were a pathetic waitress who couldn't even walk down the street without thinking someone was going to come after you."
He dragged his hands through his hair, and part of it stood up. His t-shirt was rumpled, and stubble coated his jawline.
"You ungrateful bitch. How many women would kill to have a man like me? To live in this house, to vacation in Europe, and drive a Mercedes?"
All the blood seemed to rush out of my head. I felt dizzy with fear. "You're right. You're so good to me," I began to plead. "Didn't you see the other pages? I wrote how generous you were in paying for the animal shelter renovation, how much you helped me when my mom died, and how much I love you." I wasn't reaching him. He seemed to be looking through me.
"Clean up this mess,"
he ordered. I dropped to my knees and gathered the pages.
"Tear them up."
I was crying now, but I obeyed, gathering a handful and trying to rip them in half. But my hands were shaking, and the stack of pages was too thick for me to shred.
"You're so fucking incompetent."
I sensed a metallic change in the air. It felt swollen with pressure. "Please, Richard," I sobbed. "I'm so sorry. Please." His first kick landed near my ribs. The pain was explosive. I curled into a ball and pulled my knees into my chest. "You want to leave me?" he shouted as he kicked me again. He climbed on top of me, forcing me onto my back and pinning my arms with his knees. His kneecaps ground into my elbows. I'm sorry. I tried to twist away from him, but he was sitting on my abdomen, trapping me in place. His hands closed around my neck.
"You were supposed to love me forever."
I gagged as I thrashed and kicked beneath him, but he was too strong. My vision became spotty. I wrenched one hand free and clawed at his face as I grew lightheaded.
"You were supposed to save me."
His voice was soft and sad now. Those were the last words I heard before I blacked out. When I came to, I was still lying on the floor. The pages of my notebook had vanished. Richard was gone too. My throat felt raw and desperately parched. I lay there for a long time. I didn't know where Richard was. I rolled onto my side, my arms encircling my knees, shivering in my thin nightgown. After a while, I reached up and pulled the comforter around me. Fear immobilized me. I couldn't leave the room. Then I smelled fresh coffee. I heard Richard's footsteps coming up the stairs. There was nowhere to hide. I couldn't run either. He was between me and the front door. He walked unhurriedly into the room, holding a mug.
"Forgive me,"
I blurted. My voice was hoarse.
"I didn't realize. I've been drinking and I haven't been sleeping. I haven't been thinking clearly."
He just stared at me. He was capable of killing me. I had to convince him not to.
"I wasn't going to leave you," I lied. "I don't know why I wrote those bad things. You're so good to me."
Richard took a sip of coffee, keeping his eyes on mine over the rim of his mug.
"Sometimes I worry I am becoming like my mother. I need help." "Of course you wouldn't leave me. I know that."
He had regained his composure. I'd said the right words.
"I acknowledge I lost my temper, but you pushed me,"
he said, as if he'd merely snapped at me during a minor spat.
"You've been lying to me. You've been deceiving me. You're not acting like the Nellie I married."
He paused. He patted the bed, and I hesitantly climbed up to sit on its edge, keeping the comforter around me like a shield. He sat down next to me, and I felt the mattress sink beneath his weight, tilting me toward him.
"I've thought about it, and this is partly my fault. I should have recognized the warning signs. I indulged your depression. What you need is structure, a routine. From now on, you'll get up with me. We'll work out together in the morning. Then we'll eat breakfast, more protein. You'll get fresh air every day. Rejoin some committees at the club. You used to make an effort with dinner. I'd like for you to do that again."
"Yes, of course."
"I am committed to our marriage, Nellie. Do not ever make me question whether you are again."
I quickly nodded, even though the motion hurt my neck. He left for work an hour later, telling me he would phone me when he got to the office and that he expected me to answer. I did exactly as he said. I could only swallow some yogurt for breakfast because of my throat, but it was high in protein. It was early fall, so I took a walk in the cool, fresh air, keeping the ringer on my cell phone turned up as high as possible. I put on a turtleneck to cover the red, oval imprints that would turn into bruises, then went to the grocery store and selected filet mignon and white asparagus to serve to my husband. I was in the checkout lane when I heard the cashier saying, "Ma'am?" I realized she'd been waiting for me to pay for my groceries. I looked up from the bag of food I was staring at, wondering if he already knew what I was buying for his dinner. Somehow, Richard was aware of every time I left the house. He'd found out about my secret journey into the city, the liquor store I frequented, the errands I ran. "Even when I'm not there, I'm always with you." I looked at the woman at the next register over as she appeased a cranky toddler who wanted to be lifted out of the cart. I glanced up at the security camera near the door. I saw the pile of red baskets with gleaming metal handles, the display of tabloid magazines, the candy in bright, crinkly wrappers. I had no idea how my husband was constantly watching me, but his surveillance was no longer stealth. I could not deviate from the more stringent new rules of our marriage, and I could certainly never try to leave him. He would know. He would stop me. He would hurt me. He might kill me. A week or two later, I looked up from the breakfast table and watched Richard select a crispy piece of turkey bacon that I'd prepared along with our scrambled eggs. His face was still slightly flushed from our morning workout. Steam curled from his cup of espresso. The Wall Street Journal was folded by his plate. He bit into the bacon.
"This is perfectly cooked."
"Thank you."
"What are your plans for today?"
"I'm going to shower and then head over to the club for the used book drive. Lots of sorting to do." He nodded.
"Sounds good."
He wiped his fingertips on his napkin, then snapped open the newspaper.
"And don't forget Diane's retirement luncheon is next Friday. Can you pick up a nice card and I'll put the cruise tickets inside?"
"Of course." He bent his head and began to scan the stocks. I stood up and cleared the table. I loaded the dishwasher and wiped down the counters. As I ran the sponge over the marbled granite, Richard approached me from behind and wrapped his arms around my waist. He kissed my neck.
"I love you,"
he whispered. "I love you too." He put on his suit jacket, then picked up his briefcase and walked toward the front door. I followed him, watching as he headed to his Mercedes. Everything was exactly as Richard wished it to be. When he came home tonight, dinner would be ready. I'd have changed out of my yoga pants into a pretty dress. I'd entertain him with a funny story about what Mindy had said at the club. Richard looked up at me through the big bay window as he walked toward the driveway. "Goodbye," I called, waving. His smile was wide and genuine. He radiated contentment. I realized something in that moment. It felt like glimpsing a pinpoint of sunlight in the cottony, suffocating gray pressing in on me. There was one way my husband would let me go. It would need to be his idea to end our marriage. Chapter 36. I am updating my resume on my laptop when my cell phone rings. Her name flashes across the screen. I hesitate before answering. I worry this could be another of Richard's traps.
"You were right,"
says the husky voice I've come to know so well. I remain quiet.
"About the visa bill."
I fear that even my slightest utterance will cause Emma to stop talking, change her mind, hang up.
"I called the credit card company. There was no wine charge from Sotheby's. Richard never ordered the Ravenel."
I can hardly believe what I have just heard. Part of me still worries Richard may be behind this, but Emma's tone is different from in the past. She no longer sounds contemptuous of me.
"Vanessa, the way you looked when he said he would escort you downstairs, that's what convinced me to check. I thought you were jealous, that you wanted him back, but you don't, do you?"
"No."
"You're terrified of him,"
Emma says bluntly.
"He actually hit you? He tried to strangle you? I can't believe Richard would, but—"
"Where are you? Where is he?"
"I'm home. He's in Chicago on business."
I'm grateful she's not at Richard's apartment. Her place is probably safe, although her phone may not be. We need to meet in person, but this time it will be in a public place.
"How about the Starbucks on—"
"No, you have to stick to your routine. What do you have planned today?"
"I was going to take a yoga class this afternoon, and then go pick up my wedding gown."
"We won't be able to talk in a yoga studio." "The bridal shop, where is it?" Emma gives me the address and time. I tell her I will meet her there. What she doesn't know is that I'm going to arrive early to make sure I'm not ambushed again.
"What a perfect bride,"
Brenda, the boutique's owner, exclaims. Emma's eyes meet mine in the mirror as she stands on the raised platform in a creamy silk sheath. She is unsmiling, but Brenda seems too busy surveying the final fit of the dress to notice Emma's somber mood.
"I don't think it needs a single tweak," Brenda continues. "I'll just steam it and we'll messenger it to you tomorrow.
Actually, we can wait, I say. We'd like to take it with us. The dressing area is empty, and in a corner are several armchairs. It's private, safe.
Would you care for some champagne then?
We'd love some, I say, and Emma nods in agreement. As Emma slips out of the dress, I avert my gaze. Still, I see her reflection, smooth skin and lacy pink lingerie in a half-dozen angles in mirrors around the room. It is an oddly intimate moment. Brenda takes the gown and carefully places it onto a padded hanger while I impatiently wait for her to leave the room. Before Emma can even finish fastening the button on her skirt, I head to the chairs. This bridal shop is one place where I can be certain Richard won't unexpectedly show up. It's practically forbidden for a groom to see his fiancée in a wedding gown before the ceremony.
I thought you were crazy, Emma says. When I worked for Richard, I used to hear him on the phone with you, asking what you'd eaten for breakfast and if you'd gotten out for some fresh air. I had access to emails he sent asking where you were, saying he'd phoned 4 times that day but you hadn't answered. He was always so worried about you.
I can see how it seemed that way. We fall silent as Brenda returns with 2 flutes of champagne.
Congratulations again.
I'm worried she will linger and chat, but she excuses herself to check on the dress.
I figured I had you sized up,
Emma tells me bluntly once Brenda is gone. She looks at me carefully, and I see an unexpected familiarity in her round blue eyes. Before I can place it, she continues,
You had this perfect life with this great guy. You didn't even work. You just lounged around in the fancy house he paid for. I didn't think you deserved any of it.
I let her continue. She tilts her head to the side. It's almost as if she is seeing me for the first time.
You're different than I imagined. I've thought about you so much. I wondered what it would feel like for you to know your husband was in love with someone else. It used to keep me up at night.
It wasn't your fault. She has no idea how true that statement is. A loud ding emanates from Emma's purse. She freezes with the flute almost touching her lips. We both stare at her bag. She pulls out her phone.
Richard texted me. He just arrived at his hotel in Chicago. He asked what I'm up to and wrote that he misses me.
Text him and tell him you miss him too, and that you love him. She raises one eyebrow, but does what I ask. Now give me your phone. I tap on it, then show it to Emma. It's tracking you. I point to the screen. Richard bought it for you, right? His name is on the account. He can access your phone's location, your location, at any time. He did the same thing to me after we got engaged. I eventually figured it out after that day in the grocery store when I wondered if he already knew what I'd be serving him for dinner. It was how he discovered my clandestine visit into the city and to the wine store 1 town over. Richard was also responsible for the mysterious hang-ups that began after I met him, I've realized. Sometimes they served as punishment, such as during our honeymoon, when Richard thought I'd been flirting with the young scuba instructor. Other times, I believe he was trying to keep me off balance, to unnerve me so that he could subsequently reassure me. But I don't tell this part to Emma. Emma is staring at her phone.
So he pretends he doesn't know what I'm doing, even though he does?
She sips her drink.
God, that's sick.
I realize it's a lot to take in. I recognize this is an extraordinary understatement.
Do you know what I keep thinking about? Richard showed up right after you slipped that letter under my door. He immediately tore it up, but I keep remembering this one line you wrote, "A part of you already knows who he is."
Emma's eyes grow unfocused, and I suspect she is reliving the moment when she began to see her fiancé anew.
Richard wanted to... It was like he wanted to murder that letter. He kept ripping it into smaller and smaller bits, then he shoved them in his pocket, and to his face, it didn't even look like him.
She lingers in the memory for a long moment, then shakes it off and stares directly at me.
Will you tell me the truth about something?
Of course.
Right after the cocktail party at your house, he came in with a bad scratch on his cheek. When I asked him what happened, he said a neighbor's cat did it when he tried to pick it up.
Richard could have covered the scratch or come up with a better story for it, but conclusions would be drawn after my sloppy conduct at our party. It was more proof of my instability, my volatility. Emma is very still now.
I grew up with a cat, she says slowly. I know that scratch was different.
I nod. Then I inhale deeply and blink hard. I was trying to get him off me. Emma doesn't react initially. Perhaps she instinctively realizes that if she shows me sympathy, I'll crumple into tears. She simply looks at me, then turns away.
I can't believe I got this so wrong, she finally says. I thought you were the one. He's coming back tomorrow. I'm supposed to spend the night at his place. Then Maureen's coming to town. We're meeting at my apartment so she can see my dress. Then we're all supposed to go taste wedding cakes.
Her chatter is the only sign that she's nervous, that our conversation has thrown her. Maureen is an added complication. I'm not surprised Richard and Emma are including her in the wedding preparations, though. I remember wanting to do the same. Along with the butterfly clasp necklace I gave her, I sought out her opinion on whether Richard would want black and white or color photographs in the album that was my wedding gift to him. Richard also called her and put her on speakerphone while the three of us discussed entree options for the meal. I put my arm around Emma. At first, her body is rigid, but it softens for a brief moment before she pulls away. She must be holding back a tidal wave of emotions. Save her. Save her. I close my eyes and recall the girl I couldn't save. Don't be scared. I'm going to help you. When we arrive at Emma's place, she lays her wedding gown across the back of her sofa.
Can I get you anything to drink?
I barely touched my champagne. I want my thoughts to remain clear so I can figure out how Emma can safely extract herself from Richard. I'd love some water. Emma bustles about her galley kitchen, anxiously chattering again.
Do you take ice? I know my place is a little messy. I was going to do laundry, and then all of a sudden I just felt like I had to check on the Visa charge. He added me to the account after we got engaged, so all I had to do was call the number on the back of my card. I've got some grapes and almonds if you want a snack.
Usually, I reviewed his Amex statements before submitting them to accounting for reimbursement, but a couple of times he told me he'd handle it himself. That's why I never saw the refund. Emma shakes her head. I absently listen to her as I look around. I know she is grasping for ways to blunt the impact of what she has learned about Richard. The champagne she quickly drank, the frantic energy, I recognize the symptoms too well. As Emma cracks ice cubes into our glasses, I study her small living room. The couch, the end table, the roses that are now slightly wilted. Nothing else is on the end table, and I suddenly realize what I'm looking for. Do you have a landline?
What?
She shakes her head and hands me my glass of water.
No, why?
I am relieved, but all I say is, just figuring out the best way for us to communicate. I am not going to tell Emma everything yet. If she learns how much worse the reality could be, she may shut down. There's no need to explain that I am certain Richard was somehow eavesdropping on calls I made from our house phone during our marriage. I finally made the connection after I saw the pattern emerge on the pages of my notebook. When our burglar alarm erupted in the Westchester house and I fled to cower in my closet, I was initially reassured that the video cameras posted by our front and back doors showed no evidence of an intruder. Then I realized Richard had checked the cameras. No one else had verified what they might reveal. And immediately before the siren had blared, I was on the phone with Sam. I'd made a joke about bringing guys home after a night of bar hopping. I now believe Richard had set off the alarm. It was my punishment. He feasted on my fear. It nurtured his sense of strength. I think of the mysterious cell phone hang-ups that began shortly after our engagement, how he'd booked a scuba dive for his claustrophobic new bride, how he always reminded me to set the burglar alarm, how he'd enjoyed comforting me, whispering that he alone would keep me safe. I take a long drink of water. What time is Richard coming back tomorrow?
Late afternoon.
Emma looks at her gown.
I should hang this up.
I walk with Emma into her bedroom and watch as she hooks the gown on the back of her closet door. It appears to be floating. I can't pull my gaze away from it. The bride who was supposed to wear this exquisite dress no longer exists. The gown will remain vacant on her wedding day. Emma straightens the hanger slightly, her hand lingering on the dress before she slowly pulls it away.
He seemed so wonderful.
Her voice is filled with surprise.
How can a man like that be so brutal?
I think of my own wedding dress, nestled in a special acid-free box in my old closet in Westchester, preserved for the daughter I never had. I swallow hard before I can speak.
Parts of Richard were wonderful. That's why we stayed married for so long. Why didn't you ever leave him?
I thought about it. There are so many reasons why I should have, and so many reasons why I couldn't. Emma nods. I needed Richard to leave me.
But how did you ever know he would?
I look into her eyes. I have to confess. Emma has already been devastated today, but she deserves to be told the truth. Without it, she will be trapped in a false reality, and I know exactly how destructive that can be. There's one more thing. I walk back to the living room, and she follows me. I gesture to the couch. Can we sit down? She perches rigidly on the edge of a cushion, as if steeling herself for what is to come. I reveal everything. The office holiday party when I first spotted her, the gathering at our house when I pretended to be drunk, the night I faked illness and suggested Richard take her to the Philharmonic, the business trip when I encouraged them to stay overnight. She is holding her head in her hands by the time I finish.
How could you do this to me?
She cries. She leaps to her feet and glares at me.
I knew it all along. There really is something wrong with you. I am so sorry. Do you know how many nights I lay awake wondering if I'd contributed to the demise of your marriage?
She didn't say she felt guilt, but it's natural that she would have. I am certain their physical relationship began while Richard and I were still married. Now all of Emma's memories with Richard are doubly tainted. She must feel like a pawn in my dysfunctional marriage. Maybe she even thinks we deserved each other. I never thought it would go this far. I didn't think he would propose. I thought it would just be an affair.
Just an affair?
Emma shouts. Her cheeks flush with anger. The passion in her voice surprises me.
Like it's some innocuous little thing? Affairs destroy people. Did you ever consider how much I would suffer?
I feel battered by her words, but then something ignites in me, and I find myself pushing back at her.
I know affairs destroy people,
I shout, thinking of how I'd curled up in bed for weeks after learning about Daniel's deception, after seeing his tired-looking wife. It happened almost 15 years ago, but I can still visualize that little yellow tricycle and pink jump rope behind the oak tree in his yard. I still remember how my pen had trembled across the page when I signed in at the Planned Parenthood clinic.
I was deceived once by a married man in college,
I say, more softly now. This is the first time I've ever revealed this particular piece of my story to anyone. The rush of pain that hits me is so fresh, it's as if I'm that heartbroken 21-year-old all over again.
I thought he loved me. He never told me about his wife. Sometimes I think my life could have been so different if I'd only known.
Emma strides across the room. She yanks open her door.
Get out.
But the venom is gone from her tone. Her lips are trembling, and her eyes shine with tears.
Just let me say one final thing, I plead. Call Richard tonight and tell him you can't go through with the wedding. Tell him I came over again and it was the last straw.
She doesn't react, so I continue quickly as I begin to walk toward the door.
Ask him to announce to everyone that the engagement is off. That part is really important, I stress. He won't punish you if he gets to control the message, if he comes out with his dignity.
I pause in front of her so she cannot miss my words.
Just say you can't deal with his psycho ex-wife. Promise me you'll do that. Then you'll be safe.
Emma is silent, but at least she is looking at me, even though it is with a cold, appraising stare. Her eyes rake across my face and down my body, then back up again.
How am I supposed to believe anything you say?
You don't need to. Please go stay with a friend. Leave your cell phone here so he can't find you. Richard's anger always passes quickly. Just protect yourself. I step over the threshold and hear the door close sharply behind me. I hover in the hallway, staring down at the dark blue carpet beneath my feet. Emma must be reevaluating everything I've told her. She probably doesn't have any idea who to trust. If Emma doesn't follow the script I've given her, Richard may unleash his rage on her, especially if he can't find me. Or worse, he may convince her to change her mind and go through with the wedding. Maybe I should not have told her of my role in this. Her security should have trumped my need to unburden my guilt, to be scrupulously honest. Her faulty perception would have left her less vulnerable than this dangerous truth. What will be Richard's next step? I have 24 hours until he returns, and I have no idea what to do. I slowly walk down the hallway. I am so reluctant to leave her. I am about to step into the elevator when I hear a door open. I glance up and see Emma standing in her threshold.
You want me to tell Richard I'm calling off the wedding because of you?
I nod quickly. Yes, blame it all on me. Her brow furrows. She tilts her head to one side and looks me up and down again. It's the safest solution, I say.
It might be for me, but it isn't safe for you.
Chapter 37.
I've missed you so much, sweetheart,
Richard says. At the love and tenderness filling his voice, something in my chest twists. My ex-husband stands not 9 feet from me. He returned from Chicago a few hours ago and stopped by his place to change into jeans and a polo shirt before arriving here, at Emma's apartment. I am crouched down, staring through an old-fashioned keyhole in her bedroom closet. It is the only place that gives me both cover and a vantage point into the room. Emma sits on the edge of her bed in sweatpants and a t-shirt. A package of Sudafed, a box of tissues, and a cup of tea rest on her nightstand. I thought of those touches.
I brought you chicken soup and fresh squeezed orange juice from Eli's, and some zinc. My trainer swears by it to kick summer colds.
Thank you.
Emma's voice is feeble and soft. She is convincing.
Can I get you a sweater?
My insides clench as Richard's form fills my vision, blotting out the rest of the room. He is approaching my hiding place.
Actually, I'm too warm. Could you bring me a cool washcloth for my forehead?
We didn't practice those lines. Emma improvises well. I don't exhale until I hear his footsteps reverse themselves as he heads to the bathroom. I shift slightly. I've been kneeling for several minutes and my legs are aching. Emma hasn't looked my way even once. She is still reeling from my revelation. She doesn't seem to completely trust me. I don't blame her.
You don't get to orchestrate my life any longer, she'd said to me yesterday as I stood in her hallway by the elevator. I'm not going to end things with Richard on the phone just because you told me to do it. I'll decide when to call my wedding off.
But at least she is allowing me to remain close by tonight with my cell phone in hand, watching him, protecting her. We both predicted Richard would insist on visiting when Emma told him she was sick. Faking illness solves a multitude of problems. If Richard is tracking Emma's movements, it would explain why she skipped her yoga class, why she wants to sleep at her own place, and why she can't even kiss him, let alone have sex with him. I wanted to spare her that.
Here you go, baby,
Richard says, coming back into the room. I glimpse him bending over the bed, then his back blocks me from seeing his movements. Still, I imagine him holding the damp washcloth to Emma's forehead and smoothing back her hair, looking at her with so much love. My kneecaps feel as if they are grinding against the hardwood floor. My thighs are burning. I am desperate to stand up and shake out my legs, but Richard might hear.
I hate for you to see me like this. I'm a wreck.
If I didn't know the truth, I would be certain she was innocent of any ulterior motives.
Even when you're sick, You're the most beautiful woman in the world.
I still know Richard so well. He genuinely means every word. If Emma expressed a craving for a strawberry sorbet or cozy cashmere socks, he'd scour Manhattan to get her the best. He'd sleep on the floor next to her if she said it would make her feel better. This is the part of my ex-husband's nature that is the most difficult to expunge from my heart. At this moment, just like his profile through the keyhole, it is all I can see. I squeeze my eyes shut. Then I immediately force them open. I've learned the danger of failing to observe the things I don't want to behold. If Emma didn't live up to Richard's expectations, and it was inevitable that she would fail to, there would be consequences. If she wasn't the wife of his fantasies, he would hurt her, then give her jewelry to smooth it over. If she didn't provide the family or create the kind of home he desired, he would systematically assault her reality and twist it until it became unrecognizable even to her. And worst of all, he would take away whatever or whomever she loved the most.
I'll tell Maureen you need to cancel tomorrow,
Richard says to Emma. Perfect, I think. This delay could buy us some more time to figure out how to best extract Emma. But instead of agreeing, Emma says,
No, I'm sure I'll be better if I just get some rest.
Anything you want, my love, but the most important thing is you.
Even through the closet door, I can feel the magnetic pull of his charisma. I was holding on to the hope that Emma would begin to create distance between her and Richard tonight, but after only a few minutes in his presence, she seems to be wavering. Through the keyhole, I can see their clasped hands. His thumb is gently stroking her wrist. I want to leap out of the closet and wrench them apart. He is swaying her, luring her back to him.
Besides, Maureen has to come over so I can show her my wedding dress.
That dress is now hanging 6 inches to my left. Emma tucked it in here so Richard wouldn't see it.
Plus, we have those fun wedding errands. You don't think I'm going to let you do the cake tasting alone, do you?
She continues in a playful voice. This is the opposite of what should be happening. The Emma of right now is a completely different woman from the one of 24 hours ago, who asked me, as we stood in this same room, how Richard could be so wonderful, yet so brutal. I cannot hold my position any longer. I slowly lift my right knee off the floor and plant my foot gently down. I repeat the motion with my left leg. Inch by agonizing inch, I rise. Dresses and shirts engulf me, silky fabric sliding across my face. A hanger clinks against the metal rod, the sound as delicate and precise as a wind chime striking a single note.
What was that?
Richard asks. I cannot see anything. His citrus scent surrounds me, or am I imagining it? I suck in a shallow inhalation. My heart pounds violently. I am terrified I will pass out, my body thumping against the closet door.
Just my creaky old bed.
I hear Emma shift, and miraculously, the bed squeaks.
I can't wait until I only sleep in yours.
Again, I am stunned by her lightning-quick subterfuge. Then Emma says,
But there is one thing I need to tell you.
What's that, sweetheart?
She hesitates. I sink back down to peer through the keyhole again. I wonder why she's drawing out their conversation. She knows how clever Richard is. Doesn't she want him out of the apartment before he figures out she isn't really sick?
Vanessa called me today.
My eyes widen and I barely suppress a gasp. I can't believe she has set me up again. Richard barks an expletive and violently kicks the wall next to Emma's dresser. I feel the vibrations through the floorboards. I see his fists clench and unclench. He stands facing the wall for a few moments, then he turns around to look at Emma.
I'm sorry, baby.
His voice is strained.
What bullshit did she tell you this time?
Emma has chosen to believe Richard. The act she has been putting on was to trick me. I can call 911, but what will the police think if Emma and Richard tell them I broke in here? Emma's clothes are suffocating me. There's no air in this small closet. I'm trapped. I feel the grip of claustrophobia descend as my throat tightens.
No, Richard, it wasn't like that. Vanessa apologized. She said she's going to leave me alone.
My head is swimming. Emma is so far off any script I could have anticipated that I can't even guess at her intentions.
She's said that before.
I can hear Richard breathing heavily.
But she keeps calling and coming to my office and writing letters. She won't stop. She's insane.
Honey, it's okay. I really believe her. She sounded different.
My legs feel as if they've turned to liquid. I have no idea why Emma created this pretense. Richard exhales.
Let's not talk about her. I hope we never have to again. Can I get you anything else?
All I want to do is sleep, and I don't want you to get sick. You should go. I love you.
I'll pick you and Maureen up at 2 tomorrow. I love you too.
I stay in the closet until Emma opens the door a few minutes later.
He's gone.
I bend and unbend my legs and wince. I want to ask her about the unexpected turn in her conversation, but her face is so expressionless that I know she only wants me out.
Can I wait a few minutes before I leave?
She hesitates, then nods.
Let's go into the living room.
I catch her sneaking appraising looks at me. She's wary.
What are we going to do next?
She frowns. I can tell my use of the word we chafes her.
I'll figure it out.
She shrugs. Emma doesn't get it. She doesn't seem to feel any urgency to call off the wedding. If Richard can be this compelling in a brief visit, what will happen when he feeds her bites of cake, his arm wrapped around her waist, and whispers promises of how happy he'll make her?
You saw him kick the wall, I say, my voice rising. Don't you see what he is?
This is so much bigger than just Emma. Even if Richard lets Emma go, which I'm not convinced he'll do, what about all the many ways in which Richard hurt me? And the woman before both of us, the dark-haired ex who couldn't bear to keep that gift from Tiffany's, I am now certain he hurt her too. My ex-husband is a creature of habit, a man ruled by routines. Whatever stunning piece of jewelry that glossy blue bag contained was his apology, his attempt to literally cover up an ugly episode. Emma does not know that I intend to save any woman who could become Richard's future wife.
You have to end it soon. The longer it goes on, the worse it will be. I said I'll figure it out.
She walks to the door and opens it. I reluctantly step past her.
Goodbye,
she says. I have the distinct feeling she plans to never see me again. But she's wrong about that. Because by now, I know I need a plan of my own. The seed of an idea was planted as I watched Richard's explosive flash of anger at the mention of my name, my fictitious call. It takes shape in my mind as I walk down the blue-carpeted hallway, following the path Richard took only minutes ago. Emma thinks Maureen is coming over to see the wedding gown tomorrow. Then they'll go cake tasting with Richard. She has no idea what will really happen. Chapter 38. The pages of my brand new life insurance policy unspool from the printer. I clip them together, then slide them into a manila envelope. I have made sure to select a plan that covers not only my demise from natural causes, but also death and dismemberment from an accident. I place it on my desk beside the note I've penned to Aunt Charlotte. It is the hardest letter I have ever written. In it, I've left information about my bank account with my swollen new balance so she can easily access it. She is the sole beneficiary of my life insurance policy as well. I have 3 hours left. I pick up my to-do list and mark off that task. My room is clean, my bed neatly made. All of my belongings are stored in my wardrobe. Earlier today, I also checked off 2 other items. I telephoned Maggie's parents, and then I called Jason. At first, he didn't recognize my name. It took him a few moments to remember. I paced during the pause in which he made the mental connection, wondering if he would acknowledge our past encounters. Instead, he thanked me profusely for the donations to the animal shelter, then caught me up on his life since college. He told me he'd married the girlfriend he'd met on campus.
She stuck by me,
Jason said, his voice thickening with emotion.
I was so angry at everyone, but mostly at myself for not being there to help my little sister. When I got arrested for drunk driving and went to rehab, well, my girlfriend was my rock. She never gave up on me. We got married the next year.
Jason's wife was a middle school teacher, he said. She'd graduated the same year as me. That was why he went to her ceremony at the Piaget Auditorium and stood in the corner. He was there to support her. My guilt and anxiety had concocted a lie. It was never even about me. I couldn't help but feel sad for the woman who let all that fear shape so many of her life choices. I am still very afraid, but it is no longer constricting me. Only a few items remain on my list now. I open my laptop and clear my browser history, wiping away evidence of my recent investigations. I double-check to make sure my searches into airline tickets and small, non-chain motels are no longer visible to anyone who might access my computer. Emma does not understand Richard as I do. She cannot grasp what he is truly capable of. It's impossible to imagine what he becomes in his worst moments. Richard will simply move on unless I stop him. He'll be more careful, though. He will find a way to rotate the kaleidoscope and sweep away the current reality, forming a bright, distracting new image. I lay my outfit on my bed and take a long, hot shower, trying to ease the tightness in my muscles. I wrap myself in my bathrobe and clear the fog from the mirror above the sink. 2.5 hours left. First, my hair. I brush back the damp strands into a tight bun. I carefully apply makeup and select the diamond stud earrings Richard gave me for our 2nd anniversary. I fasten my Cartier tank watch around my wrist. It's essential that I am able to keep track of every second. The dress I've selected is one I wore when Richard and I went to Bermuda, a classic snow-white sheath. It could almost serve as a wedding dress for a simple beachside ceremony. It is one of the outfits he sent back to me a few weeks ago. I've chosen it not only for its history and for its possibilities, but also because it has pockets. 2 hours remain. I slip on a pair of flats, then gather the items I will need. I tear up my list into tiny bits, then flush them down the toilet. I watch as they swirl away, the ink blurring. A final act I must do remains before I leave. It is the most wrenching item on my list. It will require every bit of strength and all of the acting expertise I have accumulated. I find Aunt Charlotte in the extra bedroom that serves as her studio. The door is open. Canvases are stacked 3 deep throughout the room. Splatters of succulent colors layer the soft wood floor. For a moment, I surrender to the beauty. Cerulean skies, clinkant stars, the horizon in the ephemeral moment before dawn, a rhapsody of wildflowers, the weathered grain of an old table, a Parisian bridge spanning the Seine, the curve of a woman's cheek, her skin milky white and creased by age. I know this face so well. It is my aunt's self-portrait. Aunt Charlotte is lost in the landscape she is creating. Her strokes are looser than they have been in the past, her style more forgiving. I want to capture her like this in my memory. After a few moments, she looks up and blinks.
Oh, I didn't see you there, honey.
I don't want to disturb you, I say softly. I'm heading out for a bit, but I've left lunch for you in the kitchen.
You look nice. Where are you off to?
A job interview. I don't want to jinx it, but I'll tell you about it tonight. My eyes fall on a canvas across the room, a laundry line hanging outside a building above a Venetian canal, the shirts and pants and skirts billowing in a breeze I can almost feel. You have to promise me one thing before I go.
Bossy today, aren't you?
Aunt Charlotte teases. Seriously, it's important. Will you go to Italy before the end of the summer? The smile fades from Aunt Charlotte's lips. Is something wrong? I desperately want to cross the room and hold on to her, but I fear if I do, I might not be able to leave. This is all in my letter, anyway. Remember that day when you taught me about how sunlight contains all the colors of the rainbow? You were my sunlight. You taught me how to find rainbows.
Please go to Italy for us. You will always carry me with you." I shake my head. "Nothing's wrong. I was planning on taking you as a surprise, but I'm worried if I get this job, we won't be able to go together. That's all." "Let's not think about that now. You just focus on your interview. When is it?" I check my watch. 90 minutes. "Good luck." I blow her a kiss and imagine it landing on her soft cheek. Chapter 39. For the second time in my life, I stand in a white dress at the end of a narrow swath of blue, waiting for Richard to approach. The elevator doors close behind him, but he is motionless. I feel the intensity of his gaze all the way down at my end of the hallway. I've been deliberately stoking his anger for days, coaxing it from the place where he struggles to keep it buried. It is the opposite of how I taught myself to behave during my marriage. "Are you surprised, sweetheart? It's me, Nellie." It is precisely 2:00. Emma is a dozen yards from where I stand, in her living room, with Maureen. Neither of them knows I am here. I snuck into the building an hour ago by trailing a delivery man through the door. I knew exactly when the uniformed man carrying the long rectangular box would arrive. It was I who placed the order for a dozen white roses to be sent to Emma this afternoon.
"I thought you were out of town,"
he says. "I changed my mind. I wanted to have another chat with your fiancé." My hands are touching a few different objects in my pockets. Which I pull out first will depend on Richard's reaction. Richard takes a step onto the carpet runner. It is almost impossible for me to avoid shrinking back. Despite the summer heat, his dark suit, white shirt, and gold silk tie appear creaseless and elegant. He isn't unhinged yet, not the way I need him to be.
"Really? And what do you intend to say to her?"
His voice is dangerously quiet. "I'm going to start with this." I pull out a piece of paper. "It's your visa bill, showing that you never ordered the Ravenel." He's too far away to see the fine print and realize it's actually one of my own statements. I need to press on before he demands to see the proof. I smile at Richard, though my stomach is churning. "I'm also going to explain to Emma that you are tracking her through her phone." I keep my voice as low and steady as his. "Just like you did to me." I can almost feel his body clench.
"You've gone over the edge, Vanessa."
Another measured step.
"This is my fiancé you're messing with. After everything I went through with you, you're trying to ruin this now?"
Out of the corner of my eye, I gauge the distance to Emma's apartment door. I tense my body in preparation. "You lied about Duke. I know what you did with him, and I'm going to tell Emma." This isn't true. I never found out what happened to my beloved dog, although I truly don't think Richard actually harmed him, but it hits its target. I see Richard's face compress in rage. "And you lied about the sperm analysis, too." My mouth is so dry it's difficult to form the words. I take a step backward, toward Emma's door. "Thank God you couldn't get me pregnant. You don't deserve to have a child. I took photos after you hurt me. I collected evidence. You didn't think I was smart enough, did you?" I've carefully chosen words I know will incite my ex-husband. They are working. "Emma is going to leave you when I tell her everything." I can no longer keep my voice from shaking, but the truth it contains is undeniable. "Just like the woman before me left you." I take a deep breath and deliver my closing lines. "I wanted to leave you too. I was never your sweet Nellie. I didn't want to stay married to you, Richard." He explodes in fury. This I expected, but I miscalculated how quickly he would lose all control, how fast he would be. He is upon me before I have taken more than a few running steps toward Emma's door. Richard's hands tighten around my throat, cutting off my supply of oxygen. I thought I'd have time to scream, to bang on the door and summon Emma and Maureen so they could witness Richard's transformation.
Richard would never be able to explain this violence away. It would be the physical proof that couldn't be found in a notebook or a filing cabinet or a storage unit. This was the other insurance policy I needed to save us all, me, Emma, and the women in Richard's future. I was also counting on Richard to halt his attack when Maureen and Emma appeared, or that at least they would be able to stop him. Now there is no reason for him to deny himself his need to extinguish me. My windpipe feels as if it is being crushed into the back of my neck. The pain is agonizing. My knees buckle. My left arm helplessly stretches out toward Emma's door, though I know it's futile. She is twirling in her wedding gown for her future sister-in-law, completely unaware of what is happening on the other side of her living room wall. Richard's assault is nearly silent. A gurgling noise wrenches free from my throat, but it is not loud enough to reach her or anyone else who may be home on this floor. He thrusts me back against the wall. His hot breath brushes my cheeks. I see the scar above his eye, a silvery crescent, as he leans closer. I am engulfed by dizziness. I fumble for the pepper spray in my pocket, but as I pull it out, Richard bangs my head against the wall and I lose my grip on it. It tumbles to the carpet. My vision recedes. It is being hemmed in by black borders. I frantically kick at his shins, but he is unaffected by my blows. My lungs are burning. I am desperate for air. His eyes blaze into mine. I claw at his body and my hand hits something hard in his suit jacket pocket. I wrench it free. Save us. I summon the last of my strength and smash the object against his face. Richard releases a cry. A splash of bright red blood erupts from the wound by his temple. My limbs grow heavy and my body begins to relax. A calmness I haven't felt in years, perhaps ever, overtakes me. My knees give way. I am fading into the blackness when the pressure abruptly disappears. I collapse and draw in a ragged breath. I cough violently, then I retch. "Vanessa!" a woman calls from what seems a great distance away. I am splayed on the carpet, one of my legs bent beneath me, but I feel as if I am floating. "Vanessa!" Emma. All I can do is roll my head to one side, bringing broken pieces of porcelain into view. I see jagged pieces of china figurines, a serenely smiling blonde bride and her handsome groom. It was our cake topper. And beside them is Richard on his knees, his expression blank, a rivulet of blood streaming down his face and staining his white shirt. I suck in a painful breath, then another. All of the menace has leached out of my ex-husband. His hair has fallen forward into his eyes. He is immobile. Fresh oxygen returns a little strength to my body, though my throat feels so swollen and tender I can't swallow. I manage to edge backward and pull myself into a sitting position, slumping against the hallway wall. Emma hurries to my side. She is barefoot and, like me, clad in a white sheath, her wedding gown. "I heard someone yell. I came out to see, but then, what happened?" I can't speak. I can only suck in shallow, greedy breaths. I see her eyes drift down to my neck. "I'm calling an ambulance." Richard doesn't react to any of this, not even to the gasp of surprise Maureen gives as she suddenly appears in the doorway. "What is going on?" Maureen stares at me, the woman she dismissed as unstable, as her brother's cast-off wife. Then she looks at Richard, the man she helped raise and loves unconditionally. She goes to him. She reaches out and touches his back. "Richard?" He raises a hand to his forehead, then stares at the streak of red on his palm. He seems oddly distant, as if he's in shock. I hate the sight of blood. That was one of the first things he'd ever said to me. I suddenly realize that in all of the ways Richard hurt me, he never once made me bleed. Maureen hurries into the apartment and returns with a wad of paper towels. She kneels next to him and presses the towels to his wound. "What's going on?" Her words grow sharper. "Vanessa, why are you here? What did you do to him?" "He hurt me." My voice is hoarse, and every syllable feels as if one of the shards of porcelain is rubbing against the inside of my throat. I need to finally say these words. I grimace as I make my voice louder.
He choked me. He nearly killed me. Just like he used to hurt me when we were married.
Maureen gasps.
He wouldn't. No, not...
Then she falls silent. She is still shaking her head, but her shoulders sag and her face collapses. I am certain that even though she hasn't yet seen the fingerprint-shaped marks that I know are blooming on my neck, she believes me. Maureen straightens up. She pulls the paper towels away from Richard's face and examines his injury. When she speaks again, her tone is brisk, yet caring.
It isn't so bad. I don't think you need stitches.
Richard doesn't react to this either.
I'll take care of everything, Richard.
Maureen gathers up the shattered pieces of porcelain. She cups them in one hand, then wraps her arms around her brother and tilts her head close to his. I can just barely make out her whispered words.
I always took care of you, Richard. I never let anything bad happen to you. You don't have to worry. I'm here. I'm going to fix everything.
Her utterances are bewildering, but what shocks me most is the strange emotion infusing them. Maureen doesn't sound angry or sad or confused. Her voice is filled with something I can't identify at first because it is so out of place. I finally realize what it is. Satisfaction. Chapter 40. The building before me could be a southern mansion, with its grand columns and wraparound porch lined with a tidy row of rocking chairs. But to gain access to the grounds, I have to pass through a gate manned by a security guard and show photo identification. The guard also searches the cloth bag I'm carrying. He raises his eyebrows when he sees the items inside, but merely nods for me to continue on my way. A few patients at the New Springs Hospital are gardening or playing cards on the porch. I don't see him among them. Richard is spending 28 days at this acute mental health facility where he is undergoing intensive daily therapy sessions. It is part of the deal he made to avoid being prosecuted for assaulting me. As I climb the wide wooden steps toward the entrance, a woman unfolds herself from a chaise longue, her limbs sharp and athletic-looking. The bright afternoon sun is in my eyes, and I can't immediately identify her. Then she moves closer, and I see it is Maureen.
I didn't know you'd be here today.
I shouldn't be surprised. Maureen is all Richard has left now.
I'm here every day. I've taken a leave of absence from work.
I look around.
Where is he?
One of his counselors passed along Richard's request. He wanted to see me. At first, I was unsure if I would comply. Then I realized I needed this visit too.
Richard is resting. I wanted to talk to you first.
Maureen gestures to a pair of rocking chairs.
Shall we?
Maureen takes a moment to cross her legs and smooth a crease in her beige linen pantsuit. Clearly, she has an agenda. I wait for her to reveal it.
I feel terrible about what happened between you and Richard.
I see Maureen glance at the faded yellow discoloration on my neck, but there is a disconnect between her words and the energy she is conveying. Her posture is rigid, and her face is devoid of sympathy. She doesn't care for me. She never has, even though early on I'd hoped we would become close.
I know you blame him, but it isn't that simple. Vanessa, my brother has been through a lot. More than you ever knew, more than you can ever imagine.
At this, I can't help blinking in surprise. She is casting Richard as the victim. He attacked me, I almost shout. He nearly killed me. Maureen seems unaffected by my outburst. She merely clears her throat and begins again.
When our parents died,
in the car accident. She frowns as if my remark has irritated her, as if she has planned for this to be less a conversation than a monologue.
Yes, our father lost control of their station wagon. It hit a guardrail and flipped. Our parents died instantly. Richard doesn't remember much, but the police said skid marks showed my dad was speeding.
I jerk back.
Richard doesn't remember.
You mean he was in the car? I blurt. Yes, Maureen says impatiently. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I am stunned. He concealed more of himself than I ever realized. It was horrible for him. Maureen's words are almost rushed, as if she wants to hurry through these details before she gets to the important part of her story. Richard was trapped in the back seat. He hit his forehead. The frame of the car was all twisted and he couldn't get out. It took a while for another driver to pass by and call for paramedics. Richard had a concussion and needed stitches, but it could have been so much worse. The silvery scar above his eye, I think. The one he said was caused by a bike accident. I picture Richard as a young teenager, a boy, really, dazed and in pain from the crash, crying out for his mother, failing to rouse his parents, trying to wrench open the upside-down station wagon's doors, beating his fists against the windows and yelling. And the blood. There must have been so much blood. My dad had a temper, and whenever he got mad, he drove fast. I suspect he was arguing with my mother before the crash. Maureen's cadence is slower now. She shakes her head. Thank God I always told Richard to wear a seatbelt. He listened to what I said. I had no idea. I finally respond. Maureen turns to look at me. It's as if I've pulled her from a reverie. Yes, Richard never talked about the accident with anyone but me. What I want you to know is that it wasn't just when he was driving that my father lost his temper. My father was abusive to my mother. I inhale sharply. My dad wasn't always good to my mom, Richard had told me after my mother's funeral as I sat shivering in the bathtub. I think back to the photograph of his parents Richard hid in the storage unit. I wonder if he needed to literally bury it to suppress the memories of his childhood so they could yield to the more palatable story he presented. A shadow falls over me. I instinctively whip my head around. I'm sorry to interrupt, a nurse in blue scrubs says, smiling. You wanted me to let you know when your brother woke up. Maureen nods. Can you ask him to come down, Angie? Then Maureen turns to me. I think it would be better for you two to talk here rather than in his room. We watch the nurse retreat. When the woman is out of earshot, Maureen's voice turns steely. Her words are clipped. Look, Vanessa, Richard is fragile right now. Can we agree that you will finally leave him alone? He's the one who wanted me to come here. Richard doesn't know what he wants right now. 2 weeks ago, he thought he wanted to marry Emma. He believed she was perfect. Maureen makes a little scoffing sound, even though he barely knew her. He thought that about you at one time, too. He always wanted his life to look a certain way, like the idealized bride and groom on the cake topper he bought for my parents all those years ago. I think of the mismatched date on the bottom of the figurines. Richard bought that for your parents? I see he didn't tell you about that either. It was for their anniversary. He had this whole plan that we'd cook them a special dinner and bake them a cake, that they'd have a wonderful night and start loving each other again. But then the car crash happened. He never got to give it to them. It was hollow inside, you know, the cake topper. That's what I thought when I saw it broken in the hallway that day. I guess he was bringing it to the tasting to show the cake designer. But Richard really has no business being married to anyone, and it's my job now to make sure that it doesn't happen. She suddenly smiles, a wide, genuine smile, and I'm completely unnerved. But it isn't for me. It's for her brother, who is approaching us. Maureen stands up. I'll give you two a few minutes alone. I sit beside the man who both is and is no longer a mystery to me. He wears jeans and a plain cotton shirt. Dark stubble lines his jaw. Despite the fact that he's been sleeping so much, he appears tired and his skin is sallow. He is no longer the man who enthralled me, then subsequently terrorized me. He appears ordinary to me now, somehow deflated, like a man I wouldn't look at twice as he waited for a bus or bought a cup of coffee at a street kiosk. My husband kept me off balance for years. He tried to erase me. My husband also hugged my waist on a green sled while we sped down a hill in Central Park. He brought me rum raisin ice cream on the anniversary of my father's death and left me love notes for no reason at all. And he hoped I could save him from himself. When Richard finally speaks, he says what I have wanted to hear for so long.
I'm sorry, Vanessa.
He has apologized to me before, but this time I know his words are different. At last, they are real.
Is there any way you could give me another chance? I'm getting better. We could start over.
I gaze out at the gardens and rolling green lawn. I had envisioned a scene much like this when Richard first showed me our Westchester house, the two of us side by side on a porch swing, but decades into our marriage, connected by memories we'd constructed together, each of us layering in our favorite details with every retelling until we'd created a unified recollection. I'd expected to be angry when I saw him, but I only feel pity. By way of an answer to his question, I hand Richard my cloth bag. He pulls out the top item, a black jewelry box. In it are my wedding and engagement rings. He opens the box. I wanted to give these back to you. I have spent so long mired in our past. It is time to return them to him and truly move on.
We could adopt a child. We could make it perfect this time.
He wipes his eyes. I have never seen him cry before. Maureen is between us in an instant. She takes the bag and the rings from Richard.
Vanessa, I think it's time for you to go. I'll see you out.
I stand up, not because she told me to, but because I am ready to leave.
Goodbye, Richard.
Maureen leads me down the steps toward the parking lot. I follow at a slower pace.
You can do whatever you want with the wedding album.
I gesture to the bag.
It was my gift to Richard, so it's rightfully his.
I remember. Terry did a nice job. Lucky that he was able to fit you in that day after all.
I stop short. I'd never told anyone how close we'd come to not having a photographer at our ceremony. And it has been nearly a decade since our wedding. Even I couldn't come up with Terry's name that quickly. As Maureen meets my stare, I recollect how a woman had phoned to cancel our booking. Maureen knew which photographer we were using. She had suggested I include black and white shots when I emailed her a link to Terry's website and sought her opinion about Richard's gift. Her icy blue eyes looked so much like Richard's in this instant. It is impossible to gauge what she is thinking. I recall how Maureen came to our house for every holiday, how she spent her birthdays with her brother engaged in an activity she knew I didn't enjoy, how she never married or had children, how I cannot remember her mentioning the name of a single friend.
I'll take care of the album.
She stops at the edge of the parking lot and touches my arm.
Goodbye.
I feel cold, smooth metal against my skin. When I look down, I see she has slipped my rings onto the fourth finger of her right hand. She follows my gaze.
For safekeeping.
Chapter 41. Thank you for seeing me today, I say to Kate as I settle into my usual spot on her couch. Though I haven't been here in months, since when I was still married, the room is exactly the same, with magazines fanned on the coffee table and a few snow globes on the windowsill. Across from me, in the large aquarium, 2 angelfish languidly wind around a leafy green plant, while orange and white clownfish and neon tetra swim through a rock tunnel. Kate is unchanged, too. Her eyes are large and sympathetic. Her long dark hair is brushed back behind her shoulders. Richard caught me the first time I snuck into the city to meet Kate. I didn't return for quite a while. When I did, I made sure to tell him I was going to visit Aunt Charlotte. Then I deliberately left my phone at her place while I rushed the 30 blocks here. I'm divorced, I begin. Kate smiles slightly. She has always been so careful to avoid letting me know how she feels, but even though we've met only a few times, I've learned to read her.
He left me for another woman.
The smile disappears from Kate's face. But she's not with him anymore either, I add quickly. He had a kind of breakdown. He tried to hurt me, and there were witnesses. He's getting help. I watch Kate as she processes all of this. Okay, she finally says. So he is no longer a threat to you? Correct. Kate cocks her head to the side. He left you for another woman? This time it's me who smiles slightly. She was the perfect replacement. That's what I thought the first time I saw her. She's safe now, too. Richard always did like everything to be perfect. Kate leans back in her chair and crosses her right leg over her left, then absently massages her ankle. The first time I met Kate, she'd merely asked me a few questions, but the queries helped me untangle the twisting thoughts in my mind. Can you tell me why you think Richard is trying to keep you off balance? What would his motivation be for this? The second time I came to see Kate, she'd reached for the box of tissues on the side table between us, even though I hadn't been crying. She'd stretched out her arm to pass them to me, and my gaze had fallen on the thick cuff bracelet on her wrist. She'd held her arm still, letting me take it in, but she hadn't said a single word. Seeing that distinctive cuff shouldn't have come as a surprise. After all, collecting information was part of the reason why I'd sought out Richard's ex, the dark-haired woman he'd been with before me. It hadn't been difficult to find her. Kate still lived in the city and was listed in the phone book. I was so careful. I never even mentioned her by name when I wrote about our meetings in my moleskin notebook, and when Richard discovered I'd snuck into the city, I told him I'd been to see a therapist. But Kate was even more careful. She listened to me thoughtfully, but she didn't seem willing to share the story of what had happened during the years she and Richard were together. I believe I discovered why during my third visit. During our previous meetings, Kate had moved to one side after letting me into her apartment, gesturing for me to walk ahead of her toward the living room. When she stood up to signal our conversations had concluded, she always motioned for me to go first and then followed to see me out. On our third visit, though, when I wondered aloud if I should simply try to leave Richard and go stay with Aunt Charlotte, Kate abruptly stood and offered me tea. I nodded, confused. She walked into the kitchen while I stared after her. Her right foot dragged along the floor, her body compensating for it by tilting down and up, gathering momentum to propel her forward. Something had happened to her leg, the one she massaged at times during our talk, something that had left her with a pronounced limp. When she returned with the tray of tea, she merely said, "What was it you were saying?" I shook my head when she tried to hand me a cup. I knew my hands were trembling too violently for me to hold it. I looked at the intricate platinum necklace she was wearing, that cuff bracelet, and the emerald ring on her right hand. Such exquisite, expensive pieces. They stood out against her simple clothing. I was saying, I can't just leave him. I choked out the words. I rushed out a few moments later, suddenly terrified that Richard was trying to call my cell phone. That was the last time I'd seen Kate, until today. There's a police record of the incident, and Maureen has stepped in to watch over Richard, I say now. Kate closes her eyes briefly. That's good. Your leg... When Kate speaks, her voice is emotionless. I fell down some stairs. She hesitates and shifts her gaze to stare at her fish gliding through the aquarium. Richard and I had argued that night because I was late to an important event. Her voice is much softer now. After we got home and he went to bed, I left the apartment. I was carrying a suitcase. She swallows hard and her hand begins to massage her calf. I decided to take the stairwell instead of the elevator. I didn't want anyone to hear the chime. But Richard, he wasn't asleep. Her face crumples for an instant, then she recovers. I never saw him again. I'm so sorry. You're safe now, too. Kate nods. After a moment, she says, Be well, Vanessa. She stands and walks me to the door. I hear her lock click behind me as I start down the hallway. Then my head snaps back to look toward her apartment, a connection firing in my brain as I recall a long-ago vision. The woman in the raincoat who'd stood outside the learning ladder, staring while I packed up my classroom. She had turned away with an odd jerking motion when I approached the window. It could have been a limp. Chapter 42. I awakened to feel rich sunlight pouring through the slats of the window blinds, warming my body as I lie in bed in Aunt Charlotte's spare room. My room, I think, spreading out my arms and legs like a starfish so I take up the entire bed. Then I stretch out my left hand and turn off my alarm before it can blare. Sleep still eludes me on some nights as I turn over in my mind all that has happened and try to put together the pieces that remain a mystery to me. But I no longer dread mornings. I rise and wrap myself in my robe. As I walk toward the bathroom to take a quick shower, I pass my desk, where the itinerary for our trip to Venice and Florence rests. Aunt Charlotte and I leave in 10 days. It's still summertime, and I won't begin work teaching pre-K students in the South Bronx until after Labor Day. An hour later, I step out of the apartment building into the warm air. I'm not in a rush today, so I stroll down the sidewalk, taking care not to smudge the chalk hopscotch squares a child has drawn. New York City is always quieter in August. The pace seems gentler. I pass a cluster of tourists taking photos of the skyline. An elderly man sits on the steps of a brownstone, reading the paper. A vendor fills buckets with clusters of fresh poppies and sunflowers, lilies and asters. I decide I'll buy some on my way home. I reach the coffee shop and pull open the door, then scan the room. "Table for one?" a waitress asks as she passes by with a handful of menus. I shake my head. "Thanks, but I'm meeting someone." I see her in the corner, lifting a white mug to her lips. Her gold wedding band glints as it catches the light. I pause, staring at it. Part of me wants to run to her. Part of me wants more time to prepare. Then she looks up, and our eyes meet. I walk over, and she stands up quickly. She reaches out unhesitatingly and hugs me. When we draw back, we wipe our eyes in unison. Then, we burst into laughter. I slide into the booth across from her. "It is really good to see you, Sam." I look at her bright, beaded necklace and smile. "I've missed you, Vanessa." I've missed me too, I think. But instead of speaking, I reach into my bag, and I pull out my matching happy beads. Epilogue. Vanessa walks down the city sidewalk, her blonde hair loose around her shoulders, her arms swinging free at her sides. Her street is quieter than usual in the waning days of summer, but a lone bus lumbers by the spot I've staked out. A few teenagers loiter on the corner, watching as one spins on a skateboard. She passes them and pauses at a flower stand. She bends down, reaching for a generous cluster of poppies in a white bucket. She smiles as the vendor makes change, then continues on toward her apartment. All the while, my eyes never stray from her. When I've watched her before, I've tried to gauge her emotional state. Know Thy Enemy, Sun Tzu wrote in The Art of War. I read that book for a college course, and the line resonated with me deeply. Vanessa never realized I was a threat. She only saw what I wanted her to see. She bought into the illusion I created. She thinks I am Emma Sutton, the innocent woman who fell into the trap she laid to escape her husband. I'm still stunned by Vanessa's admission that she orchestrated my affair with Richard. I thought I was the one spinning a web. Apparently, we were unwitting co-conspirators. Vanessa has no idea who I really am, though. No one does. I could walk away now and she'd never be privy to the truth. She looks completely recovered from all that has happened to her. Maybe it's best for her not to know. I look down at the photograph I am clutching. The edges are worn from age and frequent handling.
It is a picture of a seemingly happy family, a father, a mother, a little boy with dimples, and a preteen girl with braces. The photo was taken years ago, when I was 12, back when we lived in Florida, a few months before our family shattered. It was after 10 p.m., and I should have been asleep. It was past my bedtime, but I wasn't. I heard the doorbell ring, then my mother call, "I'll get it." My father was in his room, probably grading papers. He often did that at night. I heard the murmur of voices, then my father scrambling down the hallway toward the stairs. "Vanessa," he cried. His voice sounded so strained it propelled me out of my room. My socks slid silently along the carpeted floor as I crept past my younger brother's bedroom to the top of the stairs and huddled there. I could see everything unfolding directly below me. I was a spectator in the shadows. I witnessed my mother fold her arms and glare at my father. I witnessed my father gesture with his hands as he talked. I witnessed my little calico cat wind between my mother's legs as if trying to soothe her. After my mother slammed the door, she turned to my dad. I will never forget how her face looked in that moment. "She came on to me," my father insisted, his round blue eyes, so like mine, widening. "She kept showing up during my office hours and asking for extra help. I tried to turn her away, and she kept... It was nothing, I swear." But it wasn't nothing, because a month later, my father moved out. My mother blamed my father, but she also blamed the pretty co-ed who'd enticed my dad into an affair. She would throw out the name Vanessa during their fights, her mouth twisting as if those 3 syllables tasted bitter. It became shorthand for everything that went wrong between them. I blamed her as well. After I graduated from college, I came to New York for a visit. I looked her up, of course. She was Vanessa Thompson by now. My name was different too. After my father left, my mother reverted to her maiden name, Sutton. When I became an adult, I changed mine to it also. Vanessa lived in a big house in an affluent suburb. She was married to a handsome man. She was gliding through a golden life, one she didn't deserve. I wanted to see her close up, but I couldn't find a way to get near her. She rarely left her home. There was no way we could naturally intersect. I almost cut my trip short. Then I realized something. I could get close to her husband. It was easy to find out where Richard worked. I quickly learned that he liked double espressos from the corner coffee shop every afternoon around 3. He was a creature of habit. I brought my laptop and camped out at a table. The next time he came in, our eyes met. I was used to men hitting on me, but this time I was the pursuer, just as I imagined she had been with my father. I'd given him my brightest smile. "Hi, I'm Emma." I'd expected him to want to sleep with me. Men usually did. That would have been enough, even if it was just for one night. Eventually, his wife would have found out. I'd have made certain of that. The symmetry of it appealed to me. It felt like justice. Instead, he suggested I apply for a job as an assistant at his company. 2 months later, I replaced his secretary, Diane. A few months after that, I replaced his wife. I looked down at the photo in my hand again. I was so wrong about everything. About my father. I was deceived once by a married man when I was in college, Vanessa had said on the day we'd met at the bridal salon. I thought he loved me. He never told me about his wife. I was wrong about Richard. "If you marry Richard, you will regret it," she'd warned me when she confronted me outside my apartment, and later, while Richard stood beside me, she'd tried again, even though she was visibly scared. "He will hurt you." I think of how Richard pulled me to his side, wrapping his arm around me after Vanessa uttered those words. The gesture seemed protective, but his fingertips dug into my flesh, creating a little trail of plum-colored marks. I don't even think he knew he was doing it. He was glaring at Vanessa in that moment. The next day, when I met Vanessa at the bridal salon, I made sure to keep her on my other side. And most of all, I was wrong about Vanessa. It is only fair that she knows she was wrong about me, too. I make myself visible as I cross the street and approach her. She turns around even before I call her name. She must have sensed my presence. "Emma, what are you doing here?" She was honest with me, even though it wasn't easy. If she hadn't fought so hard to save me, I would have married Richard. But she didn't stop there. She risked her life to expose him, preventing him from preying on yet another woman. "I wanted to say I'm sorry." Her brow creases. She waits. "And I wanted to show you a picture." I hand it to her. "This was my family." Vanessa stares at the photograph as I tell my story, beginning with that long-ago October night when I was supposed to be asleep. Then her head snaps up and she searches my face. "Your eyes." Her tone is even, measured. "They seemed so familiar." "I thought you deserved to know." Vanessa hands back the picture. "I've been wondering about you. You seemed to materialize out of nowhere. When I tried to look you up online, you didn't exist until a few years ago. I couldn't find much more than your address and phone number. Would you rather not have known who I really was?" She considers this for a moment. Then she shakes her head. "The truth is the only way to move forward." And then, because there is nothing more for either of us to say, I signal for an approaching cab. I climb into the taxi and twist around to stare out the back window. I lift my hand. Vanessa stares at me for a moment. Then she raises her palm, her movement a mirror image of my own. She turns and walks away from me at the exact moment the cab begins to move, the distance between us growing greater with each breath.
Now, listen to a conversation between the two authors.
Hi, this is Greer.
Hi, this is Sarah.
I first met Sarah when I edited her book, The Opposite of Me, but she's going to talk about, she actually knew of me before I had even acquired her book. So, yeah.
Yeah, so Greer was an editor, and I knew her name because she edited one of my all-time favorite authors, Jennifer Weiner, so I was very aware of who Greer was. But I had this image of her as being this extremely, straight-laced, I don't know why, I just sort of thought a fancy New York editor is going to be somebody who, dresses very severely and is going to have on serious glasses and have manuscripts all over her desk and not smile a lot. And so I was a little intimidated. And then I went in and met her, and it was like, meeting your sister that you didn't know you have. We just immediately hit it off. She was bubbly and fun and charming. And so we became friends very quickly.
Basically, I had read Sarah's debut, The Opposite of Me, and I had loved it. And so did a lot of other New York City editors. And so her agent decided to take her around to meet with various editors to see, what would be the best fit. And so Sarah walked in my office, and we pretty quickly discovered we had a lot of uncanny similarities. So we both have brothers that we're really close to who are named Robert. We were both terrible cooks. We both had studied psychology and journalism. We were both exactly the same age. So we immediately hit it off. I luckily persevered and acquired her book and edited seven of your books, over 7 books in 7 years. And then I left Simon & Schuster and was doing some editing and consulting on my own. But in the back of my head, I had thought I might want to try to write. And I had a book idea, and I wasn't telling anybody about it except Sarah, who we'd become friends at this point. We would go for long dinners together. We were editor author, but we really had forged a friendship. So I revealed to her that I was thinking of writing a book, and I told her a little bit about it, but I hadn't really done much with it. And then
I said, you know what? We should write a book together. And Greer said, that's a great idea because I'm not having any fun trying to write one on my own.
It was terrifying.
You scrapped the one you were doing,
Yeah.
and we came up with a whole new concept and a whole new book. And actually physically writing the book was our biggest challenge because Greer lives in New York. I live in Washington, D.C. And so we had to kind of engineer a way that we could be together writing in real time every day because this book is so complicated that it really did take both of our brains to write every line. We joke that we have one brain because we're so in sync, and because often when we're writing, we'll come up with the same line at the same time. But at the same time, it really did take both of us to keep track of this plot. It felt like we were wrestling an octopus, and it was so complicated that we needed both of us.
Yeah. And then our first meeting, we were in New York and we started writing together. But we have sort of a, I think, unique process. First, I think it's unique that we write literally at the same time. We have set up a Google Doc. So we see the screen. One of us is manning the keyboard. The other one is talking. We're talking through everything. Whereas most collaborators that we know take turns. They alternate chapters, they alternate sections, then they edit each other. And we did a teeny bit of that, but most of it was in real time, coming line by line by line. And then at night, I might go back and look over the work we'd done that day and put all my comments in suggested mode. And then Sarah would go in and accept or reject and add, and then maybe in the morning she would go in and add in her own thoughts, and then I'd do the same, and then we'd go back together and write the next scene. I studied journalism, and I don't know, and Sarah actually was a journalist, so I don't know if you did this a lot in your writing, but what I was taught was that you would research, and you might only write, 1,500 word piece, or even if you were writing a much longer piece, so much didn't make it into the article you were writing, but it informed the way that you wrote, and it made you an authority. And I feel like we were authoritative in the way we told the story because we had all of those details in our mind about, who these characters were. If they had a cat, if they had were they a cat person, a dog person, just everything about them.
Yeah, I feel like if you asked us 10 questions about our character, what kind of car did they drive, whatever you want to ask, like we would be able to answer it, even if there were things we hadn't thought of. Right. That's how I feel like we know our characters pretty well.
Yeah, their favorite movie.
And it's strange to leave them behind. I mean, it definitely, I'm so glad that I have Greer, because leaving behind these really complicated characters after we were in their heads and their lives for a year every day is really it's sad in a way. I feel like, it's like your kids, going to college or whatever it is. So it's great to have a partner with that, because you're not
we still talk about them. We still talk to each other we have certain lines that whenever I call Sarah, Sarah calls me, we say this one line, "Hello, Vanessa," because there's a scene where Richard says that to Vanessa, and we just hear it in our head, and so we'll just pick up the phone and be like, "Hello, Sarah." So I have a lot of silly inside jokes.
We have a lot of lines from the book that we repeat to each other, just in different circumstances, and we actually had T-shirts made up with lines from the book that are meaningful to us as well. So I cannot imagine not writing Notebook with Greer again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's percolating. So
I always joke that I would have Greer in my head when I was writing my books alone, because she would say certain things to me when she would edit my books, like, you used the word exciting 5 times on this page, or, you did this. And so I would have her voice sometimes as I was writing.
I will say that before we started writing together, do you remember what I said to you? I said, let's do this. But if you have problems or you feel like this was a big mistake, like this wasn't what I was expecting, just be honest and tell me. Like, we have to have open lines of communication, because I was terrified that you were going to be like, this is the most, I did this alone. Now what? This is so annoying.
Yeah, I think it actually turned out pretty well.
Yeah, I think so.
Based on today.
I think so. But I was I was very cautious about it. I wasn't worried that I was going to be unhappy with you. I was like, oh, what if I let her down?
Which is hilarious. I mean, this one edited Marlo Thomas, Jessica Seinfeld, Jen Weiner. I'm like, really? Like, Okay.
But whatever. It was just that was how I felt.
Yeah.
So
It worked out.
Yeah.
It worked out really well.
This is Julia Whalen. We hope you've enjoyed this production of The Wife Between Us by Greer Hendricks and Sarah Pekkanen. Post-production by John Marshall Media. Text copyright 2018 by Greer Hendricks and Sarah Pekkanen. Production copyright 2018 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.